say when they met, you got 2 years to marry me, or this it. She was in it 2 years and then said, hey, if you don't marry me by this December, it's over. We was already 24 months in. That man was already making that decision. That ultimatum didn't do it.
Yeah, the
Yeah, I mean, she
ultimatum
asks
not
me,
gonna
you
do.
know. Sometimes she tells me when we're gonna get married, but like I just,
Okay, well
try
then
to
you lose
try
out
to
on
show
your
it off.
woman. You
No,
lose it.
Vato's saying she asked. When she asked you, Vato, what happened?
Well, I just say,
And
yeah,
you may
I
be
just try to brush it off, you know.
Oh, this nigga ain't shit, bro. My bad. He's a bad example. He's
but
toxic.
nah,
Bad
in
example.
that same breath though, you could be losing the man that know he's meant for
At
you or
the
that could have
same
been meant for
time,
you at the same time. Again,
You guys are
if you
going to give
pushing
me.
that out if you pushing an ultimatum on a person that's informing you that they're not ready. I have things
I'm
about
already
me
committed,
that
you know.
I'm not
What
satisfied
do
with.
you
You can't
want
project
exactly?
your
What are you not ready for? Again, if you're taking
you
the
ain't even
most
ready to
valuable part of
listen. I'm
me,
ready for a motherfucker that can listen. I'm
What
giving
up,
you what I'm
chocolate?
Shut
What
up,
up,
baby.
chocolate?
Quiet.
but if I'm already giving you the best
You
of me,
only know your tunnel vision. You only know
mm,
you. You only
see,
know how to project what you personally think, want,
but
and
again, it
desire.
don't take time. If you can be with her for 12 years as a boyfriend, you can be with her for 12 years as a husband. There's no difference.
You're creating a
There's a
scenario.
title
It
on it.
depends. It depends. It depends. If y'all wasn't
mm,
living together and no, if y'all was not shacking up or nothing, then that's different. Cause
that's
maybe that nigga ain't ready to shack up and ready to take on other responsibility. But if y'all shacking up, I could understand why you might think like that. Cause y'all already living together and it's like you
Yeah,
married
we've
by
been living
common
together
law
right
already.
now, so
that makes
Yeah,
sense.
you and your woman is like
I
in a
take care of
common
her
law
stuff,
marriage,
so
Vato.
yeah. So like, what is the difference of a paper gonna make? But she has a work permit, so if it comes down to ice and all that shit, I'm gonna have to marry her and stuff because I want to make sure she's good
I
and stuff.
Vato, I
But she's
think if
best.
you and your
I don't want to
woman
marry you if she's not in love. If she's not in love.
Vato, I
So I'm not
think
in
you and
love.
your woman are already like in a marriage because you doing husband
Yeah.
duties and she doing
Exactly.
wifely duties and y'all live together. It's just that it's not like that on paper. So
Official, not on
sometimes
paper.
people do live like that. So you do got a wife, you know what I mean? Because most homies was called referred as your wife if they see it anyway. If I'm living with a chick, most of my homies see my chick, they're gonna say that that's my wifey because that's who they see me with, living
And,
with. You know what I'm saying?
and guess what? If that worked for y'all, can't nobody say shit about it.
Right.
Yeah,
It,
because
it
Can't
it's
does,
our
nobody
yes,
fuck,
yes.
project they funky
No,
ass opinions
it
about it
doesn't.
at all.
It
That shit
doesn't
don't mean
matter.
nothing.
That
You
doesn't
right.
matter
It
what
don't
works for
matter.
y'all. It's supposed to be
Yes,
what's
it
right.
does. It's
It
but
doesn't
we have to
matter
set an
what
example for
How
works
does
her.
for
that?
For
How is
y'all.
we
that
have to
not
set an
right?
example. So
It
you're
doesn't
right.
matter
You're
what's
right.
it's what works for
what's
them.
right, and what's right
On that
is
way.
we're not even
What's
supposed to
right
be
is your
hunting
opinion.
until marriage. Not my
That's
opinion. This
your
is
opinion.
facts. Hold on, hold on.
Tyranny,
That's
are
your
We're
you
opinion.
supposed to
married?
be waiting. Yes, I'm married. We're supposed to
Coveting a
be
woman in
waiting
that way
until.
is a marriage,
How
actually.
long did it take you?
So if I can finish, oh my god, I'm just saying that
But yeah,
we're
I'll go
all
one at a
supposed to
time.
be having sex after marriage, right? Okay, that's just the ground law. Now, I'm not saying we all do that, but that's what we're supposed to do. So instead of prolonging that shit, go ahead and get married. It's nothing different except you're doing it right versus just pumping on me as a woman with no commitment. It sounds good to you guys because y'all get to run with it. Well, you ain't my wife anyway. Fuck you mean? Yes, I am. Not gonna, and you want to act a fool for taking for half of your shit. That's another thing. When you do stupid stuff, I'm gonna take it for half of it. So, ladies, make
You
sure
see,
you
that is crazy. That is crazy. That is not even. That is not love right there. That sounds like a hostage situation. That sounds like you trying to hold niggas hostage.
That sounds like you love me for what I provide and nothing else. Because once I do something you don't like, you can take half of whatever you wanted.
Damn. You know what? Let me let somebody to the
I
stage.
don't want nobody fucking with me in these.
We got chocolate in the house. You know what I'm saying? Tyranny was calling for some girl power. We got chocolate in the building.
What's
Blue says she's pulling up.
good?
chocolate's power is a little more masculine than mine. So,
Oh my
That's
god.
okay. Hey, what's up, Tierney? Listen,
It
me and
gets
Tierney,
worse for
yeah,
you.
she's exactly right. No, I'm
Hey,
not the.
chocolate.
Hey, who else up there?
It
Who
gets
that be?
worse.
You
Who
got
that
Lauren
is?
up
Hey.
here.
Hello.
Hey, what's good? Yeah. So
And by
maybe
the way,
yeah, it makes
I'm gonna
me.
let my
I'm a
dog
little
out real quick.
wilder. All right, we're. Anyway, how are you guys doing this
Yes,
evening? Like,
Good
Please
evening.
don't rub them the wrong way. They get a little sensitive. I'm just letting you know
No,
what's going
baby,
on in
that's
the
just
room.
you rubbing us the wrong way. It's just
who
you. Stop
rubbing
being
somebody
silly.
wrong?
You think
Who
I'm
It's just
okay?
you.
do I need to teach a
Cause the
class?
last
I
time
could
you came
teach
in here,
y'all.
we had to get you together the last time because you told us we hate
I could
women and
teach you
we
how
had
to
to let
rub
you know we
somebody
don't
the
hate
right
you.
way.
Oh,
I'm
That
sorry,
was
Chef.
let's
Go
be
on.
clear,
I'm
Teddy.
sorry, baby.
That was our
She
introduction. You
think
jumped
every
on the
nigga is the
hold
nigga
on.
that
You jumped
wronged
on
her.
the panel and said we hate women. We had to let you know we don't hate you. That was our introduction. So you be up here starting this shit, but I
You
ain't
talking about
mad at you.
chocolate?
No, you. I ain't
Me?
never had a problem with
I
you. You. It
hate,
was
you
you.
hate when I don't.
It
Mexico
was
chocolate
you.
on the
Damn, I
It
came
bus.
up
was.
here and I'm already in trouble. I ain't even did
No,
nothing.
no, not you, not
They
Nah,
you.
were talking
I'm
about
just
it
me.
was.
messing. I'm just messing.
Nah, but that was our
Cause Tierney, that bitch
introduction.
in my dad twice. She done called me masculine. I don't know what to do.
Bro, I
You
don't.
know
I was
what?
Lord.
on the roll.
Outside of Auntie Sherry, I've never had a back and forth with any woman in here before you.
Oh
Oh man,
God,
now
And I
your
just
mic
like
is
messing.
low.
I just like messing with Sherry because she a drunk and it's funny.
I
You sound
really
like
believe
Lola.
she JP
But you
wife.
come with some crazy energy without reason.
How you doing, LA?
Or Gemini.
Oh
yes.
Lord,
Okay, another excuse. Got
I
Hey,
apologize. I'm late. But what was the topic? I saw a white boy and a black girl on the thumbnail. I didn't know if
I
y'all was talking
don't.
about interracial dating or
Oh,
was that
I don't know.
over?
yes.
When I
White
came
boys
yeah,
in,
love black
when I
women.
came
yeah, that
in,
was a
it
topic.
was
I mean,
when I
we need
came
to.
Yeah.
in, it was fuck LA because she like Asian dudes, and me.
No, I happen to get which one. See, y'all tripping. See, when y'all be talking to
That's
your
all I
passport
know.
bros, you be like,
It
yeah,
was a
I
nigga
don't
mechanic.
care. Hold on, here we go, Chef. I got you.
find
I don't
love.
care if you a man and you look good. I don't care what language you speak. I get a translator. Get that meat. Hey, hey.
Oh,
I'm
that
crying.
that other
LA
races
had a
of
nigga
men
in the
don't like
private
us
chat
is
going
not
crazy for
true.
30 minutes. She was
Yeah,
with an
other
Asian dude.
races love some
Why?
sensitive women.
I don't
Why?
know.
Because she said that she is willing or open to dating men outside of her culture. Black men been doing that. Why can't we do the same? We can't get a taste too?
Man,
He was hot about that shit. That's
fools
all I
I
know.
got with they
Exacto.
very very
Listen, I'm gonna
simple
tell you
person.
something. I'm gonna tell you something. If you do believe or believe in a higher power, I do believe in dating in my culture. Hey, number one, if I could get my brother and all the packages that I like, yes, I'll take him first. But never am I unrealistic to the fact that we live in the United States. So you're gonna, depending on your lifestyle, you're gonna be exposed to all type of men.
Thank you. That's the point I was trying to say earlier. Like I was like, oh, obviously my preference, like first go,
Black,
yeah, black
black
women. But
smoke. Pull back up, man. Don't
I'm
don't start crying. Pull your ass
oh
back
There
up.
yeah.
is, there is a you in that. You're the, like he said, the common denominator is your lifestyle choice. Who you around
Nah,
is the type of black people you around.
It's not
So
my
I'm pro
choice that I
black,
run
but I'm
into some of
also
you
pro
niggas.
love.
If I can,
That
I avoid a
will be
lot of
my
y'all.
go-to answer for any other complaints about women in this space moving forward.
I didn't hear you, LA. I'm
Who
It'd
sorry.
be a
complained
lot.
about the
It'd be a
women in the space?
no. It
I
just be
can't
a
hear you.
lot.
I'm sorry.
It'd be
No,
a lot of
nobody up here.
projection. Okay, so chocolate because I decided like in my later 20s, to open up my options. Then is now it's like, oh, well, it was the people that you were, associating yourself with. Like I got curved by like everything didn't always work. It's just
No,
the
I'm not.
ones
I'm
that
not
did work
saying that.
with.
I'm
Like it
saying
just
in
all these
general. I wasn't
little.
specifically talking about you. I don't, because I don't agree with that. I think you went about your way because you went about your way on your own accord. I don't feel like, oh, well, she had a problem with black men, and I wasn't here for that part of the conversation, so I can't say that about you, LA. But yeah, no, it
I
happened.
like flying these niggas out, pampering them, and sending them right back to their mama.
That's a sugar mama love.
She done got her
That's
some of that
right.
sherry juice.
If I had the money, I'd be a sugar mama.
Hell
Shit,
yeah, why not? Shit.
for
It's a
sure.
lot easier and niggas need sugar mamas at all ages. So if you want a little young one,
Hello,
you can have you an old one, you can have you a middle aged one. You be like, Professor, I know you need your bills paid. Come on over
Hey,
here.
I got a young nigga
Yeah.
looking for a sugar
Ah,
mama now. I hit you up.
ah. I ain't
Um,
hating on
No,
nobody. Long as we, like I said, my only thing is with anything. If we get to
long
the
as stick to
place,
the streets.
you sharing bodies. I don't care how old you is. We need to go get tested. Just cause, just be safe. I'm investing my money, baby. It ain't, you know what I'm saying. Go in blind. But I'm just saying, like, maybe that is a little more masculine. But I don't think it demasculates men because I've invited dudes. I've taken guys out. You know what I mean? And they
chocolate.
didn't. They not
You
less of a man to me. You know what I mean? That don't make sense.
chocolate. You rather date them younger or older?
I date them all, baby.
Yeah,
They
but which
old
one you
enough.
prefer? You younger or older?
I can't choose
Please,
because I done
say
had both
chocolate legal.
sides.
I definitely do younger.
Long as they legal.
I do
Long as
younger.
no, hold on, stop right there now, cause legal 18, that ain't the truth for me. You need to have your full cranium developed. So for me, you got to at least at minimum be like 30 years old, like that. That's
For a
it.
man, yes, yes. For a man, yes. But I
30,
can't.
dog. I need your whole cranium. I need I need all your thoughts in there first before we go any further.
Yeah, but
But
my
I
man is
mean,
28, so I mean he ain't there yet. But I mean,
okay, Tyranny, I see you out here around. I see you out here, Cougar. I see you out
shit.
here. Snatch them up. Take them back to the clubhouse. Hey,
The
hey.
clubhouse. Nah, I can't go that far back.
What? You could call it whatever you want. Shit. I'm like this. It should be a fun process, but I understand with the stresses of everything else, society, what we want, religion, all that kind of stuff. Instead of us just enjoying each other's company, if it gets to the sexual part, like once you over 30, like you need to know whether or not I am open to having that or not. Be honest about what you like, what you don't like. You know what I mean? I guess, and that was something it was so crazy because I was watching this documentary and it was just talking about like couples and shit that when they sat down and really told each other like what their preferences were, their relationship was way better. It went up like 50% in comparison to other people, other couples who weren't telling a significant other, hey, I want this or I like this about you or I want us to do da 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 on the weekend. Like we make it so complicated and put all this shit in the middle when it really should be about you and that person.
Yeah.
I'ma
No,
have
but
fun.
there's
Yeah, I ain't
still
on that.
boundaries. I know you like to have fun. I understand, but there's still boundaries. Chocolate, okay. I mean, I don't care if you and her want to, swing titties and balls all day. There's boundaries. There's things we not
If you
supposed to
got enough money, you ain't got to go nowhere. There's no there. The boundary, but the boundaries come in between again the two people. That's all I'm saying. Like when I say have fun, what I mean is I want to be able to laugh. I want to. When I say fun, it don't mean just naked fun. I'm saying like to have a conversation, to have let's play a video game or whatever game, or chill or whatever, talk shit, watch trash TV. Just things that stimulate you. We can go outside and play if that's what you want to do. But again, it comes with the communication. It comes with telling each other what you like and what you want. That's all.
I got
You
you.
know how
I
to
hear you.
rebuild a motor.
And let's let Blue Jay to the stage.
Little J. Oh, hey,
Hello.
Little J.
Hey, what's
Hello,
up,
hello,
Blue?
hello.
Sorry, I'm
Hey,
getting my headphones
good
on real quick.
evening.
Good morning.
What you got on the topic, Blue?
Okay, let's see. Hold on. Give me just 1 second. Sorry, I should have put my headphones up first, but
Blue, tell how these
Uh-huh.
black men really love them some caucus women and how they can just
Oh
do
my gosh.
nasty stuff to y'all.
oh
Let's
my
just be
gosh.
honest. Let's just be. How many of our men are in your box, bro? Like not box, coochie box. I mean like your DM box.
Oh no, no, I don't like. Okay, are you guys
You
able
don't
to hear me
like
now?
black men?
Wait, no, still not.
Yeah, we can hear you, Blue. Tyranny,
I
come
feel
on,
like
let
I
us
mean,
get comfortable. God
I
damn.
don't feel like. Oh yeah, it's okay. She and I talked before actually, but I don't.
Start calling her run them off, shouty.
Yeah.
Tyranny Rowdy.
It's just my
Like I
headphones.
said, I've been knowing her a long time. I know. Listen,
I just want to know. I thought we
You
was
ain't
all
bought
supposed
her a
to
leash.
like
You
one in
ain't
the
bought her
air
a leash
together.
yet.
Maybe that's just me.
hey, listen. I'll
We
run
used to
this to
fight, but
you.
now we get along.
Oh, well, that's all right. Always the good thing. All right, now I'm muting up. Y'all
Me
got
and
it.
Tyranny. I'm joking.
No, what you said? I
No,
didn't hear
she's
you.
cute.
I
I always
can't
thought
hear
she's
you.
cute. Okay, can you guys hear me better?
Yeah, yeah, we hear you.
Okay. So basically, it's just a synopsis for me. I think that people need to find people with aligned ultimate like goals. You know, it doesn't even have to be about, do you think you're going to want to marry me? It's like, you just talk to people and like, do you see yourself like with a family or like, and you kind of ask like what they envisioned even as a young age, because those values are very ingrained at like a core level and they're very difficult to change even if we want to change them, but most people don't. So I just think that's where people go wrong. But
Right. And Blue Jay, no, for real though, how many black men be in your inbox?
I don't have people inbox me. Honestly, I don't even use like, the only thing I post on Instagram is like a couple black, but they're vastly different. I mean, one of them's like kind of the nice, like make me dinner, kind of guy, like real sweet. The other one is kind of, he's very funny and like cool, like we vibe. But he was more, just not a like I mean, it worked at the time because I wasn't really trying to be serious with him either. But he wasn't the type to be like, I'll be here at 7 and then be there at 7. He'd be like showing up at the door when he wants. I'm like,
Late.
you
So
gotta
you
Right.
give
said
me a heads up.
so you
Inconsiderate.
saying that so the black guy was showing up late?
Yeah, one of them. No, the other one, like I've dated two seriously, like you know what I mean. Like I've obviously like kind of met, and
Okay,
maybe
okay.
the initial flirting at not go far type thing with other black guys. But I just think that not all
Like when
men
you
are the
were
same of any race. There's white guys that act.
right.
Right,
People
right,
most
right.
people always get the good, the bad, and the ugly, right? But when you dated outside of your race, right? Was it like in your younger years or like later on?
My whole life, like my very first serious boyfriend was actually Asian. He was like
Okay.
Vietnamese and Laos, and then I've most recently dated like Latino guys for some reason. Just like the last couple guys that kind of, you know,
And let
met.
a
But
real nigga come
they're
mess your credit up.
they don't really. I have a little bit hard time with the culture because it's more unspoken, and you're just supposed to like, I guess, wait until they. You can't like bother them, and that's not going to be me. I'm going to be like, hey, what's up?
What
Like,
you mean, like Hispanic guys?
yeah,
Okay. So you
it's
found
like
it.
you're supposed to just
So,
be quiet.
so you found it more easier though to date within your race, right?
No, not necessarily. I would say the Hispanic machismo culture is like probably maybe the more challenging, but it's also really attractive
Simone
if they do it
machismo.
right. But I think black and white guys for the most part are pretty much the same today. Asian guys are a little more serious. Arab, like they're a little more serious about
Mm.
life.
Take
But I
off
don't
my
see a big difference
boots.
between black and white guys, honestly.
And we just using stereotypes just for the sake of the conversation, right? We know in every racial group is gonna have a variety of people, right? But you would say in general, right? Most Asian guys are more like married minded than other guys.
Yeah, just more structured. So they're going to call you when they get off work, and it's going to be like 6:30 or whatever it is. You know what I mean? Just more kind of consistent, which depending on what you're looking for at that time, it could get boring or it could be fun. It just, it could be reassuring. So I think that comes down again to finding what it is that, and we change. Sometimes we don't want anything serious, like Chocolate was saying, and that's, we've all had those phases where if somebody tries to get serious, it's like, whoa, hold on,
Mm.
you're creeping me out. But then other times we want to get serious when they're like, oh wait, I can't be messaging you at work. Like, why you ask me what I'm doing like later or something, stupid stuff like that. If you're just trying
Okay,
to
so Blue
confirm and
Jay,
they're like acting like you're trying to trap them, it's like, okay, you know what? I'm
Blue
good.
Jay,
What,
Like
does
I,
your
what you said, Tierney?
I was gonna ask Blue Jay, like I'm gonna be honest, because I'll be on these panels, but does your family feel some type of way when you bring home the black man? Like, do they be like,
no, no. In
mm.
fact, I was just in Costa Rica. Like the captain, this like catamaran thing. It was me and my family, and he's Costa Rican. Like
But
I came back on a date with him later. They left him.
so your family's open. What about your
Yeah.
What about you? And shows out the TMBN in the chat. What about your friends' family? Like, and I'm talking about like your Caucasian friends, yeah, because I know you probably got friends at different walks of life. You know what I'm saying? But do you
Yeah,
notice that as a thing that people family don't be accepting of their offspring significant other, like whether it be like a man or a woman coming home with a interracial. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's say you come home with a white girl, or no, let's say your brother come home with a black girl, or you come home with a white girl, right? Do you see that as like still a thing where people be shunning people based on their race, like their family and shit?
I actually think it's more other races that have more in preference or in like racial preference. Like for
Mm,
instance, okay, this one I'll give you a good example. I think I was and we were like he was on the two I was like more serious with, but we just became friends and like talked stuff and like one time we were just chilling and he said my mom would like turn over in her grave if she knew I was hanging out with a white woman. I was like, what? It like kind of surprised me. I was like, no, and he's like,
you
yeah,
see,
and I'm
that's
like,
crazy because I always thought like more white people family would have an issue with that because I live down here in the south. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, that's true. See, I live in the West. So I live in Utah, so we have a different like here. That like the area I grew up
I don't
in.
believe
Now
in
it's like
today.
30% white. It was like 50% probably when I grew up, but there's like a lot of Polynesian. So I have friends that are like I'd say at least 25% of my friends that I was like close with growing up are in interracial marriages or like maybe had like my best friend. He's talking that he had like a baby in college with a white woman. Now he's married to a Polynesian woman. But
Okay.
like another friend of mine, she's married to a guy that's half Japanese and half Hispanic. So and then so just here it's not a big deal. But
What,
I know what you're saying. But so no. But
what about
Asian people,
Yeah.
they kind of want people to
Okay.
be other
what
Asians.
about what about LA and Chocolate? I don't know if Chocolate I wasn't here if y'all asked her if she did outside her race, but LA, when you dated outside your race, and even Tyranny, either one of y'all, because y'all dated
Don't be
outside y'all race.
broadcasting that. That's not something I'm
Oh,
proud
my
of.
bad, my
Oh,
bad,
we're
I
my
don't
bad.
friends,
care.
by the
Yeah,
way.
But I
well
was
You
then
gonna
can
you
say
ask
can.
if
hello.
your I was gonna ask if your parents or if your family like acted a little bit different than when you dated somebody within your race.
Yes,
My
I
mama
went through
turned
that.
into a coon. She turned to a coon. She was like, "Oh
Oh well,
yeah,
no, I'm gonna let. No, that ain't what
yeah,
happened.
oh
Your
yeah,
mom,
yeah."
your mom did what? Come on, man. Do it to your
Bro,
mom.
listen,
Hold
I'm
on,
not.
wait.
My
No,
sister
I'm
was
not
engaged
part
to a
of
Mexican guy for
Okay,
that
so I'm not
they
part
were
of
happy
Mexican.
for.
So I know if you're over there, you get excited when I'm with the Hispanic, but you don't get excited when I'm with a black man. Why?
Mm,
Because really,
but
damn,
why doesn't it? But
you don't love
tyranny,
your own people.
damn.
tyranny.
Yes,
But why does anybody? Nobody has to give you that validation, baby. You get who you get.
you're
Like the
right.
real world says, we live like to what Blue Jay said. Yes, black men and white men in this country kind of ride on the same wavelength when it comes to dating. Well, yes, when you start dating dudes is like East Indian, like from Ghana, or they here from the Dominican Republic, or they from somewhere else. You know what I mean? It's just a part of the makeup. But
So you're saying
again,
it's more a culture thing than a race thing? Because that all you said was like
yeah,
Western
because
culture.
culture,
Hmm.
yeah, culture, because really nothing else separates us. Because
Mm.
Yeah, black
outside
and
of
white people are like same culture. I mean, in most ways.
they're
I
the
feel.
we
No,
are the
there's a difference
but we
between
are
the
the
black.
main cultures in the
On the
land
Western
still.
world, on the Western,
Yeah,
yeah.
in the Western, yeah, in the UK and even here in the United States, radio, music,
No,
television, movies is dominated by two different races.
absolutely, they are not equal to us. No disrespect, Blue Jay.
That's
No,
not what
that's
I'm
fine.
That's
saying.
not
I
the
didn't say
conversation.
equal. I
I
didn't
Not
just
say
even,
think that
equal,
whoever
Turney.
says white
not
men
even
are
a.
these providers and they're so stable and they're
They
so
are
nice
raised
have never
differently.
dated white men, clearly.
We
No
are raised
tyranny.
There's a
unhealthy.
lot of
No,
like
wait a
women
minute,
out
wait a
there.
minute. Tyranny, what she's saying is that the Western culture is predominantly influenced by black people and white people.
Yes, that's
Absolutely not.
all.
No, no,
Okay,
no.
Yeah,
well,
we
Think
all
about it.
right.
we founded the
I don't.
country like
There
together,
might be
like
a
black and
few
white people.
little.
Everybody
There
else.
might be a
Yeah, I don't
few
know
little.
what the argument is.
There might be a few little different Caucasian people, but overall, they think the same. They're raised
But you
differently.
No,
don't
no,
know.
that's
Human
like
knows better
saying
to
we
all
all
different.
think the same, Tierney. You know we don't all think the same. What you talking about,
And
girl?
we don't
I
even
know
think like
that's
our
what
parents
I'm
did,
telling
You
you.
old enough to know
or
better.
their
I know
parents.
that.
You get right. Oh, enough to know about out here in Texas. I knows better. Y'all up there in fairy tale land.
People say
Where
tell me that.
in
I don't
other
know. Maybe
parts
you
of the
guys.
country? I'm sorry, did Texas become an island yesterday? Y'all own government now? Like, get
Yes,
out of here, Tierney. You
yes.
playing? Now
Texas
you
has always
And there's
trolling.
a lot
had
of
their
people
own
in Texas
government.
that don't think
I'm in
like that too.
Arizona, Tierney. What is you
That's
talking
another
about?
thing. Y'all
Okay,
live
so
in
you're not by me.
Texas.
I'm in Utah. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
when you
different.
said that, you can't say it's a. You listen, your state crazy. You got a
That
you got a governor. Hold on. You gonna say we? I'm in a nothing state, but at least my governor can walk on both legs. Like
how
your
did this
governor is still rolling around. This nigga pretending like he got legs. No, nigga, you ain't sitting down all the time.
Yeah, he
No, your government is insane.
he
Texas
is,
government is
and
insane.
so is his people, the Caucasian race.
Well, it doesn't matter,
I'm
Tim. That
not,
wasn't
but
really the point. The
Tierney,
point was
yeah,
men.
like
But y'all not going to convince me that Caucasian people are not racist. Stop that
There's
shit.
like what
how do you,
Caucasian people are on the same
130
level as us. That's all I'm
million white men. You think they're all stable
girl? You've
providers?
been drinking too
No,
much of this
I
YouTube
don't.
juice,
But
girl.
I have
Stop
the
it,
You can't
Tierney.
I have
categorize
the
like that many
protection for the
people.
protection of the collection. That's what RuPaul
No,
said,
we act the way
right?
our
Not
parents
RuPaul.
treated,
Wait,
like
not
taught
Hey
us.
David.
If a
Tierney
man is going to treat
trolling.
a black woman
Go.
bad, he's going to treat a white woman bad,
Okay, anyways,
and
that's
vice
all
versa.
y'all say. Just
I
trying
think
to
it's
change my
about
mind. That
I
the
just
way they
don't
Caucasian
view
know. Okay,
women.
let
Period.
me ask this question. Tyranny, what fucking
what?
street are you going down? So we know where we at. Cause I'm gonna pull over. Cause I don't know what the conversation going. Cause you talking about white folks convincing you. I don't care about convincing you whether white folks is racist or not. Did nobody say that? That's why I
It
said you
don't have
drinking
to
that
Yeah,
be.
YouTube
Y'all want to
the
act like
juice.
wait a minute, Tyranny. The conversation was
no.
how does your family react to you dating interracially?
Right.
Yes.
That's
So
what I
my
was saying.
mother,
Mm-hmm.
my mom told me I could. My mom was never really like, don't date outside your culture, but she was always like, date anything but a man of European
A
descent.
Caucasian male. Sure.
But she knew her daughter wasn't listening. I'm going for all. Don't tell me not to do something because I'm gonna do the complete
Yeah, 'cause you
opposite
a bull. Ain't you a Taurus?
all day, baby.
Okay. Y'all don't listen. And my daughter, she's a
Yes,
Taurus.
I
She
do.
don't
I
listen.
No,
And
listen.
you
y'all don't.
no, you
And
really
y'all
don't.
grunt.
But
Y'all
Why?
grunt too
Because
much.
I don't listen to y'all. That's
Y'all
what that
don't
is.
listen to nobody
Well,
but
at
the
some point, we gotta not listen to what our
fucking
parents say anymore. We're grown ass adults. Like it doesn't matter
Exactly.
what they say.
Like, what you think? How long you think I was gonna listen to my mama?
You
Huh?
never listen to your mama because you're a
How you
bull.
know? How
You
you
have
know,
to.
Tyranny? How you know? You know my mama?
I know you a Taurus.
Yeah, that so
But
it's
sometimes we
I
just
mean
attract certain people.
it's different, parts to that. Anyway, my mama told me this. My dad dated white women. He dated
Mm.
Asian women. So, but my mom always had a thing, yes, growing up, we did hear that a lot about not trusting women of other cultures, blah, blah, blah. It was more like, don't trust the women, but you can date they men. And I never got that process because I'm like, so you don't fuck with the women, but you gonna fuck they man. See, for me,
Right.
it didn't make sense.
It doesn't.
So,
That actually
um,
aligns with what that other guy said to me, because he told me
yeah,
black
yeah,
women
like
don't
that
like
shit
white women, and
crazy.
I argued with him. I'm like, no, that's not true. He's like, no
First
black
of
women
all,
I
that's what
know.
they hoping, because men don't like each other. So they, of course, they gonna
They
tell
love
us
each other. They
they
damn,
love
they
that's
each
love
other.
to
I
cold
mean, my
blooded.
play.
sister's best friend growing up was black. She came on all our family
Listen, let me
vacations.
say,
I babysit
right.
her,
I
kick her
got
out the house like
mad.
my
Women are
sister till she
lovers
cleaned
of
up her throat.
themselves.
I was just like a sister.
Listen,
We never. I don't think. I think people are
but again,
overestimating race to like actually
yeah,
affect a
man.
person. It's just a
Well, it is. It's a part of it. Of course, it's gonna affect you. We get that. But as a like, if we generally saying this, I don't. I know a lot. I'm not any different than a lot of people who have worked in corporate side of the world. If you worked in corporate business or you ever worked public with the public, you done dealt with all kinds. And
Okay.
we don't live in a
That don't mean
cosm
we gonna go
anymore.
have sex with them. I mean, no
yeah. I'm
disrespect.
grateful. I
I
grew
believe
up in
in
like a very
separation.
Tyranny, you married, so it
diverse.
don't matter. You having sex with the same man, nobody
Yes,
else.
but
So
I
if we
want
want to go out here spread our coalition love, you ain't got nothing to do with that. You ain't policing that. I'm just sorry. You're not doing that. I'm sorry. No.
You need to, okay, just think the Underground Railroad. You think that's what we got?
What about it? I don't know. No,
What's
I'm gonna
the
tell you
Underground
right now,
Railroad? Is that Harriet Tubman?
girl. Tyranny. Hold on, excuse me, Jay Blue. Hold on, it's about to be a real
Oh,
black
you're fine.
moment
Yeah.
here.
Okay, I'm
Hold
gonna
on,
mute
real
up.
quick. Yeah,
Okay.
hold on, real quick. Tyranny, the fuck you talking about the Underground
So
Rail?
we're talking
What is
about
we doing up here? We supposed to be women talking about you talking about. I don't know her. I ain't never been a slave. I don't know what it like running and the dogs in the background with whips and shit.
yes, you
I don't
do.
know nothing about that.
Yes,
All
you
I
do.
do know is this. No, I don't. So I'm not gonna sit up here and pretend like my life is just as hard as fucking Harriet Tubman was. Hell no. I would have
Well,
been
Tyranny, didn't
out.
you say you grew up with all white people? I'm sure they adored
I'd
you.
have been out.
I grew up
Are
with
you
all
serious?
Caucasian, and I mean, I was the only black girl in my city.
Oh, that's what's wrong. I'm
You know
sorry.
they loved you and you got attention, so
I'm
just you
Wait,
know.
sorry.
wait,
That's
what
what
You're
city?
it. I
fine.
Wait a
didn't know
minute.
that
Wait a minute. I
tyranny.
don't. Wait a minute.
Stop the cap.
Wait a minute. No. Wait a minute. No.
For
What
real.
city
That's
was
why I
this?
love tyranny because I can see
I
the
want to know
change.
what city was this and what year. You was the only black girl in this whole city. You know what I'm saying?
Black
What
girl.
city in America was this?
It
Where
was
you was the only?
Azle, Texas, and I never knew there was a country until I went to the country. And they all, no disrespect, but you guys grew up hillbilly first, and they all have that hillbilly mind frame. You know, they come from being a hillbilly to managers and district managers and whatever. But Caucasian people, they think pretty different, man. Y'all.
But didn't you and your friends, like for me,
Tyranny.
I don't think about, like I'm a lot like my friends. I actually live with like some of my Asian immigrant parents because I
But
live too far from the school. So I would have to like live with them during the week. And she came once she was like 5 as a refugee from the Philippines. They like hardly speak it. So I live like literally in Asian home like all week. So a lot of my traits are from them. You know, that we
that's
grow up around
culture,
our environment. It's not
right?
necessarily
That's
ingrained in our
culture.
exactly.
It is environment. It's both nurture and nature. It is not a
Well,
versus.
that's why I
And
don't see
this
why
one,
tyranny would
oh
she
my
know.
God, look at
I
those
mean, I would imagine that
Okay,
you have a
hold
lot of
on.
friends.
Tyranny. Get it out, Tyranny, because I don't know where you're going, sis. We want to support you, but I don't know what you're talking about yet.
I'm
So
talking
go
about
ahead.
interracial dating, and it's not
Are
a good
you?
thing when we go into it because they think the same. Their basis of
Who?
our people is pretty much, even if they're cool like Blue Jay. Blue Jay is like a bird. Blue, blue. She's cool, right?
We don't know if
She's
she cool.
really
She could get off here and be like,
Oh, I
man,
can.
I'm just
Tyranny and
messing
I,
with you, Blue
we
Jay.
have
I'm
argued, but
fucking
we
with you.
joke around. I think Tyranny is adorable, but
No, Tierney
yeah,
crazy. She been crazy, but that's my
she
girl. I
tries.
always holler, but she off it. She off it like me.
She
Shit, we
wants to
just
be
go in
crazy
different.
so badly.
Yeah, you gotta be to come up here and talk. Like I know I'm nuts, like certified. I just don't get a check. Like, come on, stop it.
No,
But
Tyranny,
I'm
you're a
not
sweetheart.
knocking. I'm
I
not
am.
knocking you, Tierney.
Thank you.
But
And the men
but
were crying earlier. Like, damn, our girls are
but
being
we
attacked.
gon' we gon' table shift that 1950s talking points. Okay, we're
Tyranny,
gonna.
one time you were up, I saw a really genuine moment for me. I can't remember his show you're on, but like somebody was talking about, might have been Freezies, and they were talking about the Carmelo Anthony thing and talking about kind of like, well, you know, and you were like the sweetest, genuine. You said like two wrongs don't make right, and like I could just see that, like your real heart. I know you're a good person and
Thanks.
sweet.
Thanks, Blue Jay. Thanks.
Oh,
Ladies' night. This is what it's about. Not all that. Oh my God. No,
Oh my God, what? I was
I'm
fucking
telling you,
around.
men were bitching earlier. Like,
Well, we ain't got to worry about the men's. We only got two up here. Hey, men's.
and
So
I'm
let's
like,
see. It's
saying,
DJ. He the helping. He the host man,
where's the
along with
music?
Miss LA, and then we got Vitos. Ooh, I'm old.
Bato.
battle.
Bato.
But
Vatos,
Oh, ¿qué
Bulldogs. What's
pasó,
up?
papi? ¿Qué pasó? ¿Dónde estás?
See, speak English. You in America? This is America. You speak
And
English.
she learning, huh? She learning the culture. She learning the culture.
No, Tierney
Yeah,
was just on some
She
Black
about to
Panther
make
shit
pozole and
2
tamales for
I
seconds
Christmas,
know.
ago.
dog.
No, no,
Oh
no.
god, but
Hold on. Listen, Bato, give her all the credit you like. But right then, I'm not. I'm calling Tierney's ass out. Because I was just 5 minutes ago.
Finish
She
your
was on some Black Power, Black
No,
Panther, fuck your shit. Now
Right.
she like, que
read the
paso?
same.
Now get out of here. No, Tierney, no. No, you're not getting
We
away with it, baby.
stand for
That's called
Mexican.
keeping people accountable, baby.
They
well,
love it. They
tyranny. I
like,
would guess
oh, we
that
got
where your
mud.
parents chose to live, they probably don't share like
I like
the
it.
mindset of like all white people are racist, or I don't imagine
Nah,
they put you in that
yeah.
environment, right?
Whatever. No, wrong. Y'all not gonna convince
Okay,
me otherwise.
just
Let's
Listen,
asking.
not
look,
convince
you
her.
guys are
What
cool
time
with
is
us
it?
now. Let me explain. You guys are cool with us. We cool with y'all. Sure. But y'all know that, well, you think, that we are lower than y'all.
No, I don't think that about. I don't spend my time worrying about
I
what you
get
thinking until
exactly.
you talk to me.
I'm
Not
talking
you, Tyranny. I'm
about
talking about men in general.
men.
Period. Like when you go out and date. Now, I don't know how you met your man, but
I
when
met him
you
when
go,
he was a waiter at a job.
okay, great. You met him out there, out in public. Some people still do that. Some people meet online. Some people have matchmakers. Like the connection of the internet has given us the opportunity to have options galore. Some of us don't need options, but some of us, that's okay if you have them. But my point is this: it's 2025. I think we got more pressing issues than what color that peen gonna be. Like, who cares?
Right.
Well, did you know you only manifest, or like what would basically show your ancestors' physical traits for 5 generations, because it halves each time. So like you have
Yeah,
50
I
of your
got you.
mom's, 50, and then after 5 it goes down to like 3.5%. So
Yeah, that's why a lot of white
technically
folks
five
is finding
generations
out they
ago,
black. Yeah, the
I
people have
mean, we
been
could,
lying.
yeah, if we didn't know our history, and I could have been black 6 generations ago, you guys have been white, we wouldn't even know, because we could have changed. That's only how long you show your traits. Obviously we know that's not
Absolutely
true,
not.
but no,
Thank
that's,
you.
I swear to God, that's, look it up. We carry our mother's
Tyranny, ain't nobody
maternal
doing it.
DNA forever
Y'all
since the
talking
first
about
woman, but
watering down.
physical traits, no.
You cannot water down black, okay? And you cannot water up white. I mean,
If a
black.
biracial person married either a
I
black person or a white
apologize,
person for four
Blue
more
Jay.
generations,
I know y'all having a real conversation, but hold on real quick. Tyranny, what the fuck did you say? You just say you can't do what now? You can't water down black and you can't water up white. Is that what you just said right now?
we were all black originally. How is that even
Now
possible
that
then?
now Blue Jay, that ain't it, baby. I'm trolling her. I'm just
No,
fucking
I
with her right
actually
now.
believe that. I believe we all came from like around Kenya, and then people migrated, and then because actually, if you look at like human migration genetically, they can tell when the change. Like the first migration was to like the northern part of Egypt, and they got a little bit light. So it's
You
a
good?
direct correlation to the distance from the equator. They can
Who was
actually
that?
tell.
Y'all didn't get that. You
It's just
guys
self-preservation. You have to like
call
protect your to
No,
live.
if you got something to to rebut, go ahead.
I just watch a lot of nerdy science stuff like that, so I don't
Mejora
care
la
about like all
raza.
the race stuff.
Make your
But
race better, you know?
Said came from around Kenya, right? And migrated out.
yeah,
So
Ethiopia. Hmm.
so
Okay,
do
so you
you
part of the
agree
white
with that?
Africans. Hold on, Blue Jay came over here on that Trump membership.
No, my family actually was in the Levant first, so and then they went to then they became Vikings, so they went clear from like the Middle East, like but so I actually have like dark hair and kind of more olive, like if I can get really tan, even though I'm white in my picture, but so not all like I mean, but they can tell because everybody shares the same DNA as like those people in the area, but as people they can what do they call it like I forget, but it's basically the chromosomes, kind of have their first mutation and it's like marked, and that's how they can mark mtDNA, which is the mitochondrial, which is the mother side, and they can trace that all the way back. So people that have migrate out will have adaptations, but they'll still contain all of the same intact DNA as the people originally. And it's not like, the sub-Saharan really dark, it's like, I mean, it is, but it's like more of the East um, side of Africa and kind of middle top, like about 2/3 of the way up. So that's like where they. And then as they moved, so even if you go to South America, you're at the same level in the equator. Those people will tend to have the same skin color like across the seas because it just goes according to the the equator.
Gotcha. DJ, you got some music, bro? We want some music on ladies' night.
Yeah, I got ya. I got ya covered. Well,
Yes,
it should be some background music. I
Okay.
guess we covered the interracial divesting topic. And interracial dating is actually different from divesting. It's not the same thing. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
that means open. Like that time, if someone has a cute smile, they have a cute laugh, they're nice, they're funny, we get along. That to me is any race can have that. Like that doesn't matter. But
Right.
divesting is like purposely seeking out, right?
Yeah, divesting is actually not just seeking out, but it's like you divorce your race. You like, I'm not fucking with y'all no more. I'm moving on. That's what divesting is for the most part. But interracial dating just means you open the dating outside your race. You know.
Yeah, and I actually came up here more to talk about like the men thing than like the race thing, but it just happened to be when I got here. But I think men expect women to follow more too blindly. I think it's almost like we have to have some expectation of what's next, even if it's not, you know, marriage or get rid. It has to there has to be like a certain amount of reassurance and stability that we feel. And a lot of men don't do that. And then when women start acting quote unquote crazy, it's because they're lacking in like giving us, the guidance that and kind of the layout to follow and proving like with just little commitments that okay, cool, we're on track, we're in this together. And I think that's where the confusion comes. Men expect women just to like give up their, and then in the same sentence they'll tell them, well, all you have is your looks, and but we're supposed to just wait and hope, and so that's what it's important to find out what people
I
truly
think
want.
I don't think I don't think men want women to give up the autonomy. I don't think
No,
that's
I was talking
most
about their
men.
youth, like
Oh, the youth. Okay, okay.
yeah, because like you guys were mentioning someone for 13, and you guys got married, which is cool. But in some cases, you see women and like, oh, we lived together, and then oh, we had a couple kids, and then I kept, hoping he'd marry, but like he never truly believed in marriage. So,
I mean, but
and
if you
then
give if you gotta give somebody an ultimatum, I don't see if you want to get married by a certain age, you know what I'm saying, and the person you with ain't aligned with that shit, either you compromise or they compromise, but something gotta give because y'all clearly on two different page. You know what I mean?
I just don't even
Either,
think it should get that far. I mean, for me, if like, I mean, I've been married, like, I was married I was with my first husband for 11 years. So we have 3 kids. So, like, I understand that process. But, I do plan on remarrying, like, if it happens eventually, no more kids. But at the same time, I would kind of feel out somebody when I'm getting to know them, like how they foresee their future. What do they want? Are they like the grandpa kind of guy that wants the big Christmas parties, or are they like they want to travel and be free and maybe switch up women? They're not sure. See, that's to me is just like
I mean, in conversations, people should see if they are aligned. But I was just talking about this specifically the marriage thing. But I think what are y'all talking about? You know what I'm saying? If you if for not to not know shit like that, because the in conversation shit like that should arise. Like, what do y'all see yourself in the future, or what kind of like things you like doing? Because that's initially how you get to know people. You talk about like what you got in common and what you don't got in common.
exactly. Yep.
Okay.
And
I
it
mean,
doesn't even have to be specific to
boundaries,
yourself. It's just more of a general
there's
conversation,
boundaries
right?
that we can't cross. I
What
mean,
you
it
mean?
is what it is. I don't care how much you like the person or not. I think a lot of us would agree that crossing the racial boundary is not going to end up positive more times than not.
Yep.
It's,
What you mean?
I don't see that.
I mean, I mean, this is no disrespect, but I do
I have
believe.
friends that are married 20 plus years in interracial marriages, so I don't.
What
So you
what
with a
you
black
mean,
man right
Tyranny?
now. You're married to a black man.
What?
You're currently married to a black man.
No, I'm not married.
Oh, I thought you said you
I'm
were
divorced. No, I've been married twice though. My second, so after I was with my
divorced
first
from a
husband
black
for so long, and I got remarried after 3 years of being divorced, and I thought I knew like what husbands do. Like, okay, this is what how they
man.
act.
Who
This is
was
how
you
guys
married?
act. Because that's all I knew. And then he was just more kind of, cause a fight just so he could like disappear for the week. I'm like, oh, I'm not doing this.
Mm.
Like, so that didn't last long because I already knew what was acceptable and what was in
So
my
you
mind.
were
So
married to
I'm
a
like,
black
yeah, we don't
man.
have
Blue
kids.
Jay.
Let's just go.
I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I just want to
Are
know.
you looking to get married
Married to
again?
a black man.
Yeah,
So wait a
I would
minute.
like to
Would
be
you say
married.
tyranny? My
So,
bad.
no, I was asking
Jeez.
too. She said yes, she was married to a black man.
No, I wasn't. No,
Oh,
I dated like one black guy I dated for 2 years, but it wasn't like we lived together or anything.
But you're
so
looking to get
Okay.
married again, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm like
Yeah,
that's
she said
ideal,
married but not kids. You know what I
but
mean?
yeah, and I don't like. I'd rather be happy than be married than be unhappily married. So I'm not seeking for it, but I think that's a good life. I imagine as my kids get older and they have kids, like my youngest is 16, so kind of wait until he's like done with high school, and then I could, it opens up a little bit more
I'm
options of
guessing
like
you're in your
freedom.
early 30s.
No, I'm in the early 40s.
Oh shit, you look so young, right?
So
I have a daughter that's actually married, to be honest.
what's the best part about being married?
Oh, you just have like, you got like your teammates, you got shared goals, and you pick each other up when, each other is going through a
right.
time that they need a little, more emotional support or even like physical, maybe like I would stay at home mom for 5 years and then the other time I was work. So there wasn't just one way to do it. It was just whatever was best for us, at the time. So I think that's like for me, I like that knowing that I got like my best friend, my like
Right.
by my side,
That's what I was gonna say. I think it's the person. The person makes it the best part of marriage.
Mm.
their
Y'all,
commitment, their loyalty. That's what my second husband. When I noticed that was kind of lacking, and then he would like, he's the one that's like, no, but you're my life. I love you. You're giving up on us. Like,
right?
you gave up. Like, I'm not. I already
Right.
know what it's supposed to kind of be like, and I imagine myself having grandchildren, and he probably
Oh,
already has kids, and we just love our grandkids, and then we go on vacation, shit like that.
let me
I
finish my answer. I was just saying, like the person makes marriage great because marriage is not easy. It's pretty
right,
hard. Okay, I mean, it's a lot of commitment. Staying, struggling, knowing that you can make some money somewhere else, but you're being faithful and loyal to you. A lot of our men are dealing with background issues. We're dealing with baby mama issues. We're dealing with can't keep a job issues. So it's a lot being a wife, you know, sticking by someone that's out there struggling. Even if you got money, now I have to sacrifice with your time. Like they said earlier, I work, I gotta bring the money. So okay, well now, you know, it's not easy being a wife. But if you have a loyal, loving partner, just someone that's just gonna be there for you, like Blue Jay said, I mean, that's what makes marriage great. That's
yeah.
You
I
don't,
just knowing that it's
you
not
don't have
so
to answer
frivolous.
this,
Oh yeah,
but
go
did
ahead.
you file divorce twice, or did the man
No,
decide to divorce
actually,
you?
so my first one, we were kind of naive. Like, we were just like kind of at this, I don't know, standstill. It was just had like a couple of little things, actually, no infidelity, like, but just like a little rough patch. So we decided to separate. And I will admit, it was kind of my idea. And he didn't want to. He was like, no, people that separate get divorced. And I'm like, no, like, I don't know what else to do because, like, I can't stay, but I can't go. So we were just like, got him an apartment. My family helped furnish it. We like, still hang out and everything, but we're just kind of giving it a minute. And then, slowly, oh, this ex creeps back up, or oh, this guy, oh, he's flirting with me at the gym. And then you start to get little problems between. And actually, what happened is like we had been separated for, I don't want to say like 9 months. And he, like, I wasn't innocent either, man, but I kind of thought, well, maybe we can like let this go if we're both kind of being, we got together at 19. So, but he ended up having a girl get pregnant. So he had to file for divorce because I actually was devastated, of course, because I wasn't, yeah, I hadn't really thought that we would get divorced, I guess. I don't know why. Maybe I was naive, and he didn't either. But I did say after being mad and crying, I was like, okay, look, we're married. We have 3 kids. Like, I'll help you raise the baby. Like, and he said, no, you'll hate me. And I just kind of picture myself waking up in the night with this crying baby that's
It
like
was gonna
not
it was gonna
mine, and
come
I
up
would
every
hate
night in
him.
the argument. You were
Yeah,
gonna
so
bring it
I
up.
was like, you know what? He loves me enough, I think, to like know that I would hate him and our lives would suck. So it was hard. I mean, it was kind of a, but like I said, like because we had been through the ups and downs and like really honestly didn't fight really hardly at all. We had like pretty functional, healthy marriage, I would say. So when my second husband was giving me the stonewalling and like, you know, the gaslighting and just these like weird behaviors that I could just feel like I was in this whirlwind all the time. I'm like, oh, I can't live like this. I know I don't have to, you know. So people can think, oh, well, you got a first wife, it must be you, and that's fine. I don't care what people think. Maybe it is me too. I mean, I try to improve still, but you know, it's like every situation is different. But I think communication and like just not not trying to play with other people. Like people play too many games with people's hearts and like time. And I think that's you don't have to. There's plenty of people that want the same thing as you. So just go find them.
Right, right.
That's facts.
So what do y'all take away from the show so far? Because we about to wrap it up and get on up out of here. Look like we this was a good show. We did get to get through all of our points. What do y'all take away from the show before we wrap it up?
Um, I think I mean a lot. I agree, especially with the end of what Blue Jay said. You know, you just got to find the person that's right for you. There is a difference between divesting and just being in a interracial relationship. You know, preferring something and pursuing that only, and just versus letting just things happen. So, um, yeah, I mean, I don't think that, you know, I never really down people for opening up their options or just, you know, going where they're appreciated. So that's pretty much what the whole point of this stream was. Thank y'all for not listening, but it's all good. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know that it ended up, you know, I'm very proud of my two daughters. You know, they're beautiful and smart and kind, and I'm very excited to see what they're going to do in the future. So,
Nice. How old are they? Like age range, if you don't want to say exactly.
11 and
Are you
12.
gonna tell them to date
Oh,
black guys or date whatever
Oh
they
my
feel like
god.
dating? Are you gonna tell
Oh,
them that?
that face is. She sounds
No,
like
What
she
what
doesn't
they're
have a.
mixed.
no,
Hey,
Oh,
So
okay.
what do you want me to tell them exactly?
So you want
Yeah,
to
my
Besides,
get
daughter's
mad if they
actually
brought a
married
date
Mexican
the
and
home
people
or
who
like a
treat
she
them
white
has
guy
well.
home?
kids. I'm
Hmm?
so happy.
date before you make.
Yeah, my
Yeah, I
daughter's
mean,
the first one that did that. I
I
mean,
would
honestly, I
definitely
had my baby first before I got married, and so did my mom, and so did her mom. So my
Oh no,
daughter been
I'm just
married.
playing. I don't
She
care,
she got
girl.
married, and they've been married a year, and they don't have kids yet. They're planning it, and it's like, oh my gosh, I'm so proud of her. You know.
no, but
Well,
But
man,
that's a good point, Chocolate, though, like for real. Like I would
but we
definitely
have
encourage
to.
them to get somebody that will commit to them
Well, here's the
before they
thing:
have a family.
we have to start asking the questions and asking them in the way to get the correct answer, in the sense of dating, right? Because we'll go,
Hmm.
we send people in, and everything we saying, yeah, I 100 agree, but we have to add that deep context to it. I know y'all be thinking I'll be out here just fucking around too, but I have been working on this dating site, like for real, and I've been working on, making it where like you can meet people in a spades room. You know what I'm saying? Like if you want to have a conversation with somebody, you can continue to play spades, but talk. You know what I mean? But everybody's safe. You know what I mean? Nobody knows anybody's information. You getting to know each other, and before you even get to that place, you have to answer certain questions that's gonna bring that out. No, I'm not dropping no app. But the reason I did it is because of the things I've heard over the last 3 years about dating. I mean, people think I be joking, but literally, it has been like a sociology and psychology, journey.
well, it's like the Indian Matchmaker. I watched all those episodes, and they
Oh
really go
yeah,
off of what really is important because, like, when you get older and all that initial attraction kind of phase, you've got to have the same you got to get along well and respect each other. And
But to your point, just your basics. But see, this is just like for me, I feel like in this space we don't have enough romance. We don't talk about sex enough. Even as adults, we up here in 30 plus up here still squirming because we can't really have a discussion about what men want or what women want in that terminology, intimacy. When last time somebody hugged you? When last time you hugged someone? When
well,
last
I
time
did
you,
kind of have a little,
you know what I'm saying?
a
Nah,
quick love
you
affair with a
nah,
Costa Rican captain of the catamaran last
They're
week.
hugging their
yeah,
But
cats and the dogs.
he's
nah.
supposed
But
to
I'm
come
saying
here, but he is kind of acting annoying. Like I'm like, no, I'm not gonna sit and text you all day. Like I'm not doing. I'm a grown ass adult. Like we can
right. Well,
FaceTime
this is
later or
what I
something. But
mean.
yeah, it's stupid. I can't do it. Like for me, I cut things off maybe too quick. But I think I shouldn't say too quick. But I feel like if I'm starting to get that feeling of like I don't what's going on and like okay, so this is just one example. Obviously, I didn't put much stock in it. We just met but that was my family, my parents. I'm like, oh hey, like we're all hanging out and stuff. So it wasn't totally just some bar full, it wasn't like that. But at the same time, we lived far away. But when you feel a shift, I think a lot of the time we don't want to see it, so we put the blinders on, and it's like, well, wait, this is how I want to remember it when it was like in its perfect prime, and it's not that anymore. But people fool themselves, so that's like where we get in these like ruts, and then start to get mad and like resentful, and then it's the mess.
Yeah.
Like I said, I think romance is necessary. I think people we need to have that conversation because how are we teaching anybody anything? We have we have to give you context. Like when my mother sat me down, was like, "Listen, this is not a healthy relationship." My mother said this to me. You and your father and I are not in a good relationship. This is not what you want. Then she said and told me why I don't want that. We leave a lot of that out with our kids. We leave that a lot out with our adults. Let me go back to that. Because we're afraid of what a person is going, how they gonna react. Because you feel a certain way, we don't want to be rejected. We don't want to be talked too crazy. But life is about risk. You take a risk every time you step outside your house. Shit, you take a risk every time you take a shower. Like
And we do get
we
selfish, right? Like we kind of tend to see only how it's benefiting me. How did you do something wrong? Like you said, you made me think this, and now you're giving me this vibe. So, like me, and sometimes they might even be thinking that at all, and they might be like, well, and that's not,
well, right.
men or women. So
You jump into
sometimes I
that,
think we
yeah,
kind
and
of do.
all the time. All the time we do it to each other, men and women both, and then we miscommunicate, we assume, then we get in our, I like when people say this, fifis, and then blame the other person. Well, one, the person, the conversation can only go as well as the two people having it, right? And then you got the coping mechanisms. Like people think I be yelling. You ain't never heard me yell. I'm just loud. Like
You
my folks think
definitely be yelling. For real.
no, I don't. Anyway, you
Well,
ain't heard
sometimes
me
it's the
yelling.
audacity too. If someone's kind of trying to lie or be shady, it's like you don't think I
Girl,
get
I
something
give
else.
you
Just like be
that.
real, and I'll just
that.
move right along. I don't need like I'm just
But do
listening to
you?
words, and the
100%.
actions are
The
kind of not
therapist said
lining up.
sometimes it's good to give yourself a space, like have some time
And
to chill, I
Yeah,
guess, for a bit.
totally.
yeah,
Yeah,
step
it is.
away. Give yourself a moment. But to the realism of all of it, when we talk about, I'm just on communication, just period. When we talk about okay, the like, tyranny went to bed, huh? But what I was
She
gonna
didn't
say to
say
her,
goodbye. Oh, or did she?
yeah, she did. I don't know if she's still here or not, but because I was gonna mess with her, because when I came up, she said, "Well, chocolate is more masculine than I am," you know.
She did.
And,
I didn't hear her say that.
but
But what is? Yeah, I don't like when women are called masculine. I think it's
but
silly.
here's the thing. I don't. I in the early beginning of it, when the way it was being said to me, I thought it, was an insult. But then when I realized that the definition that they're using,
Is
yes,
like assertive.
yeah, I'm assertive. I've been a
That was, yeah.
provider. I have been a protector. I've had to hold down my whole household 20 plus years of my life without, you know what
I
I'm
don't
saying?
think
Well,
I
women can
don't
find
believe
good
I
husbands that
don't
are
believe
assertive.
that a lot of the guys that say women are masculine go that deep into it. I
I know
usually think
it.
is the
It's
main
very
thing
certain.
is over assertiveness. You know what I mean? That's what I think
But
they be talking about.
Well,
but
they
I
need
will tell you
asking questions
this.
to like clarify what do you want because this is what I
No, they
want, and if we're
won't.
not going to line up, let's just not do this.
No,
They think that they're
I'm gonna
supposed to just,
focus.
No, we supposed to read minds, girl.
or yeah, or we're
Well, here,
supposed to like just
ladies, have you
wish
noticed?
and wait and be quiet and just like if we get fucked
Yes,
over, then it's
No, you're
well at
not.
least we were
But you
feminine.
but you're
they
not.
they
You just there's other guys that appreciate the other side of it. It's
oh
just
we
that the
know.
guys who don't want masculine women, you probably don't need to worry about them, and they the guys who could deal with a masculine woman. You know what I mean?
Well, and sometimes it's like what, like for me, it's like okay, if you want to call me on like a FaceTime video thing when you have time, cool, do that. I'm gonna sit and message it all day and then like wait for a response and then maybe goes for a few hours. I'm checking the phone. I don't like being on the phone for one. It's annoying, but so for me, I'll just be clear if this doesn't work for me, and it's like no pressure. Like I don't, we're good, but I just can't do uncomfortable situations for very long. I'd rather just be free of it.
Yeah,
So
I
for
don't
me,
think if you're in an uncomfortable situation, sometimes it might not be the situation for you. However, it's
yeah,
times that you gotta be. It's times when uncomfortability is necessary. It's just probably not the situation that you should be in. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, then you kind of have to check yourself and
I
like, am I overreacting? Or yeah, I agree.
I think again the other part of that for me is the other part of that. Can y'all hear me? Okay, still
Yes,
Yeah,
hello.
yeah.
you're a little bit
Okay,
low,
great.
but we can hear you.
Okay, hold on. Let me see. Let me turn this up a little bit. But what I'm saying is what I've noticed over the last, especially the last 2 years. Let's just say the last 2 years, I've really been taking notes and focusing and listening to the ladies out here and the men. As far as not the men who are polarizing, not the women who want to sit on these pious tables. I'm just talking about regular conversation of, hey, if I was to look, where do we go? Where do you go hang out? Do you feel safe? Are you around a lot of people? Yes, all those things matter. But for us internet folk who are maybe looking for someone who is like us, that is not catered. So that's what I created. We just finished the back end of it, which
That's
I'm
cool.
excited. So we're gonna test out everything. And what it does is it makes it not clinical, like 1, 2, 3, 4, but to ask really invoking questions so you really stay okay, not just I like walks in the park.
And it's like on a video, so you can see body language and stuff.
Yeah, you guys
Okay,
can
because that's
video,
important.
you can do all of that without giving up any information. And that was my thing. I wanted to make sure you didn't have to give no information and that we could host uh the size that would offer that where it just brings safety all around for all parties involved.
Well, it's
You
going to
could
draw serious people because someone that just wants sex, they're not going to do that because why? They're not going to get it.
well, here's the thing, you have to verify. You can't this ain't plenty of fish. You here because you want to. You really here because your intent is to be here, not bother people. So that's it.
Yeah, those men that hire matchmakers, they pay like 50 grand.
And
Yeah,
that shouldn't be the case. And see, and that was another thing too. I understand price is a part of that. How do you meet? Because I had a friend ask me. She said, "Well, even if you wanted to get back into dating, how would you even do it?" I said,
I
"Child,
personally always meet in person, like at a gas station. I just met on the street.
yeah, but
But
with
at the same time, a video thing I could maybe get with because I,
yeah,
when I first got divorced from my first husband, I tried online dating and like I think it looked fine as hell in the picture. We could have funny text and then meet for dinner. It's like something about you is just like off, and maybe it's not like rude, but there's a chemistry that, but you could tell that I think on video, I would think.
I have to point this out, being that it's, oh well, I guess it ain't ladies' night where y'all at still, because it's still
Yeah,
Wednesday
it's the
here.
morning. It's Thursday.
But you know what I think is hilarious though? Is married men speaking on what single men should date, knowing damn well they
Why you
don't ever pick. No, 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 don't
why
do
you
that.
talking about? Are you talking
I,
about?
Yeah,
hold
no,
on.
they started
I
the
ain't
same
say
way, just
nothing. I didn't
hooking
say
up
nothing. I
and
didn't call
being,
nobody out. I
Okay,
just
okay,
made
okay.
a
Just
statement.
asking for
You
clarity.
messy, you messy. No, you not. You messy. You
yeah, they act
messy.
like they wrote like a business plan on what kind of wife they want and
You
went and
messy.
interviewed them
You
and shit. No, they
messy.
just hooking up with someone and then they end up like falling into marriage eventually.
But
Most people, right?
I find it interesting that married men or men who are maybe in a relationship want to sit up and with all their chests and say things with like my issue is absolutes. Don't talk in absolutes. It's like what Tyranny was doing. Yeah, I'm talking about Tyranny. She was talking about, all people thinking the same way. I don't care. You can put that
Yeah,
in.
she turned it up the race, but she does that.
You can call that women. You can say kids. You can put anybody in there. That's not a cool statement. You feel me? So it's like those type of things are always going to be there. That's never going to change. But what you can do is offer people options who don't think like that. That's all. That's all that has happened is the evolvement of people providing options for people who think differently. There are men and women who are like in polyamorous relationships here in the United States all day long. There are women only communities in the same country, hidden. And no, they're not lesbians. These are single mothers who bought
And they do
land.
what? They
These single mothers,
cohabitate or something?
yeah, they all raise their kids. Men are not allowed.
Hmm.
It's a few cultures like that. A lot.
Interesting. I always had 50-50 custody of my ex-husband, like right when we got divorced. So it was pretty easy for me to go date and stuff like that because, I had time free. I didn't, introduce my kids to anyone or even have
So
to like,
don't y'all? So do y'all
Okay, I'm
think?
sorry.
Don't y'all
Oh,
think married people are qualified to
no,
have this
no, I
conversation?
don't. No, I do
I don't know.
not.
I was married twice. If I had been given all
I
this
don't. I
advice,
think
like,
so
No, I'm
again.
talking about successfully married.
well, I
You
was married 11 years. You'd think
Successfully,
at 10
what
years, if
is?
I'm giving advice, they're probably like, she knows what the hell she's talking about, right?
I mean, I guess okay. It depends on the person. If I've taken advice from married people before,
Hold
I've
on,
taken
hold on, hold on,
advice from
hold on.
married men.
They can give you advice how to stay
Chocolate.
married,
So
not
what
how
is
to
Yeah.
stay married.
classified as a successful marriage? Does it got to be over a certain amount of years?
Exactly. Who knows?
No, no. I think a successful marriage is respect, trust, communication, intimacy, and the fact that y'all got a plan that y'all on the same level. Y'all want the same shit. Like
Mm.
I don't see
Like you
this
get
rocket
principles.
science. Like
Like
it's
before we
not
got married,
when we
his dad
do
was a
it.
pastor, so he gave us like,
Yeah,
don't go to bed mad, and just little like tips. But read the Bible, pray together, like stuff like that. Those are things married people can get, but can they necessarily say what's out in the dating market, how to get this or that? No, because
right. Yeah,
it's
the dating
happenstance
part.
how they ended up
Yeah,
together, right?
it's changed. Yeah, you've been with somebody 10 years. Being out the game 10 years is a long time. Things have changed.
Yeah, and if they got divorced, they might not find what they're looking for, or they might be like me. And I thought I just okay, this is how men act when they're married. I mean, and then get married, and it's like, wait, why is he like packing up a backpack and like causing a fight? And I don't hear from him in 24 hours, and he's been in Vegas like gambling and shit. It's like what the hell? And now he's like back home, wants to be the family man again. Seeing a daughter too. It's like, no, we're not doing that. Like, but I just assumed because my first husband would never have done something like that, so I just didn't even think it was a thing. So I think they are a little overconfident on how much like they know, so they can be helpful by this works for us or whatever, but not in how to get
I
out
mean,
in the dating. I don't think.
I think all advice should be taken with a grain of salt, but I just think some people may be more credible than others. You know what I'm saying?
And a lot
I
of them
mean,
got married young. It's a lot
Yeah.
easier.
but see,
Hey,
that's what I'm
ladies.
saying. Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry. I'm getting ready to go ahead and drop a thank y'all so much for
Okay.
being up here. Blue Jay, I know this is your first time, right?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever been up here, have I? I don't think I've been on the panel. I was around for a while, but yeah.
Now you've been in the chat, but you haven't been on the panel.
Okay. Yeah, thanks
All
for
right.
inviting me up.
Yeah, no, definitely,
Oh, hell
definitely
yeah.
come back. Chocolate, definitely, thank you like always, sis. All right. Everybody else that came up on the panel, the fellas, witch doctor, I'll holler at you, okay?
All right, LA.
I'll hunt down
Appreciate
too.
you.
I know you're
All
trying your
right.
account, so
All
Okay.
right, LA.
I appreciate you. I'll
Bye.
be around.
Right.
Good night, guys.
All
The
right.
show over. Good night.
I mean, I'm letting. I got like 15, 20, 30 more minutes in me the most.
How you counted it out like that? No,
Is
I
that is
just
going to
came through.
stream?
I
Is
saw
it
you
streaming?
was up. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it's
still
streaming.
out.
And it's still on over at Tyranny. Y'all make sure y'all hit Tyranny like button. You know what I'm saying? I'm actually working whilst I'm chopping up with y'all. I got some shit that I'm doing on the back end, some graphics and shit.
Nice, nice,
Yeah, man.
nice. I like I said, I think that again, if representation was there for us as Black folks, I think it wouldn't be this hard to define the things that we talk about out here. I think we trying to, we want to see what was available at that time. Like we have to see these things being played out, just the same way we see baby mama drama or you 304s or brothers flexing or you out here checking another dude for his stuff. Like none of those things have changed in the sense of power dynamics. Somebody always want to be at the top. Somebody is cool with being in the middle or at the bottom, if that's what you want to call it. But a lot of it is, we talking about
But I
money.
do think it's needed. I do think hierarchy be needed in different
You're
scenarios.
never
You know
going
what
to
I
get
mean?
away from hierarchy. Yes, I agree with you completely. Because again, law wouldn't be created if man was so easy to deal with. You feel me? And I don't mean man like just men. I'm just saying,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
the law was written, to stop people from doing shady shit. Like that's because people will do shady shit. It's the same thing within relationships. Like no one is saying I'm not giving
No,
advice. You know what I mean? It's
and show the Rick in the chat. I'm not I never felt like I was part of the gender war thing. Like, you know what I'm saying?
yeah, I
I'm a
don't.
guy and I'm gonna mostly align or see things from a guy perspective, but that don't means I don't wanna hear the other perspective too. You know what I'm saying? I'm not like I never felt, but I ain't gonna hold you though. I am definitely exhausted with that shit, man. I'm
Yeah, me
exhausted with that
too.
type of
That's
content.
why I haven't really been. Well, I've been working on this stuff, so I'm excited about that because I got like this whole like it's a 3-part thing. So you got the audio stuff, then you got the dating, site, and then you got something else I got cooking in the background. So
What question is that? Windchime. What was the question?
he's saying
Yeah,
what is
Unc is Red Pill Ranger. Yeah, that is Red Pill Ranger. Unc be streaming. That's his new channel.
he said that he could get divorced today and be married by the fall.
Damn. I
So
wouldn't
here,
advise him to do that, but it's
but this
possible.
is what Unc said. This is what he just said in the chat. He said, I can be divorced today. I want to know what a divorce today is. And married by the fall. So that ain't even 6 months because we already in July. You're doing illegal things, sir. You're going to go to
Hey,
jail.
if JP could do it, this man could do it. If JP, you know what I'm saying?
Why do you keep bringing him up every time I come around here? I'm going to stop coming over here.
JP.
That's right. What the fuck, DJ? What the fuck was that shit with the black look? Bruh, you want me to come over to your house and fight
No,
you?
it was entertainment purpose. Y'all was
You want me to
just
come over
acting
and
out.
fight you in your
Y'all
face?
was actors. They were actors, y'all. They were act. It was a
I
skit.
wasn't acting. I was being me. No, Jay Prince is creepy. Always has been. He's a creep.
Yeah. And Candy Cane, the stream is gonna still be up. The stream is gonna be up still.
All
You looking
right,
for a
bro.
queen, a
Y'all going to
stepmama, yeah?
bed then? Who? Wait,
Yeah,
what?
I'm
Hold
gonna.
on. Who got a stepmom? What? But
No, he looking for a stepmom
well,
and
y'all
a
should
queen,
do
you
a
know.
show. There you go. There the money right there. Find y'all the dudes.
J
Find
Prince
him a
find him a
lady.
queen. Well,
Yes,
yeah.
there you
Right, right.
go. There go your money. Y'all do that for your boy.
But I don't think nobody gonna come up to try to.
You'll be surprised. You'll be
They
fucking
might they'll creep
surprised.
on the low in his inbox, but they ain't gonna do it
No,
in
that ain't
public.
true. That ain't true. Kendra G is famous for something because people don't care. At first, listen, yeah, now sure her numbers is big, but I remember when again, and people are still going up there. People still going to pop the balloon. Do you know how many versions of pop the balloon it is on the internet now?
Yeah.
I mean, it's so many versions. The old people one. The old people one made me
That
sad
one
as
funny.
God. It was funny as hell, but so sad. I said I quit.
Their standards are high too, you know.
Yeah, the old people one was like,
No,
damn, they still holding on to standards they had since way back. You know what?
yes,
You
they
gotta respect the willpower. You know what I'm saying?
listen.
They dying with their standard.
I believe people should find love at any age they want to find it. Who is anyone
But
to say
but you holding the same standards forever. That shit is that's some willpower for you. That's like, hey,
right? People don't stay the same forever. Life changes. The
that's
seasons
why
change.
that's why the dating standards should change.
Right. You should be honest with yourself first. What do you want? And that's why I said a lot of the questions that people have to fill out, they're about them. Like, what do you want? How do you feel about this? How do you feel about that? Because again, if you focus more on, oh, tell us about who you want, instead of tell us who you are so we can match you with people who really have your interests in mind. There are women out here. You want a traditional wife? I bet I can find you one.
Mm.
I bet you on the interweb, I could find you a woman in this country, attractive, but do you deserve that though? If you look like a monkey, don't just stop. You
But
Damn.
look
some
like
women don't care.
I
They'll take
care.
you.
If you look like a freak face, you gotta go. Love ain't bringing me here, buddy. Y'all, the lights ain't dark enough. Yes, it's some men that I have turned down because they look like mud and dove.
Yeah.
Like I told, listen, I say this every time. My mother scarred me for life. She said, "Every man look at him because you
She
can have
trained her well.
a baby." You, yeah, she's the. I look at details. I want to see if you sickly. I mean, dudes can be sickly. Like, look at your man. Look at his eyes. Look at his eyes, Maury. With other monkeys, though, Rick. Other monkeys deserve monkey love. Monkeys ain't asking for other love.
Yeah.
And
But
if
there's
you,
other love that asking for monkey love.
yes, and good for them. I'm just not in that box. I'm not. I don't check that. I'm shallow. So
Yeah.
that I'm gonna be real. I want to look at you. Why would I want to hang around you then? And look, I would only marry an ugly man if it was all about the money. Cause he already know why I'm with him, and I know, and he know why I'm with him, and I know why he with me.
This is getting kind of.
Getting
Shows
gay.
the Ong be streaming. He said married people can help single people because we never stop dating.
Lies,
I have to date my wife daily and forever, still be funny, charming, romantic, etc.
lies, the lies,
Lord Jesus.
lies,
I ain't
lies.
gonna hold you. Uncle and his family look like they got like a happy Joe. They probably pull pranks on each other and shit. You know what I'm saying?
I don't
Like,
know. I don't know that man. I don't know that man house. I'm just fucking with him. But again, his dating advice is a little scary. That's all I'm gonna say.
but what I would say, how we be on these panels, it don't really reflect like you know what I'm saying. Is like yeah, I think he come over here to get his shit off. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, I know they do. That's what they do, especially late night. I noticed that you get a lot of older dudes late at night because they
I mean,
wife
as
be
long as you're
sleep.
not JP, you can lie about it and get away with it, you know?
Because your
Just
wife sleep. Miss Susie went to bed. I'm just playing, but if you're gonna sleep, go ahead and go to sleep, man. I ain't gonna keep you up. I just came up here, talk my shit, see what y'all was up to.
Appreciate you for coming through. Sound like you've been busy putting in that work. You know what I'm saying?
I'm trying
I
to
need
work
to
it.
check out that dating spade site. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
I'm not looking for nobody. I just want to see the.
He's
I just
looking to
want to
host
check
it.
the
Well,
workout.
because what I'm gonna do is this: after we go live,
Mm,
I'm offering free advertising for like the diaspora,
okay.
so we can. To me, I feel like because as you get closer into the holidays, that money slow down on YouTube.
Oh yeah, yeah, for sure. Cause people
However,
be having other stuff to do.
however,
What up, Ronald?
with this situation going on, the things that we have going on, this is a great time because there's not enough content being created at mass because you got a lot more people who are getting their television from the internet. They do everything on their phone, on their tablet, on their computer.
Word.
So you have such a great opportunity. Like I was saying, like you could put movies on Amazon. You can motherfucking put shows and shit on Roku. Like this is what I mean when I say we could without no money. Let's say $0. We could create enough stuff to bombard the internet with positive shit about black relationships, black love, whatever it may be, black
Mm,
education, whatever. It could be flooded.
okay.
These spaces are open. Pause. But these spaces are available, and so that's what I'm dabbling in. So I know the brother just came up. Nice to see you, Mr. 804. I'm right here till y'all say goodnight.
Hey, what's up, Chocolate? It's been a long time.
Long time, yes. How you doing?
I'm all right.
Yeah. All right now. What's going on, sir?
What's going on with you, Doctor?
What up, bro?
Yeah, I went to sleep and woke up and y'all was still on.
You burning the oil, the midnight oil, man.
What are
Yeah.
you on? 8 hours right now? Streaming?
Now I've been here like 5 hours, going almost 6, 5:50.
Nice, nice.
I remember them early
Yep.
Yesterday you got that
days.
money.
Them
You say
12
what?
hours. Them 12 hour
Yesterday you
streams. I
got that
remember them
money.
early days because you was trying to get monetized. I was on
Oh
there too.
yeah, yeah,
I remember being up on the struggle stream. We up all night like, what are we talking about? What hour is this? Yeah.
yeah. I was up. I was trying to get monetized. I was at work, streaming from work. You know what I'm saying? Got into trouble a couple of times.
Oh
I was
no.
like, nah, I gotta get monetized, bro.
Oh,
Cause
that's
I'm persistent when I want something. I'm like, you know what I'm
same
saying?
way. Same way. Don't tell me what I can't do, child. I'm telling you. So
Right, right, right. As long as I see a way, even if the way is not working out, as long as I started a way, I'm gonna keep trying to find other ways. Cause I don't like starting and gotta turn back. You know what I mean?
that's it. You gotta keep going forward. Like, yeah, you get stuck. Like I have projects that are stuck. Like I have to leave them where they are.
Yeah.
Boom, I got another one over here. Keep it popping. Okay, I'm gonna stop talking. This brother might have something to say.
Oh, Ronald, go ahead, Ronald. What you got?
Um, I don't know, y'all. Okay, when I fell asleep, y'all was on interracial stuff.
Mm.
Um, what did y'all do in the middle? Like about an hour ago.
I mean, for the most part, we talked about interracial dating and just dating expectations in general.
Okay. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, I never really did the interracial dating thing, and me personally, I think there's nothing wrong with it. I think, I think, it's already difficult already to find somebody, as we could see. So if you find somebody to rock with you, that's another race. I think you should
Yeah.
go for it. I think, I, sometimes we always talk about if you date somebody else, if you marry somebody else, are you still pro black? And some people say no, but like I said, the hell with it. You go, with whoever. Like I said, we're willing to rock with you, and that's a beautiful feeling when you find somebody.
Yeah,
You
we
know,
gotta define and we gotta start defining what pro black is.
you
Cause you
know,
could have a whole black family, but you'd spend your money elsewhere. You know what I'm saying? So what really is pro-black? Is it like multifaceted? Is it just one way to be pro-black? You know what I'm saying? We got to start redefining that shit.
Yeah, I mean,
Right.
to tell the truth, I think like every time I hear people have that conversation, I always laughing in the background because like some people, like I said, some people think, yeah, if you marry a white person, if you marry somebody of another race, you're not pro-black. And like I said, me personally, I always go from the Bible, right?
Mm.
And Moses married women who were not Israelites. You can't tell me he's not pro-Israelite, So like I said, go with whoever rock with you, and because there's a lot of I see a lot
Total.
of single people talking about asking people, like always chastising people for not marrying somebody, the same race. So like I said, at the end of the day, find somebody that's willing to rock with you. It's like I said, it's a beautiful feeling. And I know sometimes people always say it might be difficult, but I think for the most part, like 90-something% of us, we want the same thing when it comes to a relationship or when it comes to family and stuff. Is that small percentage, that we always think, oh, we won't be able to get along with somebody of another race. But I think the first thing is respect. If you respect the other person, you respect their family, you respect their background. I don't think there won't be a lot of confrontation and stuff like that. It's all about respect.
Mm. Yeah, I think most people naturally
Well,
gravitate to their own race when it comes to dating. But some people, depending on how they grow up, they might be exposed to other races, or they might be exposed to their own group in a negative way that make them try to even venture off to the other side. So I do think it's about your experiences.
Yeah,
of
and I
course,
know.
it's a
Go ahead.
mixture. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's a
You can
mixture
go ahead, chocolate.
to what you guys were saying, and even from that standpoint here in the US, we do I don't subscribe personally, but I know that we push this ideal that okay, we're going to take everybody as they are, right? We know that that's not true. We shame each other for being, we want to look at you want your man or your woman to look a certain way. Um, but we don't focus on traits. This is why I was
Mm.
saying the focus should be on traits. Are you looking for a woman who is um I'm trying to think of a good one. I don't want to use the same ones I hear all the time. Um who I'll just use this one. Integrity. Do you know the definition of integrity? Here's an example of what that looks like. Is that the type of woman you want in your life? And I think that, and not to take anything away from adults and say, oh, y'all stupid or you don't get it, but I think because we've always been focused on this, well, get yourself stable, then you get you a family, then you get you a husband, then all of these things are supposed to fall in line. And what you have is a lot of broken people who had expectations given to you and you were lied to about how this all works, because again, if we're not talking about traits, we've raised ourselves and raised other people to be like, oh, it's okay that you and your husband live in the same house but y'all have nothing in common. Oh, but they stayed together for 50 years though. Do you think that was a fulfilling marriage for the people involved? Okay, so they had kids. That is fantastic. But we forget about the people who, I think, if they're in the best mental health, if they're in the best physical and spiritual health in their relationship. Now, I'm not saying that 100%, I'm saying healthy. That don't make you 100, you know what I'm saying? Like all of us ain't 100%, but if you healthy at some point, you ain't out here wilding, you ain't out here cheating, beating, lying, stealing, thieving, that kind of stuff. You're not
Mm.
belittling your partner. You're not using sex as a weapon. You're not trying to manipulate and she gotta do and he gotta do and it's a duty. Like, this is how we talk about relationships. What sounds fun about that? And then you
So
ask,
you don't think it? So you don't believe that it should be based on duty?
hold on, no, because again, when you use the terminology, think about the words that get people triggered out here, DJ.
Mm.
Think about the words that get people triggered the most. Men and women both. But yet and still, we won't go and change it and try to find a new way to talk about it. We'll keep using the same shit and tell somebody, well, you just gonna have to get over it. And it's like, come on, man. Like, what's the point of reading and education in words if we not gonna try to communicate better? So I land here. You cannot ask for all these assertive things that I just named off, right? You want me to be assertive with your children. You want me to be assertive with our home. You want me to be assertive with our lifestyle. Get along with your family. Get along with my family. You want me to step out if I have a job. You want me to be assertive in that. Those things, a person's
But I don't hear. I don't. I could be wrong, but I don't hear men in large number asking women for assertiveness. I could be wrong though.
But I'm not saying it's not a right or wrong. What I'm using assertiveness because that's the last one. But what I'm
Okay.
trying to land is this: when we get into talking about emotions and traits, like using the phrase emotional intelligence, okay? A person can be
Yeah.
emotionally intelligent, but that doesn't mean they're emotionally available. Do you get what I'm saying? Like those are two things.
That's
I
right. That's
can,
true.
you know what I mean? Like I'm guarded. I'm not trying to let nobody into my world, but I'm emotionally intelligent with myself.
Mm.
I'm self-aware. I understand. And that is what men have to get to that place, to that level of depth. That's why I was bringing all that shit up. Because I would like for men to go, not that you got to study it, not that you got to be some philosopher, but if you're going to talk in absolutes, at least look at what is going on around us. That's it. And look at traits. What traits? These are traits that you are looking for in a person. Yeah, you like a big booty. I like a man with a nice chiseled chest. Hey, I'm just being 1,000. However, I know that that is not a whole man. That's just a chiseled chest.
Mm.
So y'all got it. Roxy said I gotta land it, so I'm gonna go and land it here.
What say you,
Um,
Rana?
yeah, duty is very important. And me personally, I think love comes first, and all these other things like duty falls under that umbrella. You know, there are going to be times where you might be upset with your husband or wife or whatever you have,
Mm.
but you know, the job still has to be done. You know,
Okay.
for example, let's say I'm supposed to take like work on my wife's car or something like that. You know, or change, you know, like just even change like an air filter or whatever, and we get in an argument. You know, I'm not gonna be like, screw it, I'm not gonna do it anymore. You know, because I know she got to go. I know she needs the car in like 3 hours or something to go somewhere. You know, so even though you still upset with that person or something happened, you don't just run away. You know that, and you have to chill. Even if you have children, you don't just run away from your responsibilities or because you're upset. You know, so I think always in that, always having that mindset that yeah, that is still my wife, and for the women, that's still my husband. So I still gotta take care of what need to be taken care of in the household.
Mm.
So I think duty is very important because I've had this conversation before where people get upset that they leave for hours, like they just take off and leave the house for hours to come back to cool off or whatever like that. But I always tell them, yo, for the most part, you should have a house. For the most part, you might have a good sized house that even if you're upset with that person, just go to the other side of the house. You
Mm.
don't always have to go leave and stuff like that because, especially if you have children, that's your responsibilities that you're neglecting.
Okay.
So yeah. So I think duty, especially in my marriage, me and my wife could get in an argument, but I don't leave her hanging. And I think that's one of the reasons why we've been married for so long.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Go ahead.
Do you guys have date nights still?
Not a lot now, especially because we have kids and work and everything like that. But we still have it from time to time.
Do you think it's important to carve that time out?
Yeah, I think it's important.
This is where I was saying, like, I understand and I respect, mad respect to you. Congratulations to you and your family. Like I said, I think that part of it is fantastic. If you can like somebody longer than 45 minutes, okay, great. That is great. Because I think what's missing again when I talk about traits is the traits from what idealisms are you bringing to the dating space. And this is what, like, I was messing with but if you're married and you've got the opportunity, you're lucky and you blessed to have found the opportunity to make a life with someone. That is not easy. And if we telling each other the truth, I know you said, you can't, sometimes, yes, it's your responsibility. However, I think I would rather you go leave. I would rather a woman leave. I'd rather a man leave if you cannot handle if that's your coping skill. Because if you go to the other end of the house and you still fussing, the kids are going to hear you. Kids know. They may not say nothing, but they know. They feel it too. So I think coming from that type of household where there was that, oh, we gonna make up and break up all the time, it leaves this weird dynamic of how am I supposed to deal with a man that doesn't want to tell me about his emotions? He doesn't want to be vulnerable with me, but I owe him duty. And so for you, the word duty might be like, yeah, you still right, that equals responsibility. And that's why I was saying earlier, breaking down the definitions of that, because for women it feels like why does it feel like a job to be with you?
But that's how men feel too. It does
I
feel,
know.
some of it is gonna feel like a job, but it's not supposed to be. Your relationship in general is gonna feel like a job a little bit, because relationships is like not a 100% natural
No,
thing.
that's not
We
what I'm
still
talking
doing it manually. It's not something like we automatically do. You know what I'm saying? It's something that you got to learn to do. It's not like you plant a seed, it grow. You know what I'm saying? That is natural. This is something that we got to like put some sort of effort into to make this shit work. If you
Yeah,
leave it, most of it autopilot, if you leave two different people that born different places, that grew up in different households together, it's not gonna just automatically mesh like that. You know what I'm saying?
but I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying again is what traits what traits do men talk about? If they feel that way as well, then maybe the way that you're addressing it, the reason why it's not being heard is because maybe what you think you asking, you're not. Maybe the communication isn't there because you're not even understanding what you're requiring. That's what I'm
You,
talking about. I'm
you
not.
know this thing. I used to, because I'm from the more spiritual side of YouTube. You know what I mean? And I used to be on that soulmate, um what you call the other one, twin flame and all of that stuff. And what I come to the realization is relationship work because people want that shit to work, and a lot of us expect it to just magically work. It's just like when we expect each other to magically read each other mind. Nah, this shit takes some sort of physical
Of
effort to make it
course.
happen. You know what I
Yes, that's
mean?
what I mean. But not just physical. It all starts mental. Like nothing.
You're right, it's
It all
mental.
starts
You're right,
mentally.
it's mental too.
It's all mental. But before you even get to this place, because I don't want to go down one street, where I'm staying is I like a man who has a good sense of humor. I like a man who can laugh at himself and who like bad jokes, who like people like Eddie Murphy, like a Raw back in the day, and Red Fox and shit like that, right?
But you know what though? What you talking about is the painting of the house. You're not talking about the stuff that need to keep the
No,
house together.
yes,
Like,
it
you know what I'm saying?
does. Because one day, if you say one more thing about my records, or you one day you fed up because this ain't your track, but we ain't never really talked about it. You tired of me playing it, and then one day my records is gone. One day my song missing. One day, whatever the,
Man,
the
you
case may
bugging.
be.
I
No,
could.
I'm not. I know y'all. Listen, I know y'all think I'm bugging, but go over to Mary TikTok, okay? Go listen to some of their stories. I'm not saying this. I'm not making this shit up. This is stuff other human beings have shared on the internet. It can't be all making this stuff up. And it doesn't mean marriage is bad. That's not what I'm saying. Please don't put that there. What I'm saying is, okay, for instance, I like a man who is touchy feely. Like I
None
like
of this stuff, you see this, and that's what I'm saying.
no,
That
listen,
stuff.
you're not
Go
listening.
ahead, go ahead. I'm about because you sound like you was about to land. Go ahead.
I was, but you not because you want to say, oh, this the stuff that you pay. No, emotionally,
Mm,
and spiritually and physically, I want to connect with my mate.
okay.
Think of it almost like Avatar, if you've ever seen it. If we in what we describe, we swear we won't, is like that. That turn, that twist, that connection together, man and woman, or however that may go. But what where I'm not going is the old trope. What I'm saying is successful marriages that I've learned from and read about or talked to people about
Mm,
was because one, they had similar traits, similar taste. They were looking for the same things in life. They both wanted a lot of kids. Not one had to pressure the other one to have children. Those things make a difference, just those little tweaks. And that's what I'm talking about, like the little details we miss because you want to say, oh, well, that's painting the house. Hey, look, women say it all the time. Don't walk by me in the kitchen and don't grab what's behind here. Now, don't do that now. You wrong. That's disrespect in a black woman's kitchen. Don't come in here. Now grab you a handful of cheek or slap something before you walk back out.
I mean, a lot of that stuff is
It is
good, but a lot of that stuff ain't the stuff that is
what
like the
what ain't
meat and potatoes of the
it is
relationship.
the meat and potatoes because it's the little things that add up to the big thing. You can't ignore those small things. Like, okay, say for instance, one of my exes, I used to write notes in his lunch. Now
Oh,
we
that's what's up.
grown, right? But he came to me one day and he was like, man, I ain't think something like that would have an effect on me. But when the day you stopped doing it is when I realized it had an effect. That I look forward to that made part of my day, that made me feel better in some form within that time frame. What is wrong with those things? Why do we run from that kind of connection? It is a part of that. Those are, if you go listen to women and if you go ask your woman, ask what the biggest complaints are now. It ain't your money. That's a false. It ain't y'all's dad bodies. That ain't it either. It is lack of connection. You got
But
men
you
that
got, but a lot of times people can't. People should have that initial connection
but they
going
don't.
into the relationship, right? That's
How?
the attraction part. You know what I mean? And it's yes, it should be maintained, but there's other stuff that is required that's more important that should be
What?
prioritized over that stuff.
What is prioritized over being intimate and close with your partner? Besides sex.
keeping
Outside of
keeping
okay, you can still do it.
keeping your household together,
So
raising
you
your
can't
kids,
you
make
can't
sure
do both.
everybody's safe. You could do both, but you could do both. I could walk and chew bubble gum, but I gotta prioritize walking or chewing
Don't
bubble
you
gum. You know what I'm
didn't
saying?
you say you on here live with us now and you working on shit in the back, right?
All right.
Come on, DJ. Why y'all do
But
that?
I'm prioritizing the live
Exactly.
because it's this
But
what's
it
needed in the
doesn't
press.
stop
Look,
you.
the reason why I'm prioritizing the live is
Let me
because
tell you
logically is what's needed in the
that.
present moment. But
Right.
afterwards, when I'm finished this, I could continue doing my work that I'm doing in the back end because
Exactly. We're saying the same thing, DJ. I
yeah,
mean,
this one
I'm
I'm not saying that we shouldn't pay attention to the emotional connections and all of that stuff, but there's a lot more stuff when we get to a certain age. There's a lot more
more
stuff that's
stuff.
needed.
What? What? You're not
Like what
giving me.
like
I'm
what I'm
giving
saying,
you
holding
stuff.
the household, keeping your household in order. You know
No,
what I'm saying?
But that's not an all the time, everyday job. You pay the
What are you?
rent,
Wait a
you
minute.
pay the
Wait a minute. Keeping
mortgage.
your household, even when a man,
Oh
most
no,
dudes will
DJ, you
tell you,
about to
right?
do it. You
Look at
about to
this.
do
Most
it.
niggas that
Nope.
tell you, chocolate.
You
Even
know
if I
that's not
go
what
to
I'm
sleep,
talking about.
just before I go to sleep, I'm thinking about a million things that
No,
I
I'm
gotta
not
do.
talking about that.
You know what I'm saying?
Stop
Let me let
that.
Auntie to the stage. I was
Stop
just
that.
about to redirect to you, Auntie, and it looked like you finished.
I'm done.
Hey, what's up? What's
Let
up,
me take
Ebony?
this so to
What's good?
redirect.
What's good?
Chocolate over here harassing people. You know what I'm saying?
You
Usual.
know what? I'm the villain, and that's okay. I took my role in 2025. I love it.
That
Thank you. Thank you very much.
you
All,
play a
I'm gonna
good
keep
villain, though.
saying it. I'm gonna keep. Yes, I am. Thank you very much. I will tell you this again. There are things like your woman done told you at one point in time. There's things about you that she was into when and the why she love you, or she say to you, I like the way that you laugh, or I like the way your eyeballs is made, whatever the case may be. Like I gave my men compliments. I don't know about y'all. I'm just saying how I did, and I think men like compliments, and I give them freely. I give you your flowers. You don't got to be my man. I know some men and some women take that offense. I've learned my lesson. Gave the wrong man a compliment. I had to get girly straight. I was like, boo boo, I don't want your man. Just giving a compliment.
Yeah.
And I find that men get squirmy and uncomfortable with intimacy, especially when it's flipped on them. That's why I like to do it. I do. That's why I pamper the men I'm with. That's why I be like, yeah, let go. Let me see. What's up? Same
Yeah.
thing.
I
Yeah.
mean, you see what happening to a lot of guys is just they probably don't know if you know what I'm saying. They probably don't know if you teasing them or it's some real
How am I
shit. You know what I'm
teasing
saying?
them? How am I teasing them? And how am I?
Because
How
most guys ain't used to being approached. You know what I mean? It's not
I
like a
didn't say I
normal thing.
approached you. I said that if there is someone and that wants to be in my life, I
Mm.
tell them up front. If you decide you want to be mine, just know my handprints is about to be all over your body. Just know that.
Yeah, I don't think most people got a problem with it
That's not
if
true.
they're
Stop
attracted
it.
to you.
Go ahead. Stop it. Stop
Yeah,
it.
chocolate. That's part of the dating stages. You're
No,
not
it's
gonna
not.
like. Yeah, if you like to touch your partner, you're gonna be doing that during the dating stage. So
Right.
you'll be able to figure
I
that
should
out. I
be
think.
doing it. I should be doing it. No, what I'm saying to y'all is again, not don't compartmentalize it at that place. What I'm talking about is men and women both like to feel good. And there's nothing wrong with feeling good in your relationship. And it doesn't take away from the household, the fucking kids, the dog, none of that. But there's nothing wrong with taking an hour, a night, a weekend, something, and appreciating each other for creating whatever y'all decided to create. That's
And
all
I
I'm
think
talking about.
most people do. I just think after a while, when a lot of people get kids or they get busy in their life, or sometimes even all of that touchy feely stuff, they probably get desensitized to that and they got more other things to prioritize. It's not like that shit is non-existent. It's just that a lot of grown people just prioritize other shit. If we was all living like hippies and then had
Well, then
responsibilities, we
hippies
could have do
have
that shit. You know what I'm saying?
responsibilities. Hey man, my mama called me a hippie. Don't do that. Hippies have responsibilities, sir.
What
Anyway,
responsibilities a hippie has?
the responsibility of making sure his life good or her life good. That's all the
I don't know what
responsibility.
hippies you know.
I
But most
well, I don't
hippies I know
know.
is trying to have the least responsibilities as possible.
Again, definition of hippie. Mom, when my mama called me a hippie, she was talking about because I'm not wound up tight, I guess. However they put that back in the day. That's how my mama just. My parents were hippies, I guess you could say. My mama definitely was. But nah, man, I'm just saying, like, y'all don't like getting massages. Y'all don't
Who
like
don't like get
having
every? I never know a nigga that said he ain't like getting no
okay,
massage.
from your woman, from your girlfriend, from like this
Who
is what I
don't?
mean
Who
by
else? This who you gonna get? This who you gonna mainly get the massage
okay.
from?
Hold up.
Unless you go
All
into a
right,
massage
I
parlor.
ain't got nothing else to say, DJ, because you're
When
gonna do it.
can I
What you
jump
gonna do?
in?
Go
You
Yeah,
ahead,
got it,
jumping
Aunt.
right
sir.
now.
All right. So some a lot of times, like I get it. Some people are just like that. They want to be touchy feely and shit like that. And other people, it's like, yo, that shit's cool until it's not. Like, people don't want to be bogged down with all types of distractions. As far as things like massages and all of that other stuff, I know I'm the type of person, like, most people don't know what the fuck they're doing when they come to a massage. Like, for real. I hire a masseuse to get that crick out of, you know what I'm saying? To get that shit out of there. Like, if all you're gonna do is fucking just, probably gonna make shit worse. You know, for real. Like,
This nigga trying to say you got manly hands, Chocolate. This man disrespectful.
I prefer to have some little Asian woman with some strong ass fucking hands to get that shit out. I don't need no happy ending and none of that shit. So
I'm
ain't
just
no any
antique
massage you can do a
woman.
no hands massage. Don't use your
Y'all
hands.
no
Show me what you
creativity.
can do without your hands. Other than that, you probably don't know what the fuck you're doing.
Oh my God, y'all
I know you. Sometimes you gotta teach them how to give you a massage. And let me address this because I want to leave my boy Illa leave his stuff on red. So the Illa for the $20 to 19.99. You know what I'm saying? He said keep grinding. He also said, I think this one is pertaining to what we're talking about. He said the problem is people don't create true connection. They're just having sex and then try to learn the nuances of their mate after the fact. You must know your mate has emotional intelligence before intimacy, not after. You know, and that's what go to what Ronald was saying. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Illa for the motherfucking channel support. Appreciate you, bro.
Money counting team. Money counting team. Money counting team. Money counting team. It's so exciting. Money counting.
What y'all think about it?
And things like feeling good and good vibes and all of that shit. That shit is subjective. You know, what feels good to one person might not feel good to the other person, and what feels good to one person right now just don't feel good to the other person. Like, you might want to get touchy feeling, and the other motherfucker just want to be alone for a minute. You know,
And you know what, Ant, is not all about what feel. Your relationship shouldn't be based on what feel good. That's some blind shit. You know what blind people do? How they move around by just feeling. It is.
Wait. Hold on, DJ. Now hold on, y'all.
The feelings in your relationship should low key be on autopilot already. Cause why y'all together if y'all ain't feeling each other? The other thing need more conscious manual attention, Chocolate.
No, don't call my name like that. I know what I'm doing. I choose to be single. But if I have a man, I know what to do. I like a man like I like big men. I like big men because I like men who like to eat. Because I like to cook. And I ain't talking about no little bitty plate. Healthfully, yes. But I like a man that want to play the food. He gonna throw some ribs on the grill. I don't come to me talking about you know vegan, boo boo. We not doing that. I like to have my food natural. I like corn from the cob. I like the shuck shit. You know what I mean? Like, that's a part of me, right? However, no one knows that unless I tell you or you're in my circle, right? So if I meet a guy, wouldn't it behoove me to say to him, hey, bro, look, this is what I do. This is what I like. This is, and then it's like, but I can't be romantic with my man because that's what y'all saying.
Hold up, no. Here's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying, right?
Stop, please.
No. Before you tell
you gotta let him.
I'll tell you what I'm saying.
It was.
Let him go, and you got it right after Chocolate.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'll tell you what I'm saying. Like, most men don't want a chick that comes with an instruction manual like that, because that shit is subjective. So you say a lot of things that you like, but that dude is going to want to please you. And then sometimes he's going to want to be pleased. And sometimes being pleased is like, yo, just go the fuck over there. Like, you can go cook now. You don't have to touch me right now. I kind of just want to it gets like that sometimes. But you see, but look at this.
Wait a minute, and I got you, chocolate. Wait a minute, Ant. I want him to finish after this, right? This is what I'm saying. That is called in consideration, chocolate. Because look, a lot of times y'all want to be touched, but
Okay,
as
I'm done.
guys, the reason why, look at this, the
No, it's
reason
not.
why, but chocolate, look at this. The reason why guys, when they go in a waiting room, we skip a chair. When we go to the pissing stall,
No,
we
no.
skip a
I ain't
stall.
going to
Is
no
because
nowhere.
guys know that each other value our
I'm
space
not.
and our
Are
solitude.
y'all? But
You know what
hold
I'm
on. Are
saying?
y'all
And but
fucking
you,
me? You're not. We're talking about fucking
no, that's what
period.
I'm. You see,
Right?
you don't
Being in
even
a
want to
relationship
understand.
is
Nah,
You
one
don't.
thing.
I don't even think you want to
What do you
understand.
mean? You
You
don't
don't even
understand
want to
me.
understand. You
nigga,
want
You
to
don't.
tell us
You
somebody
don't
that is
try and
crazy.
understand.
fuck what you
You want to.
want as a goddamn
That
man.
is
The
wild.
only
What is
thing
That
you?
is
anybody gives a
crazy.
fuck about
No,
is what
y'all
they
crazy
want
with
and what
this.
they like and can give a
That is
flying fuck
wild
what
shit
you
right
want
there,
as a
So what?
chocolate.
woman.
Here's what
Her
I'm gonna
job
say.
as a
No
woman is to
disrespect.
make you want to give her what the fuck she wants, and that's the only thing you should want. And if there's anything else that you want, fuck it. You just deal with that
Right?
shit.
It's like fuck what you
Whatever.
want, bro. That is
Hold
But yeah, that's
crazy.
why
on.
she
Wait a
comes with
minute. Wait.
instruction. And
Hold
she
on.
just
I
said it.
think
She
if
comes
men,
with
I think if
instruction.
men, look, and chocolate, I
Yeah,
think
she's like,
when
yo,
men,
you're gonna
wait a
be with
minute,
me. You gotta do this.
but look
What are
at
you
this, and
talking about?
I
Wait,
would,
Fuck
I
it.
would even,
Auntie,
I would
wait,
even
wait.
say, I think if men don't get their solitude, they start producing estrogen. I'm sorry, I just think that.
Wait a minute. What? Hold on. Wait. So what you saying? Y'all want to get so up in my face about fucking feelings and all? Do what you want with that. All I'm talking about is how you appreciate your man and how a man is wants to be appreciated. Whether it's through food, whether it's through sex, whether it's through oh babe, I want you to have
Space,
and I feed you.
space,
You don't know
space.
what all
And
men
A
that's what I
lot
want.
of
believe.
wait,
Every man wants to be
every
appreciated.
man values some
I'm not
level of space. You are
fair.
bugging, chocolate. Ask
What
any
you
one of your
say?
exes if they value their own space. They'll tell you
I'm not.
every
I don't
man
even touch
know
me.
that shit about is in our subconscious. You know what I'm saying?
I know.
Even dogs want space sometime. You know what I'm saying? My male dog. You know what I'm saying?
Well, keep your space then. I'm not asking nobody to change. Y'all coming at me like I'm asking y'all to do something. I ain't asked y'all to do shit.
No, it's
I
not like
just
we want
said,
our space all the
I
time.
just,
Sometimes we just need our space.
well,
Sometimes, you know what I mean?
the next
Bro,
time I
she
check,
doesn't give a fuck what a man wants. She doesn't give
but
a
that's
fuck.
not even
You know
true.
what I mean? Hey, the only way she gives a fuck is if it's what she wants too.
But
That's
y'all
it.
not, but why is it that you flipping it and you make it sound so negative? Like, I'm not saying anything
Yeah,
negative. Like,
and
I'm saying
you should see that shit from a positive perspective.
I'm
Yeah,
trying to, but you came in on the shit like, well, you feelings and fuck all
I
that.
get it, man.
Like,
Hey,
damn,
I'm a
like
fuck with women anyway. I know y'all don't give a fuck what I want. I
that's
know
Right.
not
that.
We
true.
know this and we still,
No,
you know what I'm saying? We
I'm a
fair
still
fuck with
choose.
you
though.
anyway.
Wait,
I don't
wait,
care.
wait, wait, wait. No, that's not fair. Because if
Y'all are
that's the case,
inconsiderate and selfish. It's just kind of
who
like
is
in your
y'all?
nature.
So I'm gonna do this.
Just
I'm
kind
not.
of like
You
who you
won't
are.
even ask me. Y'all don't even want to ask us personally. Have I ever made a man feel like that? Have
I'm
I?
pretty sure you have, but he was
Yes,
probably scared
but
to
if
let
I
you know,
and
or
I've
if he did, you
asked.
didn't
No,
listen.
I've asked because I can. If I'm with you, like I said, all women ain't the same. Like you niggas want y'all's definitions and compartmentalization. I
So
want mine tonight. No. Because I give y'all yours, but y'all always do this. So no, every woman don't want that shit, Auntie. I don't know who the fuck you talking to every day, but every woman don't want that. I know I'm one of them women that don't want that. We do fucking care. Because if we didn't, we wouldn't even talk to y'all no more. You act
but
like
how do you? But look, you say it. You see, you want to care the way you want to care. You say if you didn't care, you want to talk. No, if you didn't, you should say if you didn't care. I wish you would say if you didn't care, we wouldn't listen. You got to listen, not just talk. You say if we didn't care, we want to talk. Why you gotta talk? You know what I'm saying? Why can't you listen?
are you listening to me though? Do you guys understand what I'm saying to you now? Like,
Yeah,
We do
what am
understand
I
what
hey,
you're
hey,
saying.
what am I
real
saying
quick,
then? Because y'all done
real
shit
quick.
on it the
Check this
whole
out,
And
time.
right?
go ahead and go ahead and let her know. And right after, I'm gonna read Illa's or read the super chat for me too. After.
I'm gonna land this one real quick, right? Never
Oh,
one
now
time did
it's
any
our
of us ever tell you, like when you gave that laundry list of shit that you want, nobody ever argued with you one time. And then as soon as we start saying shit like space, bam, we start getting rebuttals and all of that other shit. So that's what we mean. It's
For
just
some
like
space and empty, some empty shit like space. We
it's
ain't even
like, hey,
asking
like
for something.
you
We
got a
asking
laundry
for
list of shit
nothing.
you
Am I
want,
telling
And
you?
and then
and bro,
and
and you
one
see
thing you
the
want, and you like
and
fuck. Next
But
subject.
auntie, you understand the insanity of this shit. Space is literally nothing. You asking for nothing. It's not like you asking for something. You asking for the space, bro. The empty space. That shit is crazy, bro.
Listen,
I said I'll land because I
I
know
got one
Illa cook with
question.
the super chat. He cooked with the super chat.
I got one question. That's it.
Go
And then
ahead.
y'all got it because I'm good. Thank you. Um, no, because I hate having this conversation with y'all. Like for real, like all dudes always say the same stuff, and it ain't even nothing what I'm talking about. So it's cool. It is whatever. You want to think I live in La La Land? That's fine. Believe what you want. But again, I don't. I'm not saying it just because I ain't got shit to do. It is the fact that I do believe that people do want more. I think men want more, but hey, if y'all don't believe that, that's fine. I'm not stopping no man from having space. If a man say, "Hey, you want space, I'm gonna give it to you," but you didn't ask me that. Y'all just want to assume I don't give a shit, just like every other woman. So I'm gonna say
But
goodnight.
look how
Hey,
we
I'm
just try to
listening.
tell you that guys want space, right?
I'm giving y'all
And
space.
you know why? And you know why guys be afraid to say they want space? Because you say you about to leave. So I could only imagine if a guy asks you for space, you probably leave that
Y'all
nigga.
got my
That's
men.
crazy.
Divorce papers.
But y'all got
Divorce
my.
papers, my
But
bad.
hold on, DJ. How does that compare? How can you assume about me from me saying to y'all, okay, well, we don't agree? And that's cool.
Mm,
You said you had another 20, 30 minutes in you. I'm thinking about all that stuff. It's not
mm.
just the conversation. Like, damn, like for real, like we here. Like I was just talking about relationships and it becomes I don't want to argue with y'all. And I don't
Okay.
want to be put in no box like I don't give a shit about
Oh
No,
me.
you
no,
good.
we ain't
Hey,
doing
hey,
the
That's
I'm
not
boxing.
speaking in
cool.
general, chocolate. No, I'm gonna give it
I'm a
right back.
woman,
I'm speaking in
Auntie. It's
general.
like me saying that
Yeah,
about black men.
I
Y'all
know.
would.
I said you, but I don't mean you in particular. This is just a
Oh wow.
general
Okay.
conversation.
I'm out then. Yeah, because like I said, I know I got folk who always got something to say. But I'm gonna
Oh my
go.
god.
Yeah, like I said, no hard feelings here. I'm here to support.
Okay.
But I got y'all. I feel the way I feel. It is what it is. Y'all feel respect. I got you.
And shows out to philosophical. He says she's talking over men speaking our side, but you want to talk about the ass grabs. This is why they single. They want to be heard but don't want to listen. You can't appreciate a man without listening. And that's all I was trying to tell her. You know what I'm saying? Don't show appreciation to us by talking to us. You could show appreciation by listening. That way you could understand and learn how to appreciate the dude. Because the dude might be giving you the secret to the you know what I'm saying, how to deal with him. You know what I'm saying? Just like we gotta listen and observe y'all to know how to deal with y'all. You know what I mean?
Because
So
I get what she's saying. Like, okay, like you, me, um, the other dude on up here. You know what I'm saying? Look, we might want space, but she's like, look, any man that she's with might not want that, and I get that. That's why I wouldn't even argue with her when she says what she wants. But when we speaking from our own perspective, like it shouldn't be no rebuttal, no response, and all of that shit. Like, ain't no argument. It was, motherfucker made a statement, but a lot of the times, you know, it gets like that with this. With it's like we speak in another language. So as soon as you say something that's not on par for the course, people see that shit as an attack.
and you know what though? I think a lot of time on these panels, we feel more comfortable to express certain things, just like people feel comfortable expressing things to their therapist, because their therapist is not somebody they're dealing with on a everyday basis. So when a lot of these stuff is being conveyed, right, it sounds like some foreign shit. But I'm pretty sure if somebody you know in your personal life will have an honest conversation, a lot of dudes would tell women that they need some space. But it's like, how do you know what I mean? It's like, how do you say you need some space without it causing some shit? Some people might know how to do it. You know what I'm saying? Like me and my girl could see that I need some space if I'm working on some shit. She might bring me some to drink or something or whatever. You know what I mean? But we do need our space a lot of times. We give each other space, you know what I'm saying, as guys, because subconsciously we know that we require that shit. Women, y'all follow each other to the bathroom. Y'all more communal a lot of times. Sometimes I wouldn't even know a woman needs space to do something unless they tell me. And a lot of times
We
that's
need
not some common that I even heard women saying they need space. You know what I
we need
mean?
space to be able to do the same shit that enabled us to be for you to be attracted to us in the first place.
In the first place.
Like, you know what I'm saying? If your man, like, if when you met him, his head was stuck up some chick's ass the whole fucking time, chances are you wouldn't have been attracted to that motherfucker, man. You know
And he
what I'm
wouldn't get no chance to get in a relationship with your ass because he's
saying?
stuck.
His brain was somewhere and he was able to just fit you into all of that other shit he had going on perfectly and stay on point. That shit attracted you to him in the first place. You don't want your man losing himself and turning into a teddy bear now, do you? A 24/7 fucking doll that you just hug on and fuck on all goddamn day. Like, motherfucker got shit to do, man.
That nigga gonna lose testosterone. What up, Auntie Bomb? That's a lot of nut shrinkage activity. What's up, Auntie Bomb Sherry?
I'm doing good. How y'all doing?
What's
chilling?
All right.
Hey, Ronald, I haven't heard from you in a minute.
Yeah, I'm still here.
That's good. Looking good as always. Hey, Auntie, how you doing, my brother?
I'm chilling.
That's good. And to the host with the most, baby, DJ Witch Doctor. How you been?
Oh, jeez.
What's up, Bomb? You just missed Chocolate. You just missed her.
Yeah, I know. That's why I came up.
I
Because
know.
I was listening to y'all have a good conversation. And, you know, she's a weirdo. She's weird, right? And I say that only because I knew Auntie wasn't talking about her personally. But she does that all the time. She starts internalizing and then she starts saying, I don't do that. I don't do that. I don't do that. And we're like, we know that everybody's talking in general, you know. But other than that, you know, she has some good points and y'all had some good points as well.
Now, I did kind of say, like, yeah, she doesn't give a shit, but that's why I tried to like clear it up.
Right. You said y'all don't give a shit. That's what you said.
I couldn't personalize the conversation enough. You know what I'm saying? So I would.
And show the Uncle Ism in the building.
Ism. The pimp.
I don't have enough detail on it to make it personal. You know what I'm saying? So I couldn't.
I
Witch
think
doctor, drop her. Drop her. Witch
What's
doctor,
up,
drop her. Drop her.
Who's
Pay
that?
the money. Pay the money.
Now I ain't gotta pay nothing. The ladies was up here dropping me in. Witch doctor, drop her. Drop her. Just like they was
You
saying.
know what? We might gotta do a man show up, man talk Monday. You know what I'm saying?
I was just starting shit. You know how I do. Because she was up here talking about witch doctor, drop him. I was like, damn, I'm driving and riding. Only thing I came here, witch doctor, drop him. I'm like, what the hell is going on with the show tonight? But Tierney, ma'am, with all undue respect, y'all can't be divestors if you over 125 pounds. White boy is only like a little fart box type of broad. They don't like the dunk. Okay, if you want an upper echelon white boy, all right. And Tierney,
I don't know.
the words of Kevin
I don't
Samuels,
doesn't like
you ain't fine enough for no money. You ain't fine enough for no money. Ain't nobody go. You got to go 100 to my 20% for me to deal with you. Did you say, please? Ain't no nigga dealing with no loud mouth, short haired woman. Stop it. If we gonna get a woman and we might get that Latina, because the Latina wants you to pay all for the household, but she gonna have them tortas, the flautas, the tacos. She gonna have the burritos cooked, and we can come on to some hair. We can run our hands through. The kids gonna be going to church and communion. See, the Latina sister gonna have the kids in check. Now we got to come on to a loudmouth, short-haired woman, and she got to be talking crazy. Nah, I'm good. I'm good, bro.
That's wild. That's the views of Uncle Ism. Y'all do not chastise me. You know what I'm saying?
Why he keep bringing up Tyranny? Is she up here?
Nah, tyranny live.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I missed that. Okay. Hey, Ism, the pimp with the most hoes. You know what I'm saying?
I'm just a man.
Why you call him a pimp?
Exactly. Why y'all keep doing that? That's an illegal business. What is wrong with y'all?
Hey, y'all see where I'm the Diddy?
It's a
I'm a
player.
YouTuber.
Yeah, you know why we call him a pimp, because he's been claiming to be a pimp for years.
I ain't got the claim to be nothing. You claim to be
I-
fine, but we see them pictures and it shows us otherwise when you turn on the camera. So
Okay.
stop calling me out my
so,
name.
So wait a minute. So you see the pictures, you see the pictures, but when I turn on the camera, what's different?
A
You know, I
lie.
don't want a lot is
lie.
different.
So stop lying on me, okay?
So
Stop
first of
saying
all,
I'm an illegal person. I'm a YouTuber. Your
you
favorite
the one
YouTubers.
you the one to
Favorite
say you're a
YouTuber.
YouTuber, not me. I don't say
Well,
anything
okay
about
then.
you.
Well, okay, baby. I know you
Why
like my
you
style.
listen?
It was
I
40
have
years
a
ago. I
question.
might think about letting you choose.
When
But
will y'all stop
right
worrying
now,
about my
it ain't
looks?
happening, baby. It ain't happening.
I need to know when, like, what age do I have to become where some of you men will stop worried about my looks? And you know what's weird about it, right? The only reason I stopped getting on camera is because of my grandson. But and he's 5, so that it's been closely 5 years. But there's all kinds of little clips where I turn on my cam for a second here and there.
Calm down, please, ma'am.
And you know what? Nobody's talking about, oh my, usually what y'all do, y'all rather the fantasy of how I look than how I look. But when will my looks no longer matter? Because I made a lot of money on my looks, right?
Doing what? Doing
What you
what?
mean?
Lord jeez.
Doing what? What were
Men
you?
watch me on camera for many, many, many years.
Okay, somebody's in the chat. Brigitte is throwing
Hey,
tomatoes
Bridget.
at me,
That's
but
right. Goddamn.
Bomb Cherry Juice is the one that was doing the hoeing. Now, how you gonna get mad at me if she was selling
So
box on the internet?
So I was selling box. Ooh, wow. Because I didn't know you could sell box online like that. You know, I guess that's some shit you got to do offline.
Shit, it's called OnlyFans, baby. They selling
Well,
box online
look, before
everywhere.
that was
It's called
OnlyFans.
Instagram. It's called an influencer. It's called
Yes,
TikTok. Everybody's
yes.
selling sex appeal. It's called
Oh, sex appeal. There you
all
go.
that. All
I
that.
agree. Well, yes, but
What
you
you
was
what
selling
you talking
actual
about?
real
It's the same
vaginas.
thing that what's her name? Six the Goddess. They got a fine woman. She's selling box and tell you sucker simp soccer dockers what y'all want to hear. And y'all go to Cash App. What's her name? Danica Marie. She's selling game. She let you look at her tatas with the crown on the chest, and y'all go to Cash App it. And she telling you
right.
some game that she learned from her uncle Islam. But you don't Cash App me nothing.
That's right. So you mad because the women are getting their own money instead of giving it to a pimp like you. Ain't that something?
Hey, y'all do what y'all want to do, man.
Hey, Ism, you mad these chicks getting paid? I don't think Ism tripping on
Hell
that.
no. Get your money
You
back.
heard,
Get your
you
money.
just heard what he
I
said.
love.
Nah,
Hey,
you hear him. That's why
just
I
get our
asked.
money.
He said, get your money. He said, get your bread.
Get your
No,
bread.
what he said
Man,
was he
hey,
mad.
What
you
Ism saying?
better
A
get your
trick
bread
in his
while you're a
money
young
was
hoe.
lucky enough to get together in the first place.
Come on. Get your bread while you're a young hoe before you be an old hoe like Bomb. And old pussy has no value.
Lord jeez.
Well, I don't know. I have a man who sleep right over there. In a minute, you'll probably hear him snoring. And I tell you,
Lord.
every
Well,
time
you
I
did right.
decide to
You
give him the
married.
gift,
You married
I
early.
give him the gift of heaven, baby. He
There you
calls.
go.
Okay, depends on how dirty I get, whether he call me by my real name or Bob.
There you
Okay,
go. But these
and you
women
know
don't
you
want
can
to be
have a
married.
man calling you by your internet name in real life,
Well,
and
these
you know
women
your
don't
shit
want
got
to
to
be
be
married,
fire like
Bomb.
that.
They want to
Okay.
come online and talk crazy to men, and they actually want to be with them men. But they come up here and just talk and go into little hoe huddles and go hut, and they go out and try to antagonize men, and they still can't do like you and roll over and grab a shoulder. You bitches is lonely. Y'all grabbing y'all flower. What's that thing? The rose.
Oh, the rose is a good thing, but
Look at that. That ain't a good thing.
I thought y'all.
What are you talking about? A rose is not a good thing. See, that's why you don't listen to old women.
Yeah,
Don't
the
mess these
rose
young
is
girls up.
the young women put me on. What the hell are
And
you talking about?
ultrasonic sounds through the pussy. Ain't no nigga compete with that. You gotta be in the regular sex. That's what you young niggas is on. Honey packs. Your women's is on flowers and all kind of roses. You know, took all the filling out the box.
Nah,
I already
thing is,
told you,
check this
old
out.
box
Ism.
has no
Nah, let's keep it
value.
real. Let's keep it real. Bomb, you be leading these women astray, right? Because they hear you coming up here cussing out these niggas and shit, right? And they just assume that you just cuss out men, right? So they just decide to start cussing out niggas, and they're like, "Oh, that's how I get a husband." Because Bomb got a husband like
You
that.
know,
That's
Bomb, you gotta let them know that they gotta have a
yeah,
husband first and then cuss niggas out.
yeah,
They're
Bomb
doing it
don't
in
cuss her
reverse.
husband out.
They're doing it, but and
Keep
they're
it
doing
real.
it in reverse.
Bomb treat niggas on the internet like that. She don't treat her husband like that.
No, I don't treat people in real life like that. I don't speak
You know
to
what I'm saying?
anybody the way I do on the internet. That's true.
That's crazy.
For real, dog. I'm like, these chicks be thinking they can just be Bomb in real life, and then they wonder why don't nobody like them. I'm like, Bomb ain't even like that in real life, dumbass.
But most of these women on here though already are in relationships. Y'all just assume they're not. Like y'all don't be knowing when they be pregnant, just sitting, chilling on the internet, like the rest of us.
And
And
that's true. That's true.
Like
you know,
who?
so,
Wait a minute. Who are you talking about?
man, there's a few women who just had babies this year and nobody knew about that he was even pregnant.
Damn, I don't be
They,
knowing
they,
shit.
that don't mean they in relationships.
Yeah, well, they what you mean well, that's true. It doesn't necessarily mean they're in a relationship, but they be in relationships. You know, they at home chilling, sitting, and their boyfriend and or husband are out and about working. Right?
So,
So
Bomb,
yeah.
what did you like, the fairy auntie of all of the degenerate bitches that want to live off men and talk shit on the internet all day? They all hang out at your house while you be sewing and cooking chitlins and shit. I be
Isn't that
seeing
some
you over
good
there.
shit? Wait a minute. So right now I'm at my sewing machine, right? So first y'all say y'all want a particular type of woman, but then you shit on it, right? Because you're crap that I sew and cook and all that shit. And then the women who say they don't do that, you talk bad about them.
But
You
Bomb, you
claim
know
that.
it's funny though.
Go ahead.
But Bomb, most of the women them that follow you, you know what I'm saying? I don't hear them talking about cooking or doing no domestic shit. You know what I'm saying?
Well, we know that's not true. Well, you don't know that's not true, but they follow me. Most of the women, they watch me sew, and we talk about sewing. Even though I'll be over there joking and shit like that, but when I start talking about cooking or my garden or me sewing, they sit there and listen, and they're doing the same thing. I had people making wine, showing them how to make it from scratch and all of that.
Well,
So
I
people
do see
follow me.
you sewing, Bomb. I do see you from time to time. I pop in and out. But most men, these new young YNs, they got holes in their shit. They leave it baggy. They dragging their jeans on the ground. They like little strings hanging off of them. The sewing, we probably could go without that. We could send it to the cleaners. Players need a
So you're
good
gonna send it to the
attitude.
cleaners instead of nothing wrong with that.
Yes. Teach them how to cook. We need a good attitude and a plate of food. That's what a player need. Okay.
Well, I just said I cook. What are you talking about? You said you're the one who said I'm over there
In the
cooking
garden.
chicken.
But the sewing, we can send it to the Asian lady.
Oh yeah, so we're gonna make the Asian woman rich by sending our shit there.
Sewing,
Instead of
this ain't the
us being able to be
1950s.
we can be the
We
cleaners.
buy new clothes all the time. This ain't the 50s when y'all had to share clothes and hem them and put patches on them and give them to your sister because y'all had 17 kids. This is a new day.
Yeah,
we want food and a good attitude. Teach these women how to cook.
See, what I teach them is what I'm about to teach you. Show me the value in the clothes today. They're not even cotton, right? It's polyester, which is plastic, by the way, right? That's why you get overheated and you're not breathing, you're sweating and shit, because the shit is plastic. Now show me an outfit where most of y'all shit has cotton in it, or at least most cotton.
Well,
Besides
show
the
me a
t-shirt.
young lady with a sewing machine. Come on,
There's so
Bob.
many.
No,
What do you mean?
they don't. No, they
It's
don't.
so
They order
first-
DoorDash. We
No,
don't want the
these
sewing.
women-
The cooking is fine.
These young women are quilting.
We don't want no damn quilt.
sewing.
We'll buy a quilt. They'll bomb. That's 1950 logic. We don't want to
What
hear
are
that
you
about
talking
no
about?
quilt.
Quilting and sewing,
Grandma made
dude.
us when we going to college. We will buy one at Macy's. Come on, teach him how to cook. The young brothers need women to cook. Is what I'm hearing is the problem. I don't have that problem.
Well,
But a
quilting
lot of
is
women
sewing, y'all.
in their
So it's
20s
just a
and 30s,
term.
they can't cook.
They-
Help them cook,
they-
Bomb.
They doing well. They know how to cook. And
No,
if
they don't know how to cook, Mom. Anything for a woman, you gonna say something good. Stop it.
There's a lot of women and men who know how to cook. What are you talking about?
A man should be self-sufficient to where you don't need a batch. And know how to cook,
Yes.
clean, and a woman should be extra.
And she should be. if she want to be self-sufficient, have her own money and sew her own clothes, which by the way, sewing clothes cost more than me buying that cheap ass $4 shirt made. They are
That's the old
sewing.
tradition.
There's a whole fucking big ass community all over this
We
internet.
ain't talking about all them white people.
I'm not talking about white people, dude.
They be coming to conventions making quilts and shit. A nigga don't want no quilt in his house.
Okay. Well, I don't know, because I see, as soon as that style come in and out, the men are quilting too. You just don't know what quilting is, so that's why you say it, because it means sewing.
Because the young brothers, I talk to a lot of young brothers every single day. Bomb.
Okay.
They say the young women can't cook. They order DoorDash and might know how to make like a little meatloaf, maybe.
Well, I don't order DoorDash, but we do takeout. What's wrong with that? Just because they're getting takeout don't mean they don't.
You know these women be trying to act like they traditional women on this damn YouTube. You gotta know how to cook 10 meals.
No, nobody. Why would anybody act like they're traditional? In fact, the women are pulling away from that traditional bullshit.
You ain't gonna never say nothing bad about a woman. I'm gonna give up the mic. I can see.
Yeah, I ain't saying shit bad about the men either right now. God damn.
You just be
I gotta ask Mama,
feminist walking.
When you say women are pulling away from that traditional bullshit, what type of traditional bullshit do you mean that they're pulling away from? Like what was considered traditional and women are just like, fuck that now?
Yeah, and it's mainly because of the men, right? But they're pulling away from this traditional shit where she need to be at home, allow her man to cheat if he want, and and cooking and cleaning, just like it being enslaved to him, so he can get the first piece of chicken, the biggest piece of chicken. He could come home while she got to take care of the kids all day, which is a whole job in itself, and he get to sit on the couch and not participate in parenting. It's a lot of little things that people are putting out there that's scaring both genders. The men are like, oh shit, I'm gonna have to take care of this whole family by myself and this, that, and the third. And she's like, well, damn, I'm gonna have to take care of the kids by myself and be enslaved to this one person who gonna cheat on me.
Damn, being enslaved is so crazy to say. That is so wild shit.
That's the words these men use. And Auntie,
Damn shame, dog. I'm just considered like you just compared giving a motherfucker a piece of chicken to being a
slavery. That is
like,
wild.
Damn, giving your man a piece of chicken.
You know what? I got my own I get my own chicken.
No, I didn't say giving.
Hey, it's not even like all of the chicken. It's just the first piece. Right. I doubt your man is gonna eat if nobody else eats anything. Like, he just gets the first piece, and you equate that to slavery, Bomb?
No, I said the men do. That's what I said.
Nah, it's the women.
I said the men were using the terms, she need to be submissive, right? She need to be able, as long as I go out and make some money, she need to do everything. I said, when I tell her to get on her knees, she better be there. And if I want to go out, F somebody else and come back home and tell her to get on her knees and suck it afterwards, that's what she need to do. That's what the men was telling these women.
No, I only think if she sign up for that, that's what she should do. But if she ain't sign up for that, then hey, you know what I'm saying? Shit.
But how you sign up for some shit like that? Usually you already in some relationship. It's not like the men are walking forward saying, this is what I want you to do. This is the kind of relationship I want. Because most women not going to fall for that shit. But what happened, he already with her.
Check this out. You heard Chocolate Earth up here, right? And I know y'all probably ain't on the same wavelength, but a lot of men hear pretty much the same shit like Chocolate Earth said. They just get a laundry list of shit that they want. and that's it. You gotta do this, gotta do that, you gotta do this, you gotta do that. Like, yeah, it's pretty fucked up. So a lot of dudes is just like, man, fuck all that. How about this? Here's my laundry list. It's only fair, right?
It's called being a helpmeet.
That is fair.
A woman should be a helpmeet to a man. If she says partner, that's some gay stuff. You about to be a henpeck man. She should say it's my husband, not a partner. And Bomb, we want women to sign love contracts. You should know you have Diddy's avatar. We're making women sign love contracts now. Okay.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. The women hear these men say shit like this, and why was she
worked out for Diddy? Away. Love contract. Yeah, woman, I need you to slurp and burp, cook me some breakfast, and make my lunch and keep the house spick and span. You understand me?
But then
Well,
they that.
And I had these bills paid. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. Ain't that what you want? You want a man to take care of you and provide and protect? Okay. Well, sloppy toppy, slurping and burping, food cooked, house clean. What's the problem? But you
A
got to
lot
have your
women,
paper
that
together.
there could be a problem with certain women. Some women, that's no problem. Some women gonna be like, that's a good deal, and they're gonna sign up for it. Some women
Well, there
don't
you
like
go.
sloppy toppy, so she might be like, okay, we can
No, you
negotiate.
can't marry her. A man cannot live by a box alone.
But
We need
she,
that sometimes. You understand me?
There are some men who don't like that, you know.
What? I wouldn't
Yeah.
know. I don't want to. I don't.
No, I knew you wouldn't know.
TMI. Too much information. I don't want to know about that. But for my young players, man, that's why y'all be stressed and want to go off and road raging and stuff. So wake up to some sloppy toppy. Boy, you go to work bouncing.
yeah.
Feel me? And ladies, if you do that for your man, he might come on with some flowers and some, a nice purse or something for you. It's give and take in a relationship, but y'all don't like relationships. You don't believe in God. You say you're spiritual and you want to be married under God. You don't want to read the vows where you're supposed to honor and obey. Oh, I don't want that in the vows. See?
That's right.
So all y'all full of shit anyway.
And for better and for worse.
Yeah.
Those of us who's not religious, why would
be
we?
with you if it's worse? That's some bullshit. Oh, y'all go for that. I ain't going for it.
Hey,
Yeah,
Rizzo.
but not gonna be with you for worse. It's crazy to say.
These
Yeah,
these conversations scare relationships off because those of us who are married, we have a clear understanding or have been married, right, for a long time. Even a significant, it don't even have to be because long is relative depending on the person, right? But we have an understanding that it's give and take, and most people will give and take. A lot of people just flapping their gums when they single, they saying what they won't do, then they get in a relationship and it's different. Do we agree with that or no?
Yeah.
Some people do
Yeah,
compromise.
I agree. People make concessions when they want something. It's just shit don't work because everybody looks at shit from a selfish perspective. You know, what I want, and nobody ever wants to add anything. So
Yeah. To jump back in the conversation we was having a chocolate, I think for some reason she just got so frustrated, and kind of ran away from the conversation. And that I was talking about is in relationships, like I said, she likes the honeymoon phase when everything's going well, but there are gonna be times in a relationship, especially when kids come involved, then you can't just be doing all the stuff that she wants to do. And she got frustrated and ran away, and that might be
Like how much
happening.
percentage, and Ronald, how much percentage of a relationship is the honeymoon phase?
Shoot. I mean, the honeymoon phase usually it could be the first year, 2 years. Then you get some storm clouds in the middle there somewhere. Then you could have some more honeymoon phases.
Yeah, like
7-year mark.
anniversaries and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
7-year mark is what they used to call it. If you could get past that 7-year mark, you
Yeah.
probably could have a long marriage. But at 7 years, 5, 6, 7 years, that's when shit get rough. Because that's when you really be yourself. In the beginning, the honeymoon phase is everybody being kind of fake.
I agree with Bomb on that. That 5-year mark, is the motherfucker, man. And if you
7 years of being
7-year mark, you might
bro,
be able to make
7 years of being fake is insane.
No, 5.
Nah,
I said from 5
to go that long.
5 years.
That's why I said that 5-year mark is
Mm-hmm.
when people get sick of acting, and by 7 years, that's when motherfuckers then determine whether or not they're gonna bail, bro.
That's why I got one marriage in me. Because if that happened to me, I'm good. I'm good.
I think
If
most of the
you're in a
fakeness.
long-term relationship, it's almost like a marriage. I don't know why.
True.
We're
I've been in long-term relationship.
Yeah, that's like a marriage. And there's no different except mentally. I've seen people be together for 18 years and then get married, right? They decide, okay, let's do it. And then get divorced within a year.
Yeah.
The hell changed in just getting married. The mindset of everybody involved. That's what.
Hey,
So
Bomb
does
Cherry, the
getting
reason
married
why
change? Go ahead,
reason
Ronald.
why is because most of the fakeness happen when you in that relationship before you get married. Because there are times, for example, let's say the women might want to get married to that man. They like that man, so then they're neglecting all the stuff that they don't like. They said, okay, all I want to do is walk down that aisle, to get married. All of a sudden, when they get married, they blow up on the man and say, hey, I don't like this. I don't like this about you. You need to change this. I don't like those female friends you have. So yeah, so you gotta be real from the jump.
And a lot of
Yeah.
times, once you close the door, people don't want to leave. People don't want to walk out of a door until it closes. It just happens like that. Like it was always easy to leave because there was no marriage, so nobody left. And now that there
Right.
is a marriage, motherfuckers ready to check out. Like, fuck that. I like
Yeah,
having
they
the
put
option to just get up and leave, and we can break up and make up and all of that other shit. And everything was pretty much clear. But now, if we break up, it's divorce.
yeah.
So sometimes the dynamics can change when it comes to that. As far as the honeymoon phase and all of that stuff goes, sometimes it's not even about all that honeymoon shit. Sometimes I can only speak from the perspective of a man. You just got to stay focused on shit that ain't your woman. That's why you got your woman. That's why you lock it up to the point where it's a long-term relationship. So you can have 99 problems, but a bitch can't be one at all. So it, like what old girl was saying up here, like, motherfucker can't be focused on you every free minute of every day. I got shit to do.
Reason for divorce: lack of grabbing of ass.
Mm-mm.
Yeah,
Huh?
man. Yeah, you got to stay focused, and yeah, you're not gonna have everything. That boyfriend girlfriend phase. Yeah, it's really nice and cute. Like I said, once kids come in the way, when it comes to work, and also you're right about it's easy to be fake when you in that boyfriend girlfriend stage when a lot of times you're not even in the same house together. But then when you get married, all of a sudden now you're in the same house, you're in the same bed every single night. It does get a little bit tougher. So the biggest advice I would tell Chocolate is that you can't be so frustrated that you want to run away. There are going to be times where you're not going to see eye to eye. You got to stay in there. And like you could even see on the panel, she got frustrated with us, and we're not even in the same room together.
No, she
You
ran
know?
off again. She ran
She
off on
always
me the
runs.
other night.
She runs every time she,
Yeah.
anybody say disagree with it even a little bit, then she
Yeah.
starts making it about her, and then she runs. So
I
she don't
feel
stay around. If she's scamming y'all though, she's scamming. Then she'll stay
a
for
few
a
of
long.
y'all.
I would
Nah,
always
she not
prefer
scamming.
somebody.
She not scamming.
If
Come
you
on.
Yeah, no
can
need,
handle
Bob.
a certain type of
You can't say
situation,
that,
What you mean
Bob.
she not
it is
scamming?
best
Who
to
said that?
or
She not
you do
scamming.
something.
She ain't scam
She not
me.
scamming?
She ain't scam me.
It
You mean
say, you can't
okay?
say
But
that
there's
anymore.
there's a whole shitload of people on here who have been scammed by. So
You been
Well,
scammed? Oh, damn. Who's
So I mean,
scamming
I
Auntie Bomb?
understand it. Look, this is the thing. Y'all don't be knowing people, right? Y'all come to YouTube, somebody comes up, they talk all sweet and everything cool, and then you're ready to talk for them. But this is the thing. When you don't know people, it's better to just not speak up for them and tell people, and raise your hand and say that's a good person. Because she has
how you
taken
know, Bob?
thousands of fucking dollars from people on this
How you
bitch.
know, Bob?
I never said she was a good person because
I know, but you
a
say
lot
she's
of
not
people not
scamming.
gonna. No, I'm saying she not scamming me. That's what I
Okay,
said.
yeah, but she
I
have
didn't
scammed.
see. I don't know who she scammed. I just know that I wasn't scammed. That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
That
okay.
Bob
Right.
be in the
No, I was
trenches.
just saying when she's not scamming, she could be up here.
Bob, how
And,
you know,
and
Bob?
what you mean? How I know? Because I've been on
'Cause
here.
I know you be in the trenches, huh?
Yeah.
You
Well,
be in
look,
you be in the
there's
lower
cameras
bottoms of
about it.
YouTube,
There's
huh?
actual shit where people
You be knowing where
gave
all the
her
bones
fucking
is
money.
hid up. You be knowing all the dirt and
Well, not
gossip.
all, but listen. All
You
I'm
be in the
saying is,
trenches of YouTube,
y'all lucky they got bitches who will tell y'all the truth, so y'all won't get
dregs
scammed.
of society,
She, okay, well, anyway,
the chitlin
it's
circuit.
all funny until you done put $1,200 or $12,000 to
If
somebody.
you hear that happen to me, know it's a clone, and it was never me. Cause hell the fuck no. I ain't put it. What the hell? The fuck?
I seen a few people in the chat saying some good things. Old Blue Jay was saying you got to stay, looking good for your man, and sometimes you might don't want to do it, and you got to do it because you don't want, your man to be having a wandering eye in a
If
lot
I
of your
don't want to
face.
do it, I ain't got to do
Granny used
shit.
to talk about a woman with a wandering eye. So
why would I do something I don't want to do? Why would you want me to have sex with you?
In there, Unc said he was with his woman for 3 years before they got married. That's one of my mottos. You shouldn't think about kids or marriage until 1,000 days. You'll kind of know somebody.
My motto is 1,000
and it still
days.
can go bad, but that's a good little time to know somebody. 3 years.
Ladies, do not wait no goddamn years.
But ism. That's why I would always tell dudes like, nah, you don't choose a chick that like you don't choose a chick to be in a long-term relationship with that isn't gonna be like beautiful to you on her worst day. You know what I'm saying? That's the type of chick that you choose. If a chick gross you out on her worst day, you don't want to be with that chick because she's gonna have a lot of worst days with you. You're gonna see her at her worst. So if she's gonna gross you out to the point where you like, damn, you let yourself go and shit like that, you know, that's not the chick for you.
It's the weird thing that why are we focusing on looks? It's the weirdest thing. Like I'm hearing she grossed her out. Are you talking about looks or are you talking about attitude? Because if you talking about attitude,
some dudes, just like he said, you know, you got to stay looking good for your man. Some dudes, woman gain a little weight, or she doesn't have her wig on or whatever. Her hair is all fucked up. You know, no makeup, whatever the case may be. Motherfuckers like, yo, this ain't gonna work. Like, you ain't attracted to her no more. I'm like, man, you gotta, if you're gonna get with a chick, man, she gotta look good to you on her worst day. Like, you gotta know, man, hey, she can be fat, pregnant, fucking no makeup, cornrows, fucked up braids in her hair, whatever, bro. She's still gonna be fine to you. If you can't look at your chick and say that shit, man, she's probably not the chick for you.
Listen, ladies, if a man, because these men be in fantasy worlds, right? Because you notice they talking about makeup and shit. Like makeup is something you apply on. You know what I mean? So he has to know that you're gonna wipe that shit off. What the hell is going on? Like he has to know that.
Not listen to what Auntie said.
Yes, and I'm responding to
this is why men and women have problems right there. Auntie just said, and you just twisted everything he said.
No, I am actually.
I was gonna let her finish before I clarify.
I'm focused exactly. No, I'm not talking about you per se, Auntie, right? But I've heard the men say this, right? I said if you're talking about beauty or you talk about attitude, and you started talking about makeup and hair grows and falls out. Makeup is something you apply every day or no days, right? So that means you was focused on the outer and not the inner. And if y'all look around, so you want her to sleep in the makeup? Like she got to take the makeup off. Like you know what I mean? So I'm just, and she will gain weight. There is no doubt about that. Now, whether she become fatter, that's a whole nother thing. But our bodies, that's what our bodies do. We gain weight when we have children.
Well, that's why
when we get older.
Black men in this YouTube space, you don't have to worry about these women divesting. Okay. If the black woman is over 125 pounds, if she don't look like Sage Steele, the little skinny chick on ESPN, they're not getting a real Brad. Okay. So don't worry about these
but that's a lie, right? We watching the men
with all kinds like of slim women, 125 pounds that eat an apple and some vegan rice. They don't want them large butts. So black women is making more excuses why they can't knock off a good man.
You must be talking way back in the goddamn 70s and 80s. Oh, shit. Brad is trying to mess with black women. Now he's trying to marry her.
So we're saying that human beings.
But Unc, you gotta remember. But wait a minute, and wait a minute, Unc. Remember Precious though. Precious got her a white dude. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
He's not considered what they want though, bro.
Yes, he is. What are you talking about?
That's supposed to be bottom of the barrel brand. They want the top-notch Chad, the dude with the dashing looks. But you got to be a slim black woman. Them the only kind get a white guy.
That's not true.
They say he's a homosexual.
What would be considered the high-value white boys? Homosexuals. Niggas that I know in the hood that you know, got 3 or 4 baby mamas, and they go from baby mama to baby mama. I never heard of that word till I came to this space. And I was like, that sounds like a couple of my cousins. That's a regular nigga.
I know to some, you're right. That's a regular nigga to some of y'all, man. Yeah, but the homosexual is the man who, like you said, most
You
black
always
men.
got a place to
So,
stay.
yeah, you always got a place to stay, but it's always somebody else's place.
Well,
Some
that's why he be
won't
blowing them
section
backs
eight,
out.
possibly.
He trying to fuck for a place to stay. He blowing backs
Right,
out.
right. That's a different type of fuck. You know what I'm saying? When you gotta fuck with save your life, nigga, you
Wow.
better look bad. Shit. You better drink some water, nigga. Shit.
Ooh, baby. He being like a woman. But
Right.
no, to what Ronald was saying and Auntie, because both of them said something different but important and true. Auntie said the people get divorced or break up when they get married, even though they was together for a long period of time, because mentally they start thinking they locked up in chains. Like they've been together for 19 years. They got married and was divorced within a year. And Ronald had said something about, the honeymoon phase and people lying. We all lie in the beginning. And it might not be intentional, it might not be blatant lies, but we only putting our best foot forward. But eventually the other side gotta rear his head, right?
Men do not lie, and black men do not cheat. You got that wrong, Bomb. You all wrong, baby.
I think Rizzo was trying to say something.
Okay, yeah, what would I know? I'm just a virgin, but anyways, what I'm gonna say those to me. I'm a terrible liar, actually. I'm more of the honest type thing. That I prefer to let my intentions be known in the beginning, though. That's what's kind of with me, though. I prefer to be honest, though. I just say in a way that they understand, though. I'm a terrible liar, literally. If I try and lie, you'll know what I'm lying about. Literally, though. I'm a
Well,
terrible liar.
I think, well, you so young and you so inexperienced that you don't understand what I said. I said that you can lie unintentionally, right? Like, for example, you find out the young lady like roses, but you don't like roses. You don't even like plants around you or none of that. But because she like roses, you buy her roses, right? And so you're not lying. It's not like something that's so terrible, but eventually in a relationship, when she's expecting some roses here and there, and then one day you blurt out, "Well, I don't even like these things." Like, what's the sense of them? Like, and that's
That type of thing. Okay.
yeah, so that's what I was saying. What I was essentially saying, people put their best foot forward, which means if you don't show them your disgusting side, your bad side, then essentially you're kind of lying to them, and that's
Well,
what I was saying.
that's being foolish in a relationship. Come on now, y'all. I be talking mess up here, and going over the top sometime. But if you're a young player and you want in-house box, you want a woman to cook for you, you understand me, wash your clothes, keep the house clean, then you know what I'm saying. You're gonna have to get her some roses, get her a little purse, take her out to eat. It's like a vehicle. You got to maintain it. You got to give it an oil change too, player. You understand me?
Okay. Wait, but I'll be real with me. That's what you valued it with me. I value something different, though. I'm a bit different because I'm a Muslim, knowing how I see stuff. Okay, I know I'm inexperienced. I have no experience, and I'm young, though, and I'm a Muslim, and I'm a virgin. I know that. What would I know, man? But I'm just a firm believer. It's what I put out is what I get back. What goes around comes around type of thing, though. And I see it on a spiritual type of thing, basically. So yes, looks do matter to a certain extent. Yes, I can expect all of that, though. But I'm the one who has to be what I want to attract, though. You attract what you attract, and that's why you speak in the way you speak in, and that's why you actually see how you see. For me, I'm just basically I'm just hoping for now, but I have to be what I have to attract, though, and I desire something else.
Right, and see, that's called inexperience, everybody. Like he's saying
Yeah.
he's saying these things
Go ahead, bro.
that's called putting it out in the world, right? But is it reality? This idea that he think that all he got to do is be what he want from others, and then he just gonna start flocking to him.
Yeah, that's kind of naive, young Riaz.
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
was about to say
maybe that's how it should be, but moving like that is gonna get you
nowhere.
It's gonna get you nowhere. The
no,
short end of the
it's
stick.
gonna
You
get, it's
get
gonna
taken
get your
advantage.
feelings hurt. It's gonna get you disappointed, And yeah, it's going to get you very, very disappointed in people. And this is a tough conversation to have because you
Maybe
got folks
I
up
just have
there
to see the good.
that's been in relationships, long term relationships, marriages, got children. And when we talk, with all due respect, we talking to a virgin. It's like, man, you ain't even been pussy whipped before, bro.
Right.
Like, bro, there are different variables that change things and change things on the other side too. Like these chicks know what it is to be digmatized out here. That should change things. So all that you are, what you attract, people start feeling stuff that can't be explained or they don't know how to explain it, and then they start doing shit, and then next thing you know, years pass by and children come and credit gets fucked up, and you know what I'm saying, cops get all types of crazy shit happen. You know,
I think for those of us who have, and I wasn't, when I said that you was not, inexperienced, I wasn't even talking about sex, but let's talk about just a little bit of that, like Auntie said. I ain't gonna lie, dick and pussy could change your whole brain, the way you think. You get you
real.
some good vagina, and a woman to have you changing your religion. You get some good dick, and ladies, she'll become the head of the household while that nigga could sit at home and do nothing, be a whole homosexual. So experience though, then you'll have you'll understand.
Didn't I tell you you was a feminist? Now reverse that and say
I'm
all
not.
that stuff
I
you
said
just
it
said.
on both ends. What are you talking about?
No, I'm talking to
What
you,
are
Bomb
you?
Cherry. Hold on one second. I'm talking to you, Bomb Cherry. Everything
Uh-huh.
you just said about a woman where she put that on him and she be the head. Now say all that for a man. Go ahead. I dare you. I
I'm
bet you
sorry,
can't even say it.
Auntie and Witch Doctor. Before I said that about the woman, didn't I say that about the man?
Yeah, I think she
Yeah.
said about both of them.
Nah, she
Yes.
said both. Just like I said both. You know what I'm saying? It can happen both
Yeah,
either way.
Auntie said both. I
No,
want
I
you, yo, I
said a
want you to put it
woman.
all out like you just did. You said,
I,
I know a woman that can get a dude this, that, and she'll have him and run the house. Now say all of that good stuff. Those
I said
certain
that
words
before I
about a
said
man.
that part.
I know you can't utter it out your mouth. Your mouth
Dude,
will fall off, huh?
you don't have ears, because before I said that, I said a woman, a vagina could change his life.
No, now
That's
say
what I
say
said.
it out. Now say opposite. A
I
man with
did.
a
I said
good.
and then the man. I said. Then I said that the woman would end up working because his dick is so good. That's what I said.
Mm-hmm,
When I
mm-hmm.
said she'll be a homosexual, which means she'll be the head of the household working.
See, but that's the part I didn't want to hear. I want to hear the man is the head of the household. See, usually
I
your
said that
feminine
on the
mouth
other
fall
end.
off.
When I said that he giving good dick, that she'll be doing whatever he want her to do.
Yeah, but at the end, you still had to put a woman in charge.
What are you talking about at the
Can't
end?
help
I
yourself.
put them both in the same. I was saying that you could get
So
good
men and
vagina.
women are equal.
What are you talking about?
So men
I'm
and
not.
women are equal.
Yeah, we could be equal to a degree. What you mean?
Now, I didn't
Yes.
ask about a degree, ma'am. I
Yes,
asked
we could.
you a
Yes,
question.
equal. Yes.
You are?
Yes.
Yeah, but actually, paradise though in my faith, actually paradise is
I
under.
ain't gonna
Wait,
start. I
listen,
ain't gonna
listen.
start with you, mom.
You listen, no, nah, man, nah. Don't cut me off. Don't cut me off. Okay, what I was gonna say in my faith, what I believe is the paradise is underneath the mother's feet. So basically, that's why.
That
We
nigga
didn't
had to
hear no
step
damn
his
thing you
yeah,
said.
the
We
step
heard
his
you say don't cut
No,
me
you
off.
just.
big
Did you just
step
start?
forward. Hell yeah.
What was that? He said again.
Okay, anyway, stuff. Yeah,
Young
man.
Riaz is big
Say it again.
stepping on y'all, you know what I mean? What you mean?
Yeah, don't cut me off.
Yeah, after he said don't
Right,
cut me
right.
off, he said some shit we ain't hear. Anybody heard it?
He did.
Nah.
I don't know what he said, but he was attacking Uncle Ism. He wasn't feeling
Mm-hmm.
all that
My,
cutting
my
off.
bad, nephew. You got it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
Don't
Wait.
step on. Go
Okay.
ahead. Finish your sentence. Go ahead, bro.
Okay. Okay, so I was saying, okay, like basically, of course, both is different, though. But I'm saying, to God, of course, though, in God, as we both equal, but at the same time, we different in different ways, though. That's what I was saying. And also, paradise is underneath the mother's feet because she's the one who brought you in the world. She's the one to help you bring this world into you. She's the one to help you bring you in the world, basically. She's the one to carry you, the one to feed you, the one to, help you in the home and stuff like that. So of course your father's there and everything like that, and your father does matter though. But your mother does, of course. Paradise is underneath the mother's feet though. You actually know. So that's why if you want paradise, you have to respect your mother. You know, you have to respect your mother. However, you have to listen in a way, though. That's how I see it in a way, man. Of course, your father does, man. Both parents, though. You know, you have to, respect them in a way. You know, that's how you get into paradise. That's how I see it. And this is how I see it as a Muslim, man.
And
Okay,
I
bro.
agree with
Okay,
you as
well,
far as it's
listen right
called
here, my brother.
balance. And when you ask me, are men
Well,
and
let
women
unclism school him as a, from an old school to a new
Listen
school.
right
Go
here,
ahead.
nephew. I know that's sounds good, but with all due respect, young man, you are a virgin. Not to say that's anything bad, but you say heaven is
Shit.
underneath mother's feet. But when
Yeah,
you
it's
get
a metaphorical sense, though.
I'm giving you some metaphor for you, brother, right here. Hold on. But
Go ahead, go ahead.
when you finally get that woman and you start enjoying in relations, you might gonna change your statement. That's all I'm saying. You
he
know what I
saying it
mean?
gonna be in a vagina. Is that what heaven gonna
That,
be?
that vagina might be the heaven that he looking for. You know what I'm saying? And not under his mother's feet. It'll be in between. You understand me? That woman's legs. Because at some
Lord.
point,
It will be up
a young
underneath the
man got to move on and go start your own family, young brother. So I
No,
understand.
I know. I
Respect.
understand what you're saying, though. No, I'm
Yeah.
saying that's under your family, though, when you first start out, though. Later, when you actually get married, that's a different story, though. That's
Okay.
a different
Okay.
story. That's a different
Okay.
story. All I'm saying is, though, that's what I'm saying, though, when you first start out, though, in your life, though.
Yeah, but that's what we're saying. Like you're inexperienced, so it's hard to have the conversation because you are gonna speak about your mother and father, and everybody else. We talking about like relationships, women and men,
Okay.
husband
I've
and
had
wives. But
opportunities to be in a relationship, though, but I chose not to, though. I could have been, but
what made you not be in it if you had this choice?
no, it's
And
just
you,
mostly the faith part. I think it's mostly the faith part, and I also didn't feel like I wasn't ready, and also it's the peer pressure type situation. No, like it's like
but how old
basically,
were you? How old were you?
I think probably let's say like I probably when I was the girls approached me when I was like about 14 or something like that.
Well, we listen,
14 in my
young
teenage
man.
years.
Listen, young man. Everybody up here is adults. We shouldn't be talking about nothing that happened prior to 18. So the idea that you say you had an opportunity to be in a relationship, and then you talk about when you were 14. So you got to catch up.
No, that was through my whole teenage phase, though. Basically, I was offered to be in a relationship through my whole teenage phase, but I said no.
You 18
Yeah,
now?
let's go to the adults.
Even
How many times?
18.
You 18 now?
No, I'm 23.
See, that's what I'm saying. You got like 4 years under you, 4 or 5 years under your belt. Talk
Well,
about
well, well, nephew, you're 23, right? You know,
Mm-hmm.
in the faith of Islam, you supposed to have a wife. So I ain't saying you got to look for one tomorrow, but usually you marry. I mean, you go on dates with intentions on marrying. So you're getting 23, man. You don't want to wait too long. You should at least go on a couple dates with no strings attached, just to be in the presence of a woman so you can get a little more comfortable when you do see the woman that you really like. The woman that you really like, you might be stuttering and fumbling over yourself. So maybe just go out and catch a movie or get a coffee and just get around a woman and get yourself comfortable with the way you talk so you can flow when you really see that woman that you like, and you won't be all nervous and skittish if you just wait
Okay.
now and then you see her at 27 and you haven't been practicing. So just go on some dates and find out about a woman, and it's good to be around some woman energy. Then it's good to be around, men energy. So just try it out right now and with no strings attached.
Ism
Okay.
give us a great
Okay,
information
nephew.
because these y'all scared young men. Like young men would be scared to be around women if they listen to the internet. You know, yeah, they like literally. There's men on here that I can name them where they like vagina. Ugh, no, I hate women. That women gonna destroy your life. You know what I mean? That's because that red pill talking points that been out here for a while. But ism
Okay.
is great advice.
Okay, that's a good point, though, actually. I might consider that in future. I'm gonna take that into consideration. I'm just basically right now focusing on myself, and when the time comes, I know I'm not gonna be young forever. You have a
Oh
point
Lord,
on that.
he say he focusing on himself. Um, so
Yeah.
Yeah.
being around
What
other
you doing now? You
people,
finishing school? Or you getting you some degrees, a trade? What
I,
you doing?
I finished college now though. After going 5 years to college, I finally finished that. So I'm probably gonna do something else. It's like this probably. Let me can't remember. Oh, that's it though. Basically, I'm gonna do this. Like it's like I'm gonna go volunteer in a community-based, program type thing. They're just gonna help me out with the life skills type of thing, and hopefully. Within them 2 years, though, I can be able to. I'll go work soon, though basically. And after that, though, maybe that'll be different, though.
Well,
I
you
hope to marry
23,
by 20. Yeah, I'm
23.
20. Yeah.
You probably got a good family and stuff, but a man needs his own though. So you might volunteer half and then work half. So you start making some money while you
Yeah,
still
but
staying
I'm a
at
bit
home.
different, though. Wait, but
I
look, I
understand,
get
but
you
when
and
you
what
stay
you're
at
saying,
home,
though.
you can save a lot of money. So when you get out on your own, you'll have a little bit of some change saved. Unless you just got a family that's gonna put you on. But if not, you can stack you up, 10, 20,000. Then when you get ready to move, it won't be such a burden. And it's gonna make you look that much more smoother in the eyes of a wife of a woman that you already got your own. So you don't need a woman, but I want one. And I'm in the faith of Islam. I'm supposed to have a wife, but you can show a woman, hey, I got my thing together. So when you show her your whole lifestyle, you're like, oh, you're 26, you got your own place, you got a car, you're doing good. You'll have the one you want. That's gonna look good in the eyes of a woman.
Okay. You have a point, but I'll give you that. However, to me,
Okay.
I'm a little, I work differently. That's why I'm, taking things step by step because I'm a bit neurodivergent though. I'm not using that as an excuse. I'm capable of almost everything, but I'm just moving step by step. And I know I won't be young forever. And you have a point on that. And I see where you're getting at. However, the way my mind is, I work a little different from how everyone else is though. So that's
Right,
why,
right.
that's how. That's why I'm just still with them now, though. It's not because I'm not capable of doing it on my own. If I actually did decide to move one day, I could just go find somewhere where they'll support me and do that and everything. Just right now, I'm just basically trying to, focus on myself first. And when the time for me to marry is to marry. And also, if I had to date, there's an alternative way. Is the way you explain, okay, I get you. The alternative way to date is like what you call a courtship, or we call it a halal date, we just basically, if I know a girl, find a girl, I can take her on a date. But then I have to bring my family, her family, and we're not supposed to basically no physical contact. All you do is sit and talk, and you get to know. And if you want to date, you date. If you want to marry, you marry. That's a halal dating. You call it a courtship.
Yeah, and that's good. Why you can't start that now? Like you can.
No, he said he's neurodivergent. He's on the autistic spectrum.
No, I know that, but
So he's gonna move at a little different
Wow.
pace. You
Yeah.
know what I mean?
Well, I
yeah,
thought you was over here. So I understand now they do it totally different. He put me up on some game when I was trying to give him some game. That's for my American brothers, what I was speaking on, but that is totally different. They have a whole nother culture, the way they date. Okay, bro. Good luck to you anyway, young brother.
right. But he
Thank
still has
you.
the ability to date now.
Yeah.
'Cause he's putting off today. Putting off for tomorrow what he could do today. I definitely know who he is, and I know every situation about him, and he is capable. He just have to, like I said, he sit in these areas where it's scary. Like, be honest, listening to in this space the conversations that we have, isn't it scary? It hasn't scared you away from women in a
No, it hasn't scared
relationship,
me
not
away.
women, but relationships. Go ahead.
Oh, wait. Has it scared me away from relationship type of thing? Probably the way how these guys move nowadays and how these guys basically most people in the space and stuff like that though, like the ones that you just described to me. I mean, yeah, that's kind of putting me off a little bit, and also like pressure type thing though. Anyway, it's not the woman's aspect; it's the guy's aspect because after seeing how these guys basically behave and what they do and everything, I'm like, nah, man, you can have that.
Right. And not just young men in your culture, but even young men in our culture is very scared of women because they hear that women are only for themselves. She only gonna think about herself, and she gonna use him for his money. And then the women are afraid because they're like, oh, he's just gonna use me for my body, and then he gonna throw me to the side if I gain a little weight or if I need makeup or if I change my makeup or my hair. And so it's like, if I was young in this generation, I would be scared as shit. I wouldn't
Yeah.
trust. body.
Oh,
It's
you wouldn't just say in
I
this
thought you
generation.
say it's
If
much.
you don't have any, if you don't have any life experiences of your own, this is not a cool space for you to be around all day, every day. This is not
right.
healthy shit. This is some toxic fucking shit that you're gonna get from most of the people that have channels and have huge followings and shit. It's the worst advice that you can get. I'm gonna be
Yep.
100 with you. Usually, the bigger the platform, the worse the advice is going to be.
Damn, you're right about that.
Especially if it's niggas that don't get no box and don't get no experience with women, talking to you
That's
about
usually
women all day.
their supporters. And the same, unfortunately, the same rules apply for those damn women. That's who a lot of their supporters are people that are antisocial and are fucked up already, and they need some place to go and get some confirmation bias for why their asses are alone. That's what a majority of this space is. So I'm just saying what Bomb and Ism told you. Regardless of where you are or what the spectrum is, man, get some life experiences. Don't listen to these people online. They don't know shit.
Okay, you're right though. I totally take that into consideration. Also, though, I have people in my, in real life as well. Though I've got my family members as well. They can give advice as well. I can go ask them as well. If like I get you on what you mean though, because I actually have people who will be really honest with me and actually, give me what I need to give though as well. But I see where you're coming from though. You have a point on that though. I do take what was the advice that was given to me into consideration. I'm just basically taking step by step because I do take a woman's feelings into consideration, how she feels and stuff. So whatever I say and stuff like that, whatever I say or do is gonna make her feel some type of way though. So I'm just basically taking that into consideration though.
Yeah, and you do have time. You're still a young man. But when I met you, you was like 19. I think you were 19. So
Yeah.
yeah, I've been knowing you
I'd
for
say
quite.
like about 1921, I'd say. 21,
Mhm.
22, roughly.
Yeah. So I've been
Well,
knowing you
so
for
you probably don't need to listen to me. Don't the advice I gave you earlier, that was cool, but you understand me? No, man. No, no. We ain't gonna do it like that.
Okay.
I can't do it like that. I got to go out here and experience something. If my broad leave me tonight, I'm gonna get me a new one. I'm not fit to be on a panel of straight sucker simps crying about hoes all night. I don't know what you niggas call that, being tough. Your alpha males, your all these, your wolves, your anime man, your Iron Man. I'm not messing with you sucker duckers. Okay, crying about hoes and scared to go on a date. Okay, life happens. Things happen. When you get older, you might want your old gal by your side, man. You know what I mean? Take your blood pressure and give you your medicine and stuff. So everybody ain't got to be red pill, alpha, moon, wolf. Some of y'all need to get you a wife and sit down.
and enjoy your life.
Trust me, that virus done reached the gate now because of the shit going on online. Even women believe they gotta subscribe to that shit and pander to niggas to get them. I'm just being 100. Yeah,
Yes, man.
you see that shit in real life. Women will come up talking to you as a man and start pandering to you just like these chicks online do. I fuck with Danica Marie, but let's keep it real. She pandering the motherfuckers over there.
Oh, for sure.
You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? A lot of these chicks are following that shit because that shit it seems to be what gets attention from dudes. So that's why I
Yeah,
say this.
it's an easy grift. It's an easy grift. It's just like being a female rapper or some shit. It's an easy grift. If you be the odd one in a lane, you know what I'm saying? If you be a woman saying all the same red pill shit that niggas say, it niggas is going, you know what I mean? As a matter of fact, look at Cooking with Kaya. You know what I'm saying? Niggas was going supporting Cooking with Kaya because they thought that Cooking with Kaya aligned with more like male point of views and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Why they thought that?
Anything
They
that
was
makes
looking at her
black
for her body. They
Yeah,
wasn't
they
talking.
was, but they was using her to make the argument about being domesticated and still shaking your ass and shit. You know?
But check this out though, Doc. This is how fucked up people's way of thinking is. Like, why would I ever want a woman that thinks like a fucking man? I want a woman that thinks like a woman. I'm the man.
Right, and that's the thing. That's what, bro.
You know what I'm
Most of
saying?
the complaint is that niggas want women to think like them, and it's like, bro, what are you doing, bro?
These spaces
Ain't
have
no
caused a further disconnect.
no woman care about your
And because of that shit,
feelings.
you got dudes that came on here advocating for men's rights, and then you let dating coaches mix in with this shit. So now you got red pill dating coaches. What the fuck is that? Like think about that shit.
You ain't lying. You not lying. They look those
It makes
men.
no sense. And you got people that have built these huge ass platforms telling you some shit that's literally it's all contradictory.
Go on some
You know?
dates, nephew.
So
Go through
that's
life.
why I said, I
Get
mean, to take
married.
this
Have some
is
kids.
entertainment, man. Just be entertained by it, but don't. Shit ain't no Bible, bro. And I wouldn't recommend it for
Get a
somebody that doesn't
divorce.
have experience in life because you might think the shit these people saying is real. So Bomb has a point. You got women scared to meet up with dudes or to talk to dudes and shit because they're gonna get their asses beat or they're gonna get used and pumped and dumped and all that shit. And then you got dudes that have never been married, have no children, and then they're scared of fucking child support and alimony, and these niggas make fucking $12 an hour and shit.
Yeah,
And then
you ain't got no
oh,
money.
you my shit. It's like, bro, you make $12 a fucking hour. You work at Dunkin' Donuts, bro.
You drive a
Man, bro,
Buick.
don't do
Nigga.
them like that,
Don't
bro.
even have a
Save
car.
it.
Shit.
Yeah.
Hey man, it's life,
So
man. It's ups and downs. Go ahead, man.
so it is fucked up, man.
It's life, man. You know what I mean? Kids, children, child support, raising them. You could raise a little ass good. Then when they get older, they act inconsiderate. Ain't that fucked up?
But
So
nah,
it ain't
it is
easy being a
you know how
parent.
it is, bro.
Don't
When
you
you
be
came in
mad.
this dudes they had to have game or whatever. Everybody think that means you trying to lie to a chick and talk out of her drawers and shit like that. He's like, nah, man, you pretty much just got to have your shit together and get some confidence in yourself. You build yourself up. That's what's going to build confidence because you know you can build something. Start with yourself. So you'll be able to walk through the fucking world with some damn confidence and you'll probably get you a woman. It'll just come. But you gotta have some game. You gotta have some game to yourself. Dudes attacked Ism and everybody else that fucking said that shit. You know? Because
Right,
they
you
got
don't have
some mathematical fucking equation to fix incels' problem of being lonely and getting no goddamn pussy.
right. If you don't
You
get
know
no
what I'm saying?
confidence,
They
if you don't
real
get no
shit. They
confidence, you don't
got
got
the
nothing.
statistics, the empirical data, and all of the analytical information to tell you exactly how tall you need to be, how much money you need to make, the exact measurements of what your jawline has to be, and all of
Weird
that shit,
life.
so that you can get a woman that's fit, feminine, friendly, and submissive. Get the fuck out of here, man.
And
Watch
but
your
people, the women used to attack me, you know, based on some of the things I used to say. Because I also say that women need to have some game about themselves, play the game of life. But I wasn't talking about. I'm not talking about hitting no man over the head and stealing from him. I'm not talking about harming anybody. I'm just saying she got to play this. You know, if she want a man who she like, she might have to fight for him. And I don't mean literally, right? But there's other women in the world. We got a lot of women who will say, but they're not fighting over no man. And I say bullshit, right? Because if he's worthy of my attention, then there's a shitload of other women who might be looking at him too, right? So, but when I say that, then
So you're saying that they should compete, bomb? How they should compete?
well, I mean, she should compete by being, you know, of course, being herself, but sharpening her skills, right? She finding out what you men like. And they say that's catering to a man. I'm like, but like he wants to cater to you because he want to know what you like. Why wouldn't you want to know what he like? Right? And so if I know that my boyfriend likes a woman who could cook, then I'm gonna show him that yeah, I could cook. Right? If he
Who
prefers
on the
a
stream
woman.
snore? One of you niggas snoring? Who fell
That's my
asleep?
husband. That's the hubby. I told you were gonna hear him soon. He done
The
got
hell?
in deeper sleep. Okay.
You call that
But that
you
just
call that a realm sleep, baby, when you're in deep sleep. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
I
yeah.
put this moose-gator on you. You understand, miss? I put this sheboinking on you, baby. You know, you go to sleep, you be in a deep sleep, you be comatose, you know what I mean? You be digmatized by Uncle baby. I don't want to have to do it to you.
Why don't some people want to compete? It's almost, and I know the word compete sounds bad. I guess to some, to me, it never sounds bad. It feel like, okay, if I gotta out there in the world, I gotta compete.
You women need to compete. You ain't matching up to the bomb cherries of the world. You women can't sew.
The women can, so the ones who
And
want
you
to, so
reap
they.
what you sow.
You crazy? No, and the men also. Some of the men, I remember the first time I said, "Yeah, this is the world. You know, you got to compete." And a man told me I ain't competing because I used to be over there talking to men. Believe it or not, it used to be
So
men
check
who
this
was
out,
listening
Mom.
to.
My
Uh-huh.
bad cutting you up real quick. I'm gonna add to this, right? I did a stream, right? And I think I even came up on Doc's panel and I talked about rotational dating. Why that's the most effective way of dating if you're dating for a purpose, like marriage or long-term relationship or whatever. And this is for men and women. I ain't get no pushback from women. I got pushback from dudes about that shit. You know? Oh,
Yeah.
I don't want to be in no chick's rotation. I'm like, nah, that's really not how it works. Like it's
If
it's
I'm in a
it,
chick rotation, I don't know. I don't want to
nah.
win the rotation.
Here's the deal. And that's what I mean. Like
If
everybody
all of
just
us dating the same chick in
like
the
this.
rotation, I don't want to be the winner and then let her be my chick. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
why
Because
I
we
did a
was all
whole stream
smashing.
on this shit, so people actually knew what rotational dating is. They just hear the word rotation and they assume they just get thrown in one, and they're dating a chick that's dating a bunch of dudes and whatever. No, it's not like that. You know what I'm saying? It just you gotta assume that somebody, if you talking to somebody, they're talking to somebody else the same way you should probably be talking to somebody else when you talk to somebody or whatever. If you're rotationally dating properly, all that other shit is just gonna fall out. You're not gonna want to talk to anybody else. You ain't gonna want to be with anybody else. You only got 24 hours in a day, so eventually you're gonna spend all of your time with one person. But because people are actually competing for your time, when you're doing it like that, only one person can earn it. You know, so
I
you
see what
use
you're
the
saying.
process of elimination. It doesn't mean that you ain't supposed to be screwing. The same rules apply with women. You ain't supposed to be screwing all of these chicks. Oh, I screw this one on Tuesday, this one on Wednesday, this one on Thursday. Absolutely not. But you dating for a purpose. Like right there, when somebody ain't on the same path as you, they not trying to have a long term relationship because they got a
But if
rotation
you ain't
too, and they
screwing
trying
them,
to jump.
somebody's screwing them. You know what I'm
Okay,
saying?
and that's
That's
when
not
they
true.
fall out of your rotation. That's when they
Exactly.
fall out of yours. You don't have time for somebody that doesn't have time for you because they're screwing somebody else. Like, you
See,
understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Auntie, the key to rotational dating is to not let the women know they're in a rotational dating. Come on,
Yeah,
Thank
man.
you, ladies. Thank you, ladies.
no, that's a fact. But the women are supposed to do the same thing. But the thing is, you won't be in a rotation if you're doing what the hell you're supposed to do that's aligning with what the other person's doing. If they're dating, like if a woman's dating for a purpose of marriage or whatever, you know what I'm saying? She's gonna be courting or letting a couple of dudes court her that are supposedly saying they want the same thing. Now we know niggas just be saying stuff to get the box. So only maybe one or two of those dudes are gonna do what aligns with what the hell they're saying. You know? And then maybe one of those dudes is actually gonna do what aligns with what they're saying and what actually fits inside of what she's doing to the point where she wants to spend all her time with him. So the other dudes won't even matter. It's really that simple. You know,
Right.
but if you
So
just if you just one person at a time, that's how you waste 5 6 7 years of your life on the wrong damn person, and you're like, how did
facts.
I get here?
So when me and hubby was dating, I was dating other people. So I remember one time, like I was on my way going on a date, and he came up and said, "Hey, where you going?" I said, "Well, I'm about to go to the movies with someone." I said, "If you want, you could be, come up here like 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock tonight, right?" And he said, "Bet." So I guess like that's everybody dating. We were young, right? We young. He wasn't all upset, right? I'm quite sure he was happy that I said you could come up after. and and we can sit and talk and chat or whatever. But the idea that everybody think that as soon as you meet somebody, get their name and number, and go on a date, that person is now just yours. It's ridiculous. You don't even know this person yet.
Facts.
So I was getting to know he's now my husband, of course. I mean, he won out, right? But I was getting to know the guy who asked me on a date. I was getting to know my now husband and a few other men. And it doesn't mean I was sleeping with him. In fact, the more men who are around a woman who's respecting her and things, she's not giving the cookie to none of them. Why would I, right? I have him, and him. They respecting me, I'm respecting them. Everybody, and I gotta just sleep with them. Why?
I don't believe you, Mom. I don't
But
believe you.
It don't even matter. But I tell you what, you think you men, even if I was wanting to have sex with all of them, you think they care? Men get in line for pussy.
Hey, Mom, no. But
a
that's the
young
purpose.
hot
If a woman's actually doing that shit for a purpose, she's not just gonna be sleeping with everybody. She's not gonna do that. You know what I'm saying? If she's got a purpose of being in a long-term committed relationship that where she gets a ring, she gets marriage, she's not gonna be trying to screw this one and that one and this one and that one because she can fuck it up with everybody.
She was a
you know what I'm saying?
young, hottie, naughty, thotty.
I'm just saying that's a chick going through a whole phase that just wants to fuck. You know what I'm saying? She's not. That's the only purpose that she's dating, and that chick she'll stay in your rotation for a specific purpose, but it won't be for no damn ring.
What they used to call it?
I got married.
In your day, they used to call it a
Me and
strawberry.
hubby got married within 6 months. Within 6 months, we were married. Okay.
He locked that up, huh?
He did.
Hey, Bomb, can you tell me this about women? So you the top president of the Feminist Coalition, Bomb Cherry. Bomb, can you tell me why women, after they have 2 kids, they want the next dude to wait all this time and now they celibate? What?
That's
you
your
got
fault.
2 kids, now you want the next dude to wait 6 months until you get married before he can get some box.
That's men's fault. That's men's fault.
That's right.
That's men's fault. That's men's fault, right?
That's men's fault because a woman has 2 kids. Okay. She's 34. Whatever. Now she talking about she's celibate.
Why?
And you gotta wait. You gotta wait till you marry her to get the used box.
Yeah, but ism, that's a lie though. They
she said that's true.
You ain't gonna tell me you celibate. You got fucking kids running around this motherfucker. Your ass damn near 40 years. Fuck out of here.
You men. Steve Harvey is the one who gave that fucking advice to women. And you men, when women start talking about they celibate, you then give them more points. Y'all give her more points, right? Because she's walking around saying she's celibate and she's saving herself for the right man, and y'all give her more points. Y'all give her more points if she's a virgin, but it's hard to find them.
Yeah, but a born again virgin don't get no points.
Huh?
A born again virgin don't get no points.
But them men be giving her highest points. That's all she got to do is lie and say I'm celibate.
Oh well, I mean, just like you say, you don't get. I mean, if you got to lie to get the points, it's cheating.
Did you hear what she said? She got to lie and say she's celibate. See, Mom is telling all
she was lying and saying she was celibate, and she could be lying and saying she's celibate.
So she's saying she's celibate because it means she's a liar. You don't believe her. Mentirosa negrita. She's a liar.
But yeah, she was lying. The one I'm speaking about, the person. When she went through the name of all the men, talking about I've been celibate for 10 years, but she
I got to get up in the morning. It's always a pleasure to come over here and talk to my old people. Aunt T, old Bomb Cherry, me and you be going back and forth. We're gonna have to get a show once a week, me and Bomb Cherry going back and forth. DJ Wish Doctor, the coldest host, lining up. The coldest clips, and Ronald, you's pretty good today, man. You wasn't simping too hard, man. You wasn't too mad at that young light skinned girl that you like, man. You married, Ronald. Stay in your lane. Stop yelling at the light skinned women you like. Want them to straighten up.
I'm good when I don't say nothing.
You're all right with me, man. I just be starting shit. I'll see y'all later, players.
Bye.
You take care.
All right. Peace.
Anybody else before we get on up out of here? Because I do need to get some sleep too.
Now I know a
Yeah,
dude
yeah.
had came up on my show when I was talking about the rotational day. He was like, yeah, he was dating this one chick, and he said he was trying to juggle like her and like three other chicks, and he said she just ghosted him, and then he said like 2 months later she was married, you know, or she was engaged to be married or some shit. I was like, yeah, bro, you was in a rotation and you wasn't acting right, motherfucker. So that's it, bro. You lost your spot.
That's right.
You know what I'm
But
saying?
he
And
was
he said she was a good woman and all of that. I was like, yeah, she was trying to she was selling herself as a wife, motherfucker. You wasn't biting. Somebody did.
right.
That's why she got a ring. I was like, can you blame her? You know? She dropped your
Yeah,
ass
here's
one
what I was
time.
saying earlier. I was saying earlier that even if a woman give like a dude an ultimatum, or give a dude or if they question the dude intentions, like, damn, we've been dating for such and such years, if we marrying or not, I don't think that is wrong, because like you don't want to waste your time, because I understand that women got a biological clock, you know what I'm saying? So I don't see nothing wrong with that shit.
Oh.
And
Yeah,
at
there
least
are.
she let you know that she's serious about you, right? Because you're waiting for him to take the lead on making it, official.
Right.
Instead of we
Hmm?
just being friends with benefits or some shit like that.
But
Otherwise,
mom, he thinking he keeping it player right. Well, I got this one, I got that one, I got this one, I got me a rotation. It's like, yo, nah, she the one with the real rotation, and you just fell out of it, bro.
right.
For real. You done played yourself out of the game, bro. You know what
Mhm.
I'm saying? Like
And
for
then he
real.
said he was a good one too. Huh? He just
Yeah,
lost
he
out
said
on
that was the good one, and then yeah, which what you end up with, juggling three hoes.
Yeah,
Like,
Uh,
eh,
I think she probably was waiting for her real boyfriend to act right. You know how sometimes you've been dating for a while and she trying to get married and he says no for right now, so she break up with him and just waiting for him to get himself together and say, okay, yeah, you're right, let's get married. So she run right back to him. That happens
the
a
way
lot. I've seen women. I've
that might have
seen.
been him. I'm just saying the way he was talking. I'm like, bro, it seemed like she was giving you a chance, but you didn't act right. He said he was trying to juggle all of this, so he didn't have no time for it. So he just fell out of the rotation. Basically, He's like, she ghosted me. I was like, she didn't ghost you. She just started giving her time to another dude.
Yeah,
She
the
was
one she
giving her
really
time to
wanted.
you, and now she's not because you ain't really making. You know what I'm saying? You splitting your time between like four chicks.
Yeah,
She don't
exactly.
want that in a husband or a long term relationship. She wants somebody that's committed to her. You know.
well, the
And
reason why I
luckily she had you to compare the motherfucker she married to. You know what I'm saying? Luckily she had your ass as a barometer. So yeah, you helped that other dude. You know? You were a perfect example of what the fuck she didn't want. And this dude was the opposite. You got a winner. That's why
yeah,
rotational dating works.
I
like
think it does work.
I think me personally, um, I think for the most part, when you meet somebody, a lot of times you kind of know who you like. You kind of have a number one already. So the rotational, I don't really agree with it that much. But I
Of
think you
course you don't.
should. I think you should be able to, like, for example, if you have female friends, you should be able to hang out with them from time to time. But for the most part, you know who you like.
How
And a
you
lot
know
of
who
times,
you like if you okay, so how
Man,
without the
God, I can't
rotational
end this one.
dating, how would you know what you like? You only know what you know, but you might meet somebody who have qualities that you never stumbled across, and now you've learned some things. So there's the ridiculousness is to say, well, you already know what you like when
you
you
always
don't even have any experience.
And that female friends
most
thing, a lot of y'all dudes, y'all gotta hey, learn the concept of mutual respect, man. Because if y'all don't have mutual friends that are females, bro, your woman is likely not gonna be comfortable with that shit. You know, and that's what I'm saying. Like friends that are friends of both of y'all. Oh, this was just a homegirl that I had for all these years before you and shit like that. Man, be considerate because when she got all the male friends, a lot of these motherfuckers be insecure. You know?
Ain't
yeah.
no male friends. Ain't no male friends,
Yeah.
man.
So I'm not even gonna try my chick like that. Like I got this. I'm
Oh,
just talking
I
to this
ain't,
woman
man.
and this woman just you know what I'm saying
Well,
and
I'm
then
glad my
fuck all
chick
that,
is
bro.
okay with me trying her like that. Well, not
Yeah,
trying her,
yeah.
but no,
But
I'm
when
a
I
male
say
friend.
But when I say female friends, I'm not talking about females that you sleep with, because that's gonna mess everything up. And the same thing goes for her.
Right.
If she got male friends that she slept with, that's a whole different story. But you
Or
are
want
gonna,
to sleep with her.
yeah, but we all don't, if you 25, 30 years old, yeah, you have friends of the opposite sex, and you don't just get rid of them because you're in a new relationship. You, out of respect for your that person, you're not going to be always hanging out with those other friends. You might talk to them on the phone from once in a while or whatever, out of respect.
So
You know,
so
My
okay,
best
so
friend,
you
my
can
best friend
you
is a man. My best friend is a man.
bro, you can ask. Okay, so ask your chick this. Okay, if your chick has a male friend, right, and she's 32 years old or whatever, be like, hey, does your male friend respect our relationship? Oh, absolutely. All right, so call him right now and tell him you want to fuck. He's gonna turn you down, right? Because he has respect for the relationship you got going on.
so you
He's
think
gonna
that is
turn you
something
down, right?
that's so you think that should be something that we should do? You think we should run that test
Hell
You
in
no.
real
shouldn't
life?
have to run that test because it should, just like Doc said, shouldn't be none of that shit, man. That male friend is, if he really has respect for y'all relationship, he ain't gonna be trying to just come around like that. You know what I'm saying? If
Bro,
he does
I
come
got
around, he gonna
female
come
friends.
around in a respectful setting when you there, and he gonna make sure he don't overstep his fucking
Watch
boundaries.
it this. I got female friends that I don't talk to on the phone on the regular heavy. But as soon as they got a man and they taking that nigga serious, I fall back because
Yeah.
she
Real.
just my friend. I don't got intentions of
And
wifing her up. So
you
if she
got
really
respect
my
for what
friend,
you
why
got
I'm gonna
going on.
cock block her, right? Why
Yeah,
I'm gonna cock block her from getting in a real situation and me and her just friends. That is some bullshit. You know what I mean?
real. Don't be calling
And
me
as a
talking
man,
about
you
your
know what
man.
you're comfortable with. So you gotta respect their relationship and not even be getting it. It's not like you were if you was a female friend, it would if you was a female too, it would have been different. Y'all would have been girlfriends. But you a whole nigga. You know what I'm saying? You want a whole
Real.
nigga to be friends with your girl.
Real. I can't
Jeez,
do
what?
nothing but create conflict in a woman's relationship like that. Like for real. If I can't become like yours and your dude's friend, I don't need to be around like that. Like real shit.
Even if I be and you know what, most of the time, because I got like two different homegirls that I'm friend with them, and I know they dude, me and they dude is not like the best of friends or cool like me and them, but I'm not, me and them ain't even cool like we was before when they didn't have a man. Cause it's not like, you know what I'm saying? And don't let it be a chick that you smashed before. You definitely ain't got no business being around her and a man. Cause that's kind of
Hey, and
disrespectful.
Doc, that's usually how it be too. So, man, nah, yeah, you gotta show some respect for what people got going on. Like for real,
Right.
for real. You know? Don't think like I'm not that dude that you're gonna talk to when you feel like you can't talk to your dude. I'm not that dude. Hell
Well,
Yeah.
no.
that's what my friend. That's what my best friend is. My best friend is the guy who I could call, and I start asking him about men, and he'll give me the real advice. He'd be like, "Yeah, Vanya," because he called me Vanya. He's the only one to call me that. He'd be like, "Yeah, that's what men do. That's what we think," and then he'll give me some perspective. Sometimes I need, you might need a man or the opposite sex, because my sister's gonna go with what I want to go most of the time, not all the time, though. But my girlfriends cannot explain to me some bullshit that my husband might be thinking.
Mm.
You know, so we women and men really truly think of things differently. And so another perspective. But my best friend is a guy. And let me say this. I've always known that men like would sleep with you if they have the opportunity.
Yeah.
Um, uh, so if I wouldn't call and give him that test, because that
Yeah.
that's gonna be
Yeah.
a failure. 'Cause Auntie, even though I'm married and everything, right? But let's say I was your age and live close by, and we good friends. I'm married, and we talk. But I'd be like, look, I don't cry on your shoulder. I just need some dick right now. And you available? You might come over and get me some.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck about your husband if you don't. Like for real.
Right.
I'm like real shit. I'm not gonna book, but at the same, I'm not just like I remember that first question. Do you respect my relationship? Not if you don't. Fuck out of here.
That's
If
right.
you're like
Yeah,
fuck that nigga, I'm like fuck that nigga. What about him? You know, for real.
Yeah, that's why you never use that test.
That's on some
Nah, I
bullshit right there.
mean you shouldn't
Yeah, I
have
wouldn't do
to.
that test.
But that's what I'm saying. Your girl shouldn't be in a position where she has to defend her male friends with you. They shouldn't even be crossing the fucking line like that.
Right.
That's facts. Yeah, because I talked to my friend in front of my husband. It's not like we sneaking. Plus, he got a wife, and I'm, we've been friends before he even met his wife. But yeah,
Yeah, I think it actually benefits the relationship more when you don't isolate yourself. Just because you got in a relationship now and all of a sudden you isolate yourself and now you can't talk to opposite sex anymore. And when I say talk, I mean like for example, I have my best female friend. We might talk once like every 2-3 months or something like that. And sometimes the conversation could go over an hour. And that's not something from my, and thank God my wife never get jealous or anything. But I think it's really helpful because
I
sometimes you do
think
want to talk to the
I think it is to a certain degree too. I gotta admit that shit because like sometimes I just like chopping it up with my female friends and shit, but now I'm in a relationship. I gotta respect my relationship, so the
yeah.
conversations ain't gonna be the same way. You know what I mean? It was before and shit.
Yeah, but
right.
if you for example like me married, if I was like every weekend I'm like, yeah, I'm about to go hang out with my girlfriend or my female friend, then that'll be an issue because I'm leaving all of a sudden now I'm leaving my wife and children when I'm supposed
And
to be.
you a dude, bro. Why you hanging out with your girl? You know what I'm saying? Your
Yeah,
girlfriend is your girlfriend. You know what I mean? Your wife is your girlfriend.
So yes, so you're right. There should be some kind of respect, but when it comes to like phone calls and from time to time, having conversations, if or for example, if their kids having a birthday party, you're like, okay, let me bring my kids over there. That shouldn't be an issue. So
Nah,
yeah,
that shouldn't be an issue. But like like I said, I understand these chicks can say whatever the fuck they want. Bomb, no, I done said it already. Sisterhood ain't shit. They don't like each other anyway. So if these chicks, if the only thing they got in common is me and nothing else, like no friendship, nothing, just me, yeah, chances are they about to be fighting, bro.
yeah, your wife should
You
never
know
have
what
to
I'm saying?
compete
For
with a
real.
female
They're not
friend.
gonna get along, and I'm not gonna expect them to.
Yeah. If your wife feel like she's competing with a female friend, then that's a problem.
yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem.
So, you shouldn't even be dating anybody or marry somebody who's overly jealous. So during that courting phase, see how they act. If they highly jealous, especially if you just met them, like you only know them for about a week, and all of a sudden they jealous and ask you all kind of questions and being jealous, depending on your answer, yeah, to get rid of them.
Man, hey, a chick doesn't have to be overly jealous to not be comfortable with me talking on the phone for hours with some chick that ain't her or my
No, you
mother. Like, I'm
right.
just being 100, man. Their senses are going to activate. Like, if you need a woman to lean on, she be like, you lean on me, motherfucker. What the fuck? Fuck is this bitch? I'm just saying that's the way are gonna be. I would assume.
Yeah, but like I said, that's why you gotta find if you have female friends, you gotta find that woman that is best for you. That's not gonna be overly jealous. And when I say conversations, like I said, if you talking to the girl if you're talking to another woman on the phone for like about an hour, like every 2 days or something, that yeah, that would look a little funny.
Wait, I'm a
But
little
if you have
confused on what you said because you said you got to find the right woman for you that's not overly jealous. So you kind of putting it on the woman instead of him just understanding that his girl don't really feel comfortable,
no,
and you got to
there are
wait and you
women.
got to figure out how to make her more comfortable. Like for instance, my best friend, like I got them to start getting to know each other a little bit here and there. I'm like, hey, Chris, say hi. He said, oh, tell him hi.
Yeah.
Hey, Chris, and his wife inviting us over here. You want to go? And whether he said yes or no, I let him know where I'm gonna go hang out with him if you don't want to go. And he said go. So I gotta I can't just force it on him. I just have to make hubby feel comfortable. But you was like, well, you gotta. So you saying I would have to get rid of hubby if he was the jealous type. But by the way, he is the jealous type.
Yeah, like I said, that's in the dating phase, right? There are people that are overly insecure. There are some men that don't even want their girl to go to the club. They think that's cheating, right? So if you
Right.
overly insecure, then yeah, get rid of that person because it's not going to last. You got to be able
Oh,
to have friends and or even spend time with friends from time to time. if you do it, if you hanging out with these people like every other day, then that's an issue. But if it's like from time to time, you know, like I said, every month or every 2 months, you talk to somebody on the phone, you know, that shouldn't be an issue at all.
Suppose you work
Nah,
with
I get it. That's a
him.
random conversation. You know, just catch up on some shit. That's a little different. Um, it, it's just all right. It comes from a basic concept of just mutual respect. I'm not gonna do to this chick some shit I don't want her to do to me. But also, I'm not gonna do some shit that I'm gonna probably have to explain or apologize for later. Like I'm gonna think about that shit before I do it and then not do it. I'm not gonna, damn, you know what? This shit done went too far. Or you know what? This chick has just been hanging around just to kind of, you know, just just hang around. You know what I'm saying? She just been hanging around, you know what I'm saying, for when things either go south with her dude, or a lot of chicks just hang around because they want to get with you. They just waiting on you to make the first move.
Mm.
And you thinking this is just your friend. And she's like, I've been
And
waiting on
shows
him to
you
make
the
a move, and then you think some a chick with you is gonna stop her?
and
Nah,
shows her
man.
to brain bender. She's actually agreeing with what Ron was saying too. She said Ron was on point.
Yeah,
On point with what?
and
On
also you got
point,
to remember
on
if
point
you
with what?
On
Because
that's what
point.
I'm
like by the time you said she said he on point, I'm asking what point. Because in what he said, he's not so far wrong, except the part where he said don't hang out with him too much. But suppose you work with him. Suppose you work with your friend every day.
well, that's
I
different.
think he's basically saying get somebody that's okay with whatever lifestyle you live in. I mean, sure, you're gonna have some sort of compromise if you really feeling the person. But if you got female friends, he's saying don't date a woman who's overly jealous. I mean, sure, you're gonna gotta play your part because you ain't just gonna do blatant shit to disrespect your relationship. But it's still a compromise. Says they both meeting halfway. His
But
halfway is he's not gonna disrespect, and her halfway is she not the jealous type because he vetted before. He realized that
but
she
that's
could
not
be okay.
halfway. That she's not a jealous type. Like that's not halfway. He
You
he
don't
didn't
have,
show
but
like
bomb. Check this out, right? You don't have to be the jealous type. Women
right.
got like antennas, bro, and a radar. And even though you might be like, look, this is just my homegirl. She'll be like, look, man, that bitch want to fuck you, man. Okay, like
Right.
straight up. And
I
and
know.
and, and she might be wrong. It's just you're her man, so she see you as the man, and she know other chicks want her damn man. So I'm not gonna do shit that's gonna put my woman in a fucked up situation, like in an insecure situation, or I'm gonna have to do some extra shit to ease that shit or something. Mainly not because I'm just like just trying to coddle her, but I want the same damn respect. Don't do
And
some
let's
shit that might
I just
that might set me. If you think that shit might set me off, don't do it. Don't
and let's
test
let
me.
Triple
No,
B
no,
let's
don't
let Triple B let's let Triple B explain what it is that she agrees with when it comes down what Ron was saying. Go ahead, Triple B.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the respect. Um, Ron,
I'm
love,
here.
respect, patience. That's the key. Like you gotta literally like kind of sacrifice, step outside the box. Like literally love, respect, patience is the key to moving forward in a relationship. Like it doesn't matter like what you are, who you're not. Literally support each other, hold each other up, be each other's pillar. That's what makes a relationship
then
survive.
she said don't matter who you are, what like what?
I
Man,
don't
things
know.
be sounding good until you break that shit
We
down. That's
are the
like
world.
she just
We
say
are
don't long as you respect them, but it don't matter who they are, what they are, and what
And I exactly said, I don't care about your melanin in your skin. I don't care. Who
what?
you are, how you treat me
fuck you are.
is
I see
gonna
what you said.
matter.
It don't matter how he treats you.
It matters how he treats me.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. I see. Okay, I see that part, but
All right. Thank you, Ann. Thank you, Ann.
mm, there's some.
And
So
also one
so I'm gonna go back to what Auntie said though, because he was on point when
Mhm.
when Ronald said don't date a jealous woman, but like we all can have a jealous moment or a moment where
Okay, let me explain something to y'all, okay? Because you didn't get the handbook at birth.
I don't know about the handbook. I don't know what kind of handbook you talk, but I was talking just now. I'm not sure what's going on right now. And I'm not even in front of you. I said Ronald.
One mic. Go
So
go.
yeah.
Go.
So Ronald said that make sure she's not jealous. And I get that, right? Like I guess a man who don't like a jealous woman, I guess she's so jealous, he gonna notice that she's jealous right off the bat. I guess I don't know, but that happens. But suppose my husband, right? Because let's say we got married, but we recently married, and he got a friend who's a girl, a woman, right? And I just don't get the vibe. I don't like the vibe. When she comes over, the way she touchy feeling him, I'm not a jealous type. I promise you I'm not a jealous type. But now I don't like this shit. So what happens then? I said, I don't like this shit. So what are you gonna do?
Well, your man should know. Your man should kind of like detect your vibe and also be able to tell his friend, "Hey, my girl don't like that." So and also even the girl, she should be able to know how to present herself in front of you and have also respect for your relationship.
Man, I get that bitch one motherfucking warning, bitch. Hey, you like your teeth in your mouth? You better step the fuck off, man. My chick be done fucked you up out here. Fuck wrong with you? For real. And my woman gonna get that vibe right there. Nah, man. Cause if I don't
first of all,
and this is just mutual respect. Like I gotta check that because if a dude, one of her male friends or whatever, get a little too touchy feely with her, she need to check that shit. I shouldn't have to.
Absolutely. Like, first of all,
so I'm just saying this is just a concept of mutual respect. That's why I would prefer not to even let it go that far. Like if I think there might be some conflict, I don't have to cross the line to know that that's where the line is. You know what I'm saying? For real.
Do you think like if she see a friend like a guy friend and she give him a hug, is that what do you think about that? Is it appropriate? Is that okay with you?
It depends on what kind of hug it is.
I'm about to say it all depends on the context. Man.
It depends on the hug. It depends on where you're at, what you're doing. Like if it's a side hug, pat on the back, that's different. If it's a full body hug, that's different. Like it's different.
There's nothing to talk about after you figure out what it is. Most people want to sit there and discuss, how they felt about the hug. If I don't like the hug, I'm just going to end it. I'm not going to go back and forth.
What you mean? Say that again for me.
Like for instance, let's say, you know how you could see something that's clearly obvious that there's chemistry involved, but they're both not saying anything. Instead of me trying to figure out if it's chemistry, I feel like that chemistry is there, so I'm going to end it. I'm not going to go back and forth.
That's what I mean. The part when you say end it, you mean like you're going to break up?
I'm gonna let it. Yeah, I'm gonna let it go. The reason why I'm gonna let it go is because there's something there. You can clearly see something there. Everyone else around them sees something there. So that means something was already cooking up. Something's in
you ain't gonna fight for your wife?
Nah, I'm kind of with it. I'm kind of with him on that. I'm not gonna say I'm gonna assume what's there. I already see what the fuck is there. And the point is, if I see if I see that she just doesn't want to check this motherfucker because he's clearly out of line, and I can see that she really doesn't want to embarrass this motherfucker after I clearly just got embarrassed because of what the fuck this motherfucker just did. Yeah, there's a problem. There's a serious
but you work it out. Why would you just walk away? When you work it out?
I mean, a lot of times a lot of times all of that working it out shit that's just fluff in the middle until I end up splitting anyway. So why waste the time?
Well, me and hubby had to work shit out, and that's why and it don't always just end.
Yeah, and I get what you're saying, but I'm pretty sure you ain't get to the point where it was already lemonade and you had to bring it back to water. Like you ain't muddy up the waters that way. What I'm trying to say is you can see clear chemistry between two people, and when everybody else could see the same exact thing, it's more than meets the eye. So sometimes you just got to say, you know what, you got to let this one right here go and just deal with that thing as it is.
So, for instance, a hug, right? So let's say, remember they were friends. Maybe they were friends before I come in the picture, and then now we are married, and she comes over and hug him because she used to hug him a certain way. They grew up together and all that shit. I feel uncomfortable. I'm not just gonna walk away because I sense something there. We're gonna have a conversation, and I may tell him I'm uncomfortable. Like
So,
me and
so
hubby had to
Bomb,
deal with this because I'm in a state where he grew up. He's not in the state where I grew up. So that means
so
the women
Bomb,
grew up with, go ahead.
so Bomb, if you got to the point where you married a person, that means you got to the point where you felt as if you know all parts of that person. When you're
Oh,
married to that person, and when you're married to that person and they surprise you with affection to another person, that could be off-putting.
yeah,
And
but
that
I'm
means there's something that that means that she's good at hiding something. And
no,
you
no.
never wanna,
So
for me, um,
okay for you. But what I'm saying,
yeah,
I
for
see
me,
what you're saying, your feelings. What I'm saying though, just because your feelings are something a certain way doesn't mean that it's really going down that way. And you may not just walk away like you said, but it might be a discussion. Like I said, me and hubby met in a whole different state. We were in the military. So we met in Missouri. He's from Delaware, I'm from Louisiana. And we moved to Delaware. That means all his exes growing up, I'm gonna have to deal with. And so we in the grocery store and some woman walks up and says, "Hey, Mark," and hug him and shit. Now, she don't know he married. She don't even know me. In fact, she didn't even look at me. That's what really pissed me off. But I
I'm gonna
didn't.
give
She
you an example
And
when you
I'd have
get
seen
done.
some
I'll
shit.
give
I'd
you
have
an
seen some
example.
chicks get fucked up, bro.
Yeah, she was about to
Like
get
for
fucked
real,
up.
stepping out of line, dog. Like I done seen it,
So
dude.
Bomb, so Bomb, you remember that? I know you remember. Remember that movie Soul Food?
Yeah, so cool.
The movie, the actual movie. You remember when Buddy was like, "I know your wife,"
Yeah, no, I
and the
ain't
way he
really.
said it, which okay, it was a part where the man who she used to mess with
They beat the shit out of that
gave
motherfucker,
gave
man, on
gave
the
yeah,
job.
yeah, he did, 'cause
You
he
don't have
knew.
to go. Yeah,
He knew. Yeah. What he did was Bomb, he told him, "Hey, I'm the one that got you the job. I know your wife." And the way he did it, he wanted him to know, "I know your wife, I know your wife." She
Mm-hmm.
yo you knew by watching that it was more than meet the eye. So she really tried that, man.
Wait a minute,
And
but
she
what
used it.
did he know her prior to? I think I
yeah.
remember.
No. The
Oh,
dude didn't lie.
this
He was an ex-boyfriend, but
right.
Was an ex-boyfriend.
he got her ex-convict new husband a job. You know,
Oh, I see your
and
point.
she
And
put the
Oh,
word in. She put the word in and said that somebody else did it. And then his like first day on the job, first or second day on the job, old boy came and made himself known. He was just
yeah,
being messy. He was just
right.
being a messy ass nigga, and she
yeah.
pretty much had to flirt with him to get him to do that shit. But yeah,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
that's a
To this
different
point,
situation though. She she knew what she was doing. She knew what she
But
was doing, and
what did she
no,
do? She tried to. She wanted to get her husband a job. Like
she
yeah.
you
wanted
don't
to
think
yeah,
you flirt
she
and
wanted
get
to get
some
him a job because he was real down on his luck, not being able
right,
to get one. But at the same time, you know what I'm saying?
It's a
She thought that they
disrespect.
wasn't. It was disrespectful because she didn't sew it up. Like she
she
should have just been honest
want
with
it.
her husband about what the fuck she did to get the guy for him to get the job, and then he can decide if he want to take it or not. That's where
Right.
I believe she fucked up. There was telling
Mhm.
him that I think it was her brother-in-law. She told him that her brother-in-law got him the job, and then old boy like, nah, bro, like I'm the one that got you the job. Your wife came to me, called her some other name and shit like that, and said, "Yeah, me and your wife go way back." And that motherfucker beat the shit out of that nigga right in the cafeteria, you know,
He,
in front of
he,
everybody.
he,
First day
he
on
did
the
a
fucking
great job.
job, you
But
know.
he deserved his ass
What,
beat in a sense. But that don't make she had
That
fraud a
that
little
that's
bit.
still on wifey for being dishonest. Like he shouldn't have got caught off guard
it's
like
not,
that.
yeah.
You know,
I
Yeah,
you
think
don't
yeah.
know
shouldn't
how
have, like,
people are gonna react when they get caught off guard and embarrassed like that. So that I
No,
would put on wifey. You can't.
right.
You should have
So
just
you're
been
not gonna
honest
put
with
that on the
husband
man
off
who
rip.
tried to embarrass him. You're not gonna put that on him. It's her because she got
I
him a
mean,
job.
you know this is why you're not even with this nigga no more. This is a petty ass nigga that still wants to fuck with you. Those were the
facts.
pretenses that you got the
Facts.
Oh,
job.
now
Like he
that
That's why,
makes
came into
sense.
your
he get.
salon, you taped him up, you flirted with him a little bit and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So like, and then asked him to do a favor for your man now. So like, yeah,
Yeah,
this
that's
mother,
ultimate
you know this
betrayal.
nigga. Like you need to tighten,
That's
lady,
why he
tighten
had
up
to.
your
That's
shit.
why.
Just you
That's
need to
why he had
let
to
you.
get dealt with in the
Yeah.
lunchroom. He had to get
You
dealt with
should
in the lunchroom right
you
away.
gotta tighten that
Listen,
up if you are gonna cross that line right there, you got to tighten that up with your husband and let him know who the fuck you talk to get him that damn job, so that way he's not caught off guard in that situation.
And you
That's it.
also
and that's
He can decide
that's
whether or
the
not he's gonna take the job or not.
Now I
and
see
that's
the
the
book
purpose of
after the fact,
leaving. That's
but
the
Yeah.
purpose of leaving because you don't want to put yourself in that predicament. We're still primitive at that. And certain stuff like that can get you jammed up to the point where you don't see the light of day no more. So sometimes you
Yeah.
just gotta say, you know what, maybe this ain't what I think it is. There's several movies that's like that
you
where
always go to movies.
people
That's what's funny to me is the
it's
ridiculous.
easier
Well,
because
that
it's
goes to what I was
easier.
saying earlier, though, when I was like, look, if I think something might be a problem, I try to avoid it. I don't wait for it to happen so that way I can
Facts.
apologize for it.
No, I agree. And you
Goddamn.
gotta
If I give a fuck about somebody, I'm gonna think enough before I just do shit instead of just doing shit that that I might have to apologize for.
no, I get it. She was supposed to have a crystal ball to know that this petty ass dude, who
It's a
helped her.
possibility.
She informed him
Yeah.
that, hey, I'm married. So now she flirting with him a little bit to help. Can you help me out with my husband?
Yeah. But the
But
thing
then
is, he works for this company and has a high ranking position, so he might just walk up on your fucking man and put your man in a fucked up, embarrassing position. At least let your
yeah.
man know how he got this job for real. Because if he
No,
gets
I see
caught
what
off
you're saying.
guard, you don't know how he's going to react. That's the
Yeah, I
thing
see.
about it. Now,
Yeah.
in that
Or
case,
a
if you
motherfucking man who couldn't get his own motherfucking job,
hey, but if you at least prepare your man and let him know what circumstances he got the job under, he chooses to take the job, then now you can blame a petty ass nigga for being a petty ass nigga, and you can blame your man for
Yeah.
going off the deep end when he already knew the
And he knew.
situation and chose to
No, I
take the
see.
job anyway. Now
No,
it's
I
not
see.
on you anymore because you were honest. But
Right.
but all of this shit happened because you were dishonest. If that motherfucker had some time to brace himself,
Exactly.
rather than being caught off
Exactly.
guard and embarrassed in front of all of his new coworkers and
So
shit, you know,
Right.
this
exactly.
nigga just got out the pen too.
Sometimes
You know what I'm saying?
exactly.
Yeah.
Sometimes it could appear that you have his best interest at heart. It can appear that way, but sometimes you don't even know that what you're doing has his worst interest at heart. And
Yes,
when a person
because
can't
she
figure
don't
that
have a
out,
crystal ball. I agree. And y'all want women to have that. Like it's not like we sit down and tell y'all everything. The man, like you said, she wanted to get him a job. He was hard on his luck, out of penitentiary. And of course she don't want to, make him feel bad that she really had to give him a job. So she had to make it seem like a man helped him get the
so
job.
so so like for instance, right, Bomb, if I got a woman and and this woman, I expect for everybody to try to holler at this female because I'm gonna make sure she's that damn superior. Now, I don't expect to hear about it all day, every day. I'd be a fool to just want to get that type of information, that data, and put it in my brain all day. But when certain things like that happens, you gotta be like, "Hey, I ran into my ex today." You gotta say something when it came to a stuff like that, especially if there was a conversation. If it was just a pass by, it was a pass by. But if it was something to where you would want to know, you need to actually open up your mouth and say something. When you
I
don't say
let my husband know that
that's an issue.
every time I went home to visit and I bypassed some guy I dated who was a neck, I was supposed to come and let him know, hey, babe, I just want you to know when I was in the Walmart, so I saw so and so, and he spoke and he said hello, and I said hello. We talked a little bit in the aisle. I was supposed to let him know that because that
Hmm?
sounds like a whole lot of mess right there.
No, no. What I'm saying is that of course, when you go out to Walmart, a whole bunch of dudes probably trying to holler at you. You ain't gonna go to your husband and tell him, "Man, I went to the peanut butter aisle. Such and such try to holler at me. I went to this aisle. Such and such had to try to holler at me." But somebody with some history with you, or somebody who trying to get back with you type situation, you might want to let them know, like, "Hey, such and such work at that Walmart. I'm gonna go ahead and head off to another Walmart because I don't want no smoke with my husband. I don't want my husband." Getting into it with this dude because this dude don't know how to back the fuck off. That's the protection that I think Auntie's talking about. You got to do your due diligence to make sure that that stuff don't corrupt your actual situation.
Right, but I didn't say he worked at Walmart. He
But
was
notice
in
even what
Walmart.
happened in that even in that movie. If you want to go back to it, he ended up, of course, getting fired. He beat that man's ass and shit right there. Knocked him out, and then went to his woman's hair salon and got into some shit with her. Right there, it just creates more problems than it solves. You know,
right, but
just
he's
being
the
and like I said, it wasn't getting him the job. It wasn't even getting it from the ex. It all starts with being dishonest.
right, but
That's it.
he's the look. It all starts with she married an asshole and an abusive nigga, right? Because even if, like he's an adult and he can make decisions. Some guy come and be petty like that. it- okay, he's a bitch, but you's a bitch for falling. All he said was, "Yeah, I help you get this job." You know, like come on now.
I'm only surprised because you lied.
Yes, but so surprise
You told
happening
me
like
my brother-in-law got me the job, not
right,
some nigga you
Exactly.
used to
Exactly.
fuck
right.
that you've been staying in contact with and asking for favors from behind my goddamn back. What the fuck? And felt the
Oh,
need
she
to
was
lie
staying
to
in
me.
contact with him. Oh, she.
Obviously, you just got him to do you a favor by getting me a job.
That don't mean that they staying in contact. Like I'm.
He doesn't know what the fuck it means, but all he knows is his
He
wife
should have.
felt the need to lie to him about it.
Yes, it's
And
sad.
all of
You know,
I'm just saying that's all I know is my woman's been lying to me. And
yeah.
one major detail is she's been in contact with a nigga she used to fuck that she's getting favors from.
Yes, yes.
That's the only detail I know. So that
Yeah,
might make some dudes go off the deep end. You know
yeah.
what I'm
Well,
saying?
yeah, and
Yeah,
those
because
men.
there's a high potential that they still fucking. You know what I'm saying? And show so to Brain Bender, appreciate you for the $5
Y'all
hollow.
are gonna justify this woman lying to her fucking husband?
I'm not justifying, but
Okay,
y'all
okay. Can I
justifying
jump in,
what he
please?
did and making
But
it
go
seem
ahead,
like
let Ronald get in because he didn't get the mic. And whoever else didn't get the mic, really, y'all got it too.
All
And
right.
then we just circle back.
Okay, I know it's a movie and everything, but sometimes there's a reason why the woman would lie to her husband because he's overly prideful.
Wait,
And
wait, 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 wait. You saying there's a reason? Are you
yeah,
Are you creating excuse? Are you justifying this shit, Ronald? Let me
yeah, yeah,
just.
yeah. Let me break it down for you.
This is wild, man.
All right. For example, in my me, right, I'm not an overly jealous person. So if I'm looking for a job and my wife happened to find me a job and her ex-boyfriend or whatever from like 20 years ago hooked her up, she'll be able to tell me because I'm not gonna be bugging. I'm gonna take that damn job, especially if I've been looking all this time and I
So
couldn't
this
find
situation doesn't apply
right.
to you.
Wait, let
So
him drop. Let him land. Let him land. I'm trying. Let him
right.
land. He
So
bought the fuck up. Go ahead.
but if you married a dude that's overly jealous, right? And he been looking for like about 6 months to a year or even 2 years for a job and can't find something because he has a criminal history, and she happened to get him a job, and she know if I tell him how I got this job, he ain't gonna take it, even after you've been looking for 2 years, then I have no problem with her lying. But when she tell him that lie, she also gotta make sure that the guy, her ex-boyfriend, or whoever who hooked her up, he needs to also continue that lie and never go and confront him and say, "Yeah, I hooked you. I got you this job." So I totally understand why a woman would do that.
But is it right though?
It is right because his ass is too sensitive.
So wait, this Christian man, Ronald, that upholds Christian values, is saying that a woman should lie to her husband and making custom made excuses for her. That shit
Bro,
was tailor made as fuck.
I refuse to fucking marry and live in a house with a woman that can look me in the eye and fucking lie.
Especially
Bullshit.
about involving a nigga that you
Bullshit.
done fucked before. What type of shit is that, bro?
This is not some nigga trying to holler at you in the
And look at
peanut
this,
butter aisle.
and look
You
at this,
talking about you
and
just
don't
sitting
let you
to a
wait a minute,
fucking job.
wait a minute, and don't let him find out about it without her telling him. That's
That's
making
what I
shit
mean. When
10
all you
times
had to
worse.
do was tell
y'all
me the
notice
truth.
how they only focus on whether they had sex in the past or not, even if it was when they were teenagers. These
No,
niggas already
Bomb.
about it.
It don't
No,
matter.
Bomb.
It don't
You're not
matter
gonna.
about the
You're not
sex.
gonna.
The sex
Hold
just
up.
represent the level of intimacy you and body shared. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, that's right. So you focus on
Hold
the
up, Bomb.
even when they
This
were
is what I
teenagers.
was trying to get at. See, this is
Mm.
when people don't understand. Just because you ain't tell me what's in your hand, don't mean your cards ain't exposed. Like, here's the deal: you lied. You lied. And there's a reason
Yeah.
why you lied. And
Yes.
this happens to be some dude that you used to screw around with, says he's your ex-boyfriend and all of that. And then, like, come on. You know
All
what I'm
she
saying?
lied and said because
And
she
you
got him,
lied.
that she didn't get
She
the
said
job
she
somebody else.
told
That's it.
him
All she lied
she
about.
told him that her brother-in-law
Yes.
referred him. So he's
So he
going into this job happy, thinking his brother-in-law hooked him up. And then
Yes.
on the first day on the job, her ex-boyfriend comes up. Yeah, I'm the dude that got you the job. Yeah, me and your wife go way back. All of this shit.
But
And then,
listen,
yeah.
if
So
even no, but y'all,
you
y'all playing the game. Wait a minute. Y'all playing the game because even if he got the job through the brother-in-law, soon as he found out that man said, "Oh, I know me and your wife go way back," he still would have felt embarrassed because pride. These niggas who think they own these women, was she supposed to say, "Well, my brother-in-law got you the job, but I want you to know that it was through one of my exes," because
All right.
he wouldn't have said that. So y'all are not being real and honest here.
But
Here's the
bomb,
deal, ladies. I'm gonna tell y'all straight up from a man's perspective. Hold up,
regardless. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Regardless of how he feels, right? That don't even matter. You know what I'm saying? I don't think you want to live in on the lies and shit. It don't matter about your feelings at this point.
It is what it is. Fuck all that. Hey, listen to this advice, ladies. I'm telling you from a man's perspective. Keep listening to these chicks. You let your man be the last to know shit along those lines. Yeah, your ass gonna get left,
Especially if he's
cheated on,
abusive. If
or
he's
fucked
abusive,
over.
people
Real shit.
don't marry
I'm
the
just
niggas
being
who
real.
go to
Don't no
jail.
nigga want to be with no chick and he be the last to know shit.
Exactly, I agree.
Fuck out of here, man. Like,
Okay.
come on.
Okay. Well,
You got secrets with your ex nigga,
yeah,
and
listen,
I gotta
if you
find
don't
out about it at work. Fuck up out of
think
here.
me and
Nah,
Bubby got
Fuck you and your
he
ex
got
nigga.
secrets. I
Like,
got
come
secrets.
on.
Y'all act like everybody coming home and exposing everything that happened that day.
Hey,
Or that
if your secrets end up exposing themselves at my job, yeah, me and you
What is
got
the
some
bigger?
issues.
What is
he
the
had
bigger
no
picture?
job before that
You
job.
could have just told me the truth.
He
Nah,
really
hey,
just didn't want that job.
hey. She knew when she married that motherfucker that he was a felon. Okay?
Exactly.
And we
That's
know that
right.
it's tough to get
That's
jobs
right.
as a felon. So you're not gonna marry somebody that is a fucking felon and then get
And
pissed
what?
off
And
because
get
he
him a
can't get a
job?
job.
Right, but then
Huh?
she got him a fucking job, and now y'all
Yeah, and
blaming
she
her.
could have told him how
That's
she
a
got
good
him the job.
argument. That's a good
She could have
argument.
told that there's nothing wrong with her getting him the job.
Y'all
She
hear
could have
this shit?
told how she got him the job.
The
There's
reason
no
why
reason
she
to
had to
lie.
lie is because he'll be tripping about it. That's why.
Well,
That's
I
look
know
at
it's
what
a
ended up
movie.
happening.
She shouldn't have
No,
married a nigga
the
who tripped like
It
that.
came out
And
anyway.
ego is fucking crazy, right? Because they're gonna blame her for everything, Ronald. Even though in
Chances
real
are
life,
he
I
wouldn't have took
understand what
the
y'all
job.
saying. Lies, I understand lies shouldn't be something told in relationships. I get that part. But y'all missing the point where it didn't matter that she got him the job through this man, because even if he knew that the brother-in-law got him the job, soon as that man said, "Me and your wife go way back," that was the part that set him on fire.
He wouldn't even have known who that dude was. They wouldn't even have known each other had he.
No, he would have known who he was because he got him the job.
No, exactly. That's the only reason why he knew who he was is because his wife called him asking for favors. My point
No,
is
but
this: look, if that's what you want to do,
wait. Even if remember, he thought that the brother-in-law got him a job through a favor. So he already knew that somebody got him the job through the favor. So what I'm saying is, it was more so when that man said, "Me and your wife go way back," made it seem like they intimate. So that doesn't matter who
They
got him
were.
the job. It's the fact that that man embarrassed him at his job.
Yeah.
And y'all,
No, hey, it wasn't just
No,
being
no,
embarrassed.
it's not.
It
It's
wasn't
bigger.
just
It's
being
bigger.
embarrassed.
It's
Had
bigger.
he already known
Yeah,
the
it's
details,
bigger.
he would have known what he was going into that job
He
dealing
wouldn't
with.
have
Now,
taken
more
it.
than likely, he wouldn't have taken the job.
That would be
But at the
stupid.
same time, that's
right,
the fucking hold up. At the same time, that's the free will that a human being, especially your man, deserves. He should be able to make his own fucking decision based on the facts, not some distorted version of reality that you made up in your own brain because you know reality will get you fucking cussed out. Nah, that's bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
That's a
it's bigger.
God complex. That's some manipulative shit that you're gonna bend reality just to get the results you want from a man. That's bullshit.
And T, and
Manosphere.
you know the crazy part about that is she would have never told him. Had the man never put that out there, he would have been working 10, 15 years and she would have kept that to herself. And that's a problem. That's a
Why?
It
huge
is a
problem.
Why is
problem.
it a problem
A
that she
total
got him a
problem.
job?
No,
Because
it's
Again,
not a problem that she got him a job. Why are y'all trying to pretend like I didn't just say what I said? It's a
it's
problem
not
that she
about the
fucking
job.
lied. Stop trying to deflect off what the fuck I said. That she lied to that man.
It's a
Don't tell me
problem.
my brother-in-law got me the job when your ex nigga got me the fucking job.
And
That's
the
a
reason,
lie.
Yeah,
and the
that's
Like, what
some
reason
the
why you
wild
fuck,
can't
shit.
man?
deny it is because
That's
you
like if
understand
her and
something.
that's like
Nah,
if
you deflecting
In the
like
wait
a
a
hoe,
minute.
back,
Ronald. Nah, Ronald deflecting like a hoe up here, bro.
Wait.
And
Let's chill.
I'm
Wait,
not
let's
calling
chill.
you
It's
a
about
hoe,
to
but
be
you deflect
breakfast.
like that's how
It's about to be
females deflect,
breakfast.
bro.
Just no. Wait a minute,
Anybody
Auntie.
will go,
Wait a
oh,
bro.
I
Wait
got
a
you a job. Nah,
Mike,
man, I
He
done
calling
said
me
it
a
over
hoe
and
for
over
no
again.
reason.
Nah, because that's some
in the
shit that
back
a
of
All
her
I
broad
need
will.
is one mic. All I need is one.
Shut your mouth, boy. Shut your mouth.
Nah,
You
that's
know
some
what?
shit
You
that a
know what's
broad will do,
crazy?
bro.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Is you know what's wild, Ronald? That you failing to realize you overlooking that now her and her ex has a secret that they sharing, right? Outside of these people relationship.
accurate.
That is
Hey,
crazy, bro.
Yes.
A secret
hey,
that he
Yes.
got
Yes.
It don't even matter what the
Yeah,
secret is.
Bomb.
That's how shit
I expect
starts. It
that
don't
shit
matter.
from Bomb.
it
I
starts. That's
expect
how it
that shit
starts.
from
It
Bomb
don't
because Bomb is
matter.
Marriage
gonna
is
be
supposed to be a sacred union. Y'all supposed to have the secrets, not outside people. That is crazy, bro.
And
bro.
that's exactly what I was
Nah,
trying to
y'all
explain
are
to
not
William.
gonna deflect, man. Y'all are telling me
It
that
was
it's
in
okay for her to just lie to her fucking husband. Yo,
No.
just lie to her husband.
that
No,
it's
no, 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 no.
okay.
That's not what we're saying.
no,
That's
she
not what
was
we're
gonna
saying.
keep that lie for life. She was gonna keep that
That
lie.
is crazy. Till death do they part. Yo,
Make
Manosphere, she was gonna keep that lie till death do they part, like she's supposed to keep it with the marriage, bro.
Man, she
But
wasn't
guess
gonna be
what?
able to
In
keep
the
that
back of
shit
her
no
mind,
longer
you know
than
what she would have
40
been like?
hours.
In the
That's
back of her mind,
French.
she would be like, "I'm the reason why you got that motherfucking job."
God
A lot of
damn.
She would
women
have been
get men
saying,
jobs and like, what's the
but
problem?
I keep on
that's
listen.
under
There
those
is no
pretenses.
problem.
It's not,
The problem is
it's not
lying,
about the
Bomb.
job.
Yes.
Stop
It's
trying
about
And I
to
may have
deflect.
gotten him a job and it may be an
it's
ex-boyfriend that
not
I
about
knew
that. It's
at one
about how
time
it's
who got him
about
the job.
it's
My
about
soul.
Hey,
lying.
and
She
you
said
better be
that
100% honest about it, and then I'll decide if I want to take the
No,
job
I
or
ain't got
not.
to do that.
That's the
No, no.
free
But
will
this
that
is
you
how
don't have a
this is
right to
how
rob another human
this is how
being
these
of.
things are triple B.
That's the
And this is
manipulative
how these
shit,
things
bro.
happen. I will be better
Nah,
be
that's why these bitches be getting left and then be on their hands and knees crying. He
Hey,
just
listen,
left me. I
check
don't know
this
why
out.
he
Check
just
this
left.
out.
That ain't
I got him at the
Ronald,
lying,
check
bitch.
this
I
out.
don't like lying ass
Ronald,
bitches. That's
check
why I
how
left.
innocent. Wait a minute. Wait a
Mom
minute.
knows she full of
Oh
shit.
my God, bro. Go ahead. When you finish, let me know.
Nah, Bomb knows she full of shit, man.
No, I'm not full of shit. Y'all talking full of shit
Like
because I'm
everything is not a we not
real life.
fighting. Let's not fight for the mic. Let me just say this. This is how simple, innocent lies could turn into some crazy shit. And I'm not gonna say that I'm perfect. I done lied in relationships and made shit even weird because I lied. You know what I'm saying? Check this out. If Auntie don't like Ronald hat and he say Ronald, I don't like that hat. That's completely different than if he told me that he don't like your hat and then you found out about it. It's gonna be weird now, bro. Because it's like it's deceit, bro. You know what I'm saying? So if she go and tell the man straight up, she could have gone and tell the man, I'm about to get you this job, but I ain't gonna hold you. It's gonna be through my ex type shit. No, two of them sharing some secret. Maybe he might be like, yeah, butter him up a little bit so I could get a job. No, she and her man sharing a secret that's sacred. You know what I'm saying? But now she and the ex sharing a secret that's sacred over her husband. That is crazy, bro.
Hey,
Real.
DJ, let me break it down, please. Let me break it down. All right. It all that's the reason why I say it's very important during the dating stage that you really vent who you want to be with, right? The reason why my wife will be able to tell me the truth is because she know I'm not overly sensitive. So if she tell me, hey, I happen to run into my ex-boyfriend and he could help you out with that job. If I've been looking for a job for 2 years, I'm gonna gladly take that job. While another fool gonna be like, no, I ain't gonna take that job. right?
But why
That's the
not
reason
give
why.
the
That's the
man the
reason why the
chance to be that fool, though? Why not
huh?
give him the chance to be that fool?
Because the fact that he's an ex-con, he already a fool. She already knows. She already knows. She knew who she
He's
married already.
already a
So what
fool.
is he
Give him
gonna
a
not?
chance
He's
to be
gonna not
evil.
be an
Give him
ex-con
a wait.
after you
Oh my
married him.
god.
The
Let's
the
try to
felony
have a.
goes
Let's
away
try to
now.
have the conversation without it turning into argument,
Like
right? Why she can't give the man a chance to be the fool? He already a fool. Now you lying to him. That's even making him a bigger fool. That's crazy to
Yep.
me, bro.
And his
Y'all got it. You
actions,
got it, man.
his actions in that movie proved that he was a fool. Because,
no,
like
he
you
was
said,
caught off guard. Had he known and still chose to take that job when old boy came up and said that, hey man, me and your wife go way back. Yeah, man, she told me, man. Appreciate you getting me the job and everything. I'm gonna do everything I can to move up here. And then when that motherfucker walk away, yeah, fuck that nigga. He's already prepared for it. But when he gets caught off guard, you don't know what's gonna happen. It's probably the same shit that landed the nigga in the pen in the first place and got him the damn felony. Who knows?
exactly.
But she should know her man, and she should know he's gonna fucking snap like he did, and then come to her damn hair salon and snap, and this might just
Mm.
cost her fucking marriage.
And
You
she
know?
knows that man. She know that man want to take that
So
job,
you
even though
think
he been
about
looking
that
for a while.
before you just lie,
Well, you know
because
what?
lies
If he didn't
snowball.
take the, but then he probably shouldn't take the job because it's already messy already. You know what I'm saying? Because look how we end up finding out anyway. That's crazy. You willing to risk that type of shit over some bullshit lies? That shit is crazy, man.
Yeah.
Nah.
So I mean, the moral of the story is she shouldn't have dated a dude that was an ex-con and overly sensitive.
No,
Because at the end
that's
of the
not the
day,
moral of the
That's
story.
not the
She
moral.
married him.
started with him.
That's
She
not the
married him.
that's
That's her
not the moral of
husband.
the
Better for
story.
worse. Better
She
or
made
worse.
she made a choice. She made a choice to be with that particular guy. The problem is that she was willing to be dishonest for the remaining of that relationship. She literally created an entire story. She's a great storyteller. Her name should be Dr. Seuss. I'm telling you, this is exactly what she did. And then she was gonna play this whole thing in the background, and she thought everything was okay. She forgot that the other dude still wanted the buns.
Yeah, I understand. I understand in the movie. I totally understand that. But also, she has the option of not never to give it to him. Also, am I correct on that?
Yeah, she does.
Not even
Right.
about that. But the thing is he put her relationship in jeopardy because he still wanted the buns. He was thinking with the other head instead of the head he should have been thinking with. And the big issue is it's not about the job. It's about you're creating an entire fictitious story for me to get a job. That means you felt as if I was pathetic.
Right.
Oh,
Nah,
that's a
hey, I'm just
She
saying, you
treat
just
that
lied.
man like a little kid. Look, I'm gonna put a dollar under your pillow and tell you it's the tooth fairy type shit. That is
He is
crazy.
pathetic. He is pathetic. Look what he did. Look his actions. Look what he did.
Okay.
So not only
No
not
problem.
only did he had to
Hey,
keep
I'm not gonna disagree with you there. He was in a pathetic situation. It was what it was, but that was her husband. That doesn't give her an excuse to be dishonest with him.
yeah, because she know what was gonna happen. He's gonna start tripping.
Nah. Hey, and then real shit. Hey, ladies, keep being dishonest with your husband when it costs you your fucking marriage. Go ahead and blame him. Guess what? I'm pretty sure he won't give a fuck. He'll just be gone.
But you know what she's gonna say though, right? She's
No,
gonna say,
because
well, he's
when we
abusing
leave y'all,
you.
we don't give a fuck who you blame for it. Just so you know.
Exactly. She's gonna sit there and be like, "Oh, he was pathetic anyway. He didn't have a job anyway." The best friends gonna be like, "You ain't."
Nobody regrets leaving a lying bitch. Remember that. Nobody does.
That's a fact. Because it shows you that who I thought you was, you weren't. So I was fooled, and now guess what? I bid you good night.
Cause real shit, man. That'll be like, man, what else she done lied about? This bitch could just lie about anything. She just like she didn't even have to lie. She could have just told me the truth. Like what the fuck? If the good news is I got the job, why not just tell me the truth about why I got the job? Why you gotta lie?
Exactly.
Is that
Oh, I know why you gotta lie. Because you're getting favors from a nigga you used to fuck.
Is that worth leaving your wife? Is that a situation you'll leave your wife over?
Absolutely.
Dishonesty? Yes.
It's not even about her getting me a job. It's even though I wouldn't be in no situation
It has
like
nothing
that.
to.
But
It
either way,
has nothing to
at,
do with.
at the same time, it's about her just being able to look me dead in the eye and lie.
Yeah. But like I said, there's a reason why she lied. Because that
I don't
person's
give a
overly
fuck.
sensitive.
Bro, you're wild and wrong. So you're gonna so wait a minute. Your woman and her ex is sharing a secret.
Okay.
And you the idiot that just left out of the loop. As a matter of fact, now I bet you more people than the two of them know. That is
And
wild to me,
who
bro.
benefits from that secret?
What do you mean?
Who benefits from that secret? I
Nobody
benefit.
benefits from the
Nobody
Yes.
secret.
benefits.
Check this out.
Hey,
Check this
there
out. Check
was
this out.
no job because it was kept a secret. There is no job. He worked there for like 3 hours. There's
And
no
why did
fucking
he get?
job.
Yeah, because he started a
There's
fight.
no job, and the marriage is on the rocks.
Because of the ex-con husband.
Huh?
He
Whatever.
messed
It's
up
all.
everything.
It started with the dishonesty.
If one person was to benefit from the whole thing, it would have been the ex.
Hey, he
Because
was.
he
He was
got a good
jobless.
look, good
He
looking
was
out. You know what I'm
jobless.
saying?
They
He
still
was.
had a tight. Hey, hey. At least they didn't have lies between them. He was a
Oh,
jobless motherfucker.
everybody, the ex look like the bigger. You know what I'm
At
saying?
least they
He
had
looked like the
trust.
bigger man.
You know?
Well, he is the bigger man.
You see, that is fucked up. That is wild.
But check this out. Listen, man. At the end of the day, right? If you are ex-con that can't find a job, and your wife has to lie to you to get you a job, then it all started with it all started with that dude,
Yeah,
right?
man, you the same dude that said you just be
Bro.
letting your girl's male friends just hug on her. Do they? Has a dude ever just
Do they
grabbed
do
your
the
chick
church
ass
hug?
right
Like, what
in
kind
front
of
of you, bro?
hug do they? What kind of hug we talking about? Is this
I'm
the church
being
hug?
real, dog, because I've done that shit before, bro. I done hug niggas' girlfriends and shit, just grab them right on the ass, dog, and they don't do shit. You want to know why? Because something was going on. Real shit.
Grabbing
You
it.
probably get them types of hugs from your girl, bro.
I've been married. I've been married for 15 years. Almost
Yeah,
15 years, man.
and that's probably why it lasts,
So
bro. Because you put up with
and
that shit.
there's nobody
I'm
grabbing at
from
their
just
ass and
now. I'm
stuff.
about to
So
end here
like I
just
said,
now.
the
I'm
reason
just saying,
why
I would do that shit right in front of you. I wouldn't give a fuck. You wouldn't
okay,
do
That's
so
shit.
crazy. No,
I'm
I
just
would
being
let her. I
100. You
would.
wouldn't do shit.
Or let her lie to him. Let her lie to him and say that that's not what happened. You know
For
what I'm
real.
saying?
She's gonna be
so
like, that's not what happened and whatever. And he's not gonna do shit. She's just gonna call me later anyway. Real shit.
all right.
That's
All
how
right.
it
So
starts, Ronald. You know what I mean?
listen, like I said, you cannot be overly sensitive,
I say.
right?
That ain't
It all starts.
sensitive.
Exactly. And that's
That
exactly
means
what
that
you're gonna
means
think
more
about.
lies. That means more lies are gonna. She's gonna realize, okay,
Real.
this lie was okay. Let me do another lie. It's gonna.
Right.
Bro.
Man, I'm
Let,
picking your
Make
girl
sure
up
that
a foot and a
says
half, 2 feet off the ground. Grab an armful of ass, dog, right in front of you.
y'all don't look. That,
Yeah.
that,
I ain't gonna do shit.
it's
Of
weird
And
that
course,
neither
that
is she.
what's weird is that the ones up here who's married in long term relationships have a different viewpoint where
hmm
we are actively telling you like
Damn,
so
that's crazy, dude. Right?
is anybody
I
okay?
wouldn't give
Me,
a fuck.
Bomb been. I know Bomb been married for a long time. I've been married for almost 15 years now. The rest
Damn.
of you guys, have
it's
you
a
guys
long
been
term.
married for that long, or are you guys married at all?
Come on, why are you trying to shame us?
No,
Is
no,
this?
no,
Are
no.
you throwing
Let's
shots?
no.
I think this is
Let's
shots
keep it
being
real.
thrown.
Let's keep it real. Anybody else other than me and Bomb Cherry married,
no.
right?
Yeah, I got it. Y'all win.
So at the end of the day, y'all should be taking notes instead of trying to disagree and saying, "What if I do this to your
Nah,
wife?" Or
if
trying to,
y'all shit is how much lies are y'all shit built on, if any?
no,
No,
because like I
it's
said,
not
I am
talking
not
about.
listen. I'm not a overly sensitive ex-con. So
No, but
like I said,
Ronald,
if I
Ronald, what it could be is, Ronald, it can also be that you're just numb to it. You're okay with your situation. You don't care if she steps out or not. You're
Look,
just
they
you're
always
Hands
tell us
on
content.
that,
You know
her
what I
ass,
Ronald.
mean?
right in
That's
front
what
of
they
you.
tell the married people that we so unhappy. You probably just
yeah.
No, I don't think
shit
you're
that you
unhappy. I
wouldn't.
don't think he's unhappy though, Bomb. I don't think he's unhappy. I just think he's content with everything.
No, he
He's
just
okay
told
with
me.
how everything is rolling.
But he said his relationships are not about the lies because he said he's confident and he don't
And
have those type of issues.
I'm not overly sensitive. If I screwed up my life, that I'm an ex-con now and I can't find a job. If my wife find me a job and she tell me, oh, her ex-boyfriend from 20 years ago was the hookup, I'll be
But she didn't
thankful.
tell him that. She didn't tell him
But
that
like
though.
you guys
She didn't
have
Right?
tell
to,
him
She
that.
never give him that respect, bro. That's crazy.
because
She
she
didn't give him
know
that
how
respect. That's
he would
different,
react it.
Ronald.
She wouldn't take
It
the
doesn't
job.
matter.
So she knew how he was gonna react.
Yeah.
So she's Miss Cleo. Then why didn't she win the lottery instead of getting him get a job? If you Miss Cleo now,
I think it's harder to win the lottery
Yes, and then we
than
have
to
a
get a
woman
hookup.
up there who was agreeing.
Hard to win the lottery. It's just unlikely.
I'm what her name is
It's
BBB.
like all you
So
gotta do is
Triple
get
B,
lucky.
yeah, BBB.
Shit.
So BBB, basically what they're saying is that it's the woman's fault no matter what. Even though this Khan who got a job.
Wait.
Wait a minute, let me finish.
Mom, why you trying to make it into somebody say this the woman's fault?
Because she's with the shit.
He was a Khan working a job, got a job, and then all somebody had to do is tell him, "I'll help you get your job," and then he wows out, fights, losing the job. Lucky he didn't go to jail. I didn't see the complete movie, so I'm not sure if he did. He made those decisions, but they are saying it's her fault.
Yeah.
It's her fault. So what you say to that?
He embarrassed himself. I'll tell you what I'll say. You're not just gonna deflect off of the fact that she lied to that man.
Yeah, but you're not gonna deflect off that you beat somebody up just for words.
Hey, had she not lied, that likely would not have happened.
No, what you mean likely? We know he's a con.
She'd have just told the truth. Hey,
okay,
that's who got you the job. He probably wouldn't have showed up to that shit.
Yeah, he probably would have not showed up to the job and find another way. You know what I'm saying?
Did she sleep with that man to give her husband a job?
No.
Okay.
He doesn't know what the hell she did at that point. The way this dude came up talking.
That's what I'm saying. We seen the movie, but he didn't see that part. You know what I mean?
So,
hey, and what would have happened, Ron, when it was time to get a raise? What she would have did for the raise, Ron?
Hey, algorithm, bro. All he knows is that whatever she did, she felt the need to lie about it.
Exactly.
And that happens in life. It's called white lies.
Yeah, no. Hey, we don't know if it's a white lie or it's a big lie. All we know is it's a fucking lie, and it's her ex nigga.
Marriage a white lie?
Come on, you know what I'm saying? He lost it.
Is marriage built on white lies?
They got a lot of little white lies.
A lot of times, you have the little lies. Kind of like you know how they always talk about
it's okay, man.
How I look in the dress. You heard that before.
Like I said, look. If a woman likes, if a woman likes
being online all night and hubby's not complaining about it.
Look, if a woman likes to distort reality in her brain, make shit up, and then talk to people as if that shit is like true, in fact, and it actually happened, she got to do that shit without me. The fuck out of here. Who wants to? Other people might want to live in your delusional world, but you're not just gonna make shit up and tell it to me as if it's fucking fact, and think I'm gonna be cool with that shit. So no, you're not gonna justify lying.
At the end of the day,
How the hell would you feel your man come home and just make shit up?
At the end of the day,
and talk to you as if it's fact. And then when you find out he was lying, that motherfucker tell you, well, it's your fault, even though I lied. It's your fault because of how you reacted after you found out I lied. You shouldn't be reacting like that when you find out your man's full of shit and a liar.
Yeah, if she do some real fucked up shit, she is her fault. She start burning the house down and shit just because he lied. Start burning his shit.
Oh yeah, no, that's stupid. If you're gonna burn the house down, knowing damn well you need a place to live, that's stupid.
Like he needed a job. Like he needed a job. You mean it was stupid?
Hey, there are a lot of jobs out there. Hey,
he couldn't get it.
Hey,
that's right.
There's a lot of jobs out there.
A man ain't supposed to be in no situation like that. I'll agree with you. You shouldn't even be taking on a wife when you can't even get a fucking job. Real shit.
But you know what, Auntie, bro?
Wife should be the
like
last
this
thing
is crazy. A man deserve. Wait a minute. A man deserve the option to be a man, bro. If that man, if she should have just go and tell the man she could get him a job, but this is how she might gotta get him the job. And as a man, he need to choose if he gonna do that or if he gonna bear the struggle of not getting the job and figuring it out, bro. But he gotta have the chance to be a man, bro.
And she can decide whether or not she want to leave his unemployed ass or not. But dishonesty should not be an option. I don't give a fuck.
She was taking up for his feelings.
DJ,
right?
Really?
Yeah.
I got a question. And
how'd that turn out?
Let Ronald ask the question when
Is it being a man when the bills are piling up and your wife got a hookup for a job and you say no? Is that being a man?
But being a man is being able to make your own decisions and facing your consequences and figuring it out.
Yeah, Ronald.
So
go
if
ahead.
your
Listen,
woman is
when
getting
you
you a
married,
job and you as a man be like, you know what, nah, I'm about to thug it out, I'm about to figure it out. Even if you fail, you still grab your nuts and did your own thing and you write your own destiny, bro. That's part of being a man, bro.
but check this out. But check this out. Listen,
This is
he,
Ronald.
go
That's
ahead.
no difference then, right? Ronald, that's no difference then. If your wife came up with some money and from somebody, but she didn't tell you how she got the money. And she was like, well, babe, I was able to pay all the bills and stuff like that. And you've come to find out it was her ex-boyfriend who gave her the money to pay all the bills. She told you it came from her daddy, but it actually came from her ex-boyfriend. You wouldn't feel no type of way?
What was she doing to get this money?
Who knows? Who knows?
Did she
We
sleep
don't
with
know.
him?
Hey, hey,
Who
hey, hey,
knows?
hey, all you know is that her ex-boyfriend told you
All
he
you
got it
know
from
is
her, or she got it from him
it's from
after you
him.
thought it
But
came from her
but
father.
she told you that it came from her father. She said, man, my dad gave me the $20,000 to pay this, that, and the third. And come to find out, that $20,000 came from the ex-boyfriend because he told you about it.
Yeah.
You ain't get that from her. How
He
that make you
loaned her the money, Ronald. Ex-boyfriend who got the ability to loan him the money, but she lied and she did get it from him. What you doing? You gonna be mad?
Yep.
I'm not being mad.
Like I said,
The
in my
ex-girlfriend,
situation,
loan him the money.
I know my
Nah,
wife to
look,
be
look, look.
honest.
I'm like this. Look, if you gotta
No.
call, if you gotta call and beg, or you need favors from your ex-boyfriend, then you need to go back to your ex-boyfriend. We're good.
What?
We're good.
She got
I mean,
the
if it's so fucked up that I can't take care of you, or you got so many other options out there, then I'm no longer one of them. But I'll be damned if you're going to be calling in favors from your ex fucking boyfriend. That's bullshit.
Nah.
Man.
Like I said, man,
And damn sure not to pay my fucking bills. Like what the fuck?
listen,
There's a problem. Nah, real shit. Either you got some serious issues about like you just trying to juggle. You got too many motherfuckers you staying in touch with, or I got some serious issues. Issues meaning I ain't ready for no woman right now. I can't even take care of. I can barely take care of myself and pay all the
you too
damn
late. You
bills.
already got
So
you already married.
either way, I don't think we're a good fit for each other right now.
You
You
too late.
should
You already
leave.
married.
She
Man,
loves
what
you
do you
enough.
mean
You
it's
already
too
married.
late? We're already fucking married.
Yeah, it's too late.
The
You
fuck?
cannot move like you're single,
They
right?
gotta
Just
ended
like,
two marriages in my motherfucking lifetime. Fuck you mean? That shit ain't hard.
well, congratulations. All
It's
right.
too late. You're already
And
married. Fuck
we're
out of here.
talking
That shit
about
ain't no prison sentence. It's a fucking marriage.
people who wants a long lasting marriage,
Man,
right?
hey,
You cannot move like
dishonesty
you're
is a breach
single,
of contract.
right? Just like DJ was
Nah,
saying, you got to give a man a chance to lose. At the end of the day,
Dishonesty is breach of contract, man.
at the end of the day, in a
exactly. For
marriage, if the
me,
man is losing, then the entire family's gonna be
If I
losing.
can't trust this woman, if I can't trust this woman with my household and my home because she's a lying bitch, no, we are not a good fit. I
Damn.
married her under false
agree.
pretenses. I
I
thought I could
agree.
trust her, but she was really a lying bitch. That's it. Contract void. The books were cooked.
Yeah.
That's it.
Exactly. My whole
The
thing
books were
is
cooked. You're not who I thought you were.
And she knew about you. That's the reason why she had to lie, man. It's
Okay.
no.
And I'm not who she thought I'm not who she thought I was. She thought I was a fucking idiot that would
Damn.
accept that shit. So we are not a match. Like real shit. We're not a good fit. Contracts
yeah,
breached.
It is
yeah,
breach. Me and you got too much in common.
yeah. Y'all,
Nah,
y'all
you're
single.
not just gonna lie to me because the first thing when
This nigga
look,
said,
look,
yeah.
common sense would tell who the hell believes a liar. If you'll lie to me about this, you'll lie to me about anything. And
Nigga
even if you are
disrespectful,
telling the
man.
truth
Listen,
about everything else, I
listen,
don't trust you
listen to
anymore
what Ronald
because you're a
said.
fucking liar. Like I don't. Who believes liars?
Listen to what
Oh, I
Ronald
forgot
said.
what
Listen
space I'm
to
in.
what
Y'all
Ronald
like to
said.
believe
Man,
liars.
Rado struck a nerve right there. Rado said, damn,
No, no,
bro.
no, no, no. But listen to what Ronald said. He said, if you want a long lasting relationship, no, I just want an honest relationship. And if it lasts, that will last. I'm not worrying about how long I'm in a relationship. I'm worrying about how honest a person could be with me. Forget all that. If it lasts for 20, 30 years because she was honest, then I'm good with that. But if she was dishonest for the 20, 30 years, I got egg on my face.
Yo,
Damn.
listen. I totally understand. You want to be honest, At the end of the day, you gotta be have. I mean, at the end of the day, yo, he messed up first, right? There's no reason if his wife hooked him up to find him a job, he should be happy
Lied
about it,
to him.
right?
She lied
If
to
the
him.
bills, check this out. It don't matter. Listen, there's a like I said, there's a reason why she had to lie to him because he's so stupid, right? That he's not gonna take the hookup when the bills are piling up, and he got
But
gas
how
to
you
pay
know he's not gonna take the job?
because she know what type of dude he is. He
If
punched the
he
dude.
does,
He
hey,
punched
in
the
that
dude at
case,
the
he just
job,
doesn't take the
then went
job
to
and
her
he gets
job and
another.
embarrassed her at her job.
Hey,
So
in
she
that
knew what kind of
case,
fool he
in that
was.
case, he just goes and gets another job, or he takes that job, and at least he's prepared for this other dude possibly running up on him and saying some shit like that.
But she know what type of
You
fool
know,
the dude is.
either
So she
way, I'm just saying, either way, he's prepared for the situation. He at least knows what the fuck is going on. You know, he doesn't
but
have to live with the fact that his wife could look him in the face and fucking lie
and
about favors she's getting from a dude she used to screw.
even in the movie situation, she proved I know it's a movie and everything, but she proved his point. I mean, she proved the point why she lied to the dude because he's a freaking idiot. Because
That ain't
if
the
he would
reason why
embarrass
she
himself
lied.
at his new job, then
Hey,
go to her
he's
job and
her
embarrass her
idiot. That's her
also.
husband.
Yeah, unfortunately,
Exactly.
right?
No, but that's
That's
her
why
husband, bro.
that's why
She
you
chose
shouldn't
the
marry.
motherfucker, bro.
That's why a woman should marry a sensitive fool, and also a man should be marrying a sensitive fool.
Yeah,
That way
but you're
you can
not
be
gonna.
honest.
You don't
Agreed.
marry a sensitive fool and then trip on him for being a sensitive fool. You just don't lie to him because when he
Right,
finds out
right.
you're lying, he's a sensitive fool. You knew that when you married him, he might go off the deep end and fuck some shit up. And
Yeah.
it might be tough for
Maybe
him to
she
find
didn't
a
know
job.
that.
It might be tough for him to find a job and or keep one because he's a sensitive fool that likes to beat the shit out of people when they disagree with him or they set him off. Like you should know all of this shit. So I mean, when you choose to marry him, you choose to deal with all of their quirks.
Y'all
Like
act
for
like
real.
people don't. Y'all act like
I'm just
people don't.
saying.
You,
I
we said that earlier, right? You put your best foot forward. People not beating themselves, and you can marry somebody without knowing if
but
they're
somebody being a compulsive liar is not a quirk that people should
yeah,
just
but if
sign
that's
on to deal
you
with.
don't know what the word compulsive liar means.
Yeah.
If you call it in this situation, this will be considered a white lie,
He fed
a
her man a
small
believable
lie
Nah,
for the
a white
benefit
a
of the family,
bomb,
Yeah.
and
bomb,
essentially him,
bomb.
and it didn't work
A
out,
white
right?
lie is bomb. A white lie is very short. Hey, I got you ice cream, and you come over there and it ain't no ice cream type situation.
No, that's
White
not what a
lie,
white lie is.
okay, it
A
ain't
white
that you.
lie is very long. It's like Santa Claus exists, but he don't.
Hey,
The Easter Bunny exists, or
Okay,
my
but
brother
she
got you the
created a
job
whole
on
story.
behalf
So
of him.
Think about it this way, Bomb. Bomb. Her lie was compound. That she had to get her brother-in-law, just in case he go double back and say, thank you, brother-in-law. She had to get her brother-in-law into the lie. He had to be like, hey, I told Lim that you got him the job. Saying that you got him the job. She had to literally systematically tell certain people, hey, we're gonna all agree and we're gonna tell them that you got him the job. So that means
Yeah,
everybody else knows how she
last to
got
know.
to that point.
everybody don't know, but I'm
That's
quite sure in
crazy.
that family. So for
Like a
the sake of my
surprise.
husband, right? For the sake of my husband, have I ever told him something or not told him something for the sake of him just remaining cool and yes. And I'm quite sure he's done it to me. Like for instance, maybe he ran into one of his exes at the store, right? Why would
So
he come home
Bomb,
and tell
you
me
said
that
your
shit?
husband,
It's not important to our situation at all for him to come and tell me that shit.
Understandable.
let's say
Hey,
you had a friend
that's a
named
different
Frida, right?
situation. That's a come and go situation though. Hold on, I ain't gonna let her deflect. That's a come and go situation. Like just like
Mm,
you said, somebody see you in the frozen food aisle or something and try to holler at you. You bump into an
mm,
ex or some shit like that. Whatever.
mm,
No, you don't have to tell me about no shit like that. I get it. That can create just a bullshit conversation. But let's
mm,
say it's a situation where you need a job or you need some kind of connection on some shit. Could be some mechanic work or something. And some chick I used to deal with, hey, her brother, hell of a mechanic. But the
mm,
only way I can get in touch with him is to get in touch with her. And
mhm,
she's still trying to get with me. So hey, I got to sweet talk her a little bit for a favor. You know, for a favor. Now come on, you gonna be cool with that?
Yeah. Not only that, but for instance, when you say that's a simple thing where he just ran into her, but suppose months later, I see her and she said, "Yeah, I ran into Mark a few months back." And should I be upset that he didn't tell me?
No. Hey, if I don't tell you about that shit, and then
No.
hey, a month
But
later,
then I found out,
no,
right?
a month later, yeah, that's it. Hey, you just sliding in the car that just got fixed, for a discount. She's like, oh, everything running good with your car? Everything good with your car? And you know who the fuck she is. You know who she is. You know she
Exactly.
my ex. You know she still want to get with me. All of that shit. Oh, everything good with your car? I'm glad we were able to help. When your man called me, he told me it was a fucking emergency. I'm glad I could help you out. You know.
Yeah.
Facts.
Okay.
You
So
know,
and she
he
trying to
called.
be messy,
We
and I
go
let
way
her,
back. Hey, we go way back. He can call me whenever he needs anything.
and I let her know we gonna call. Yeah,
Exactly.
you gave me
Uh-huh.
that discount. You helped us when nobody else can, bitch.
Bomb.
We'll
I'm
be
gonna
back
be honest with you, Bomb. I
because I'm
think that
not
Hey,
jealous
and
like
you just found out that that I just lied to your ass about how this shit got done,
yes,
and this is who the fuck
yes.
I've been
that's
in contact with.
nah.
Okay,
That's Bomb at 33 years of marriage.
I've
That's
been
not
in
Bomb at
contact,
4
and I
years of
just
marriage,
lied.
5
No,
years
that's
of
me.
marriage.
That's
That's
me
not
even
Bomb
before
at
marriage.
10.
Apparently, y'all know me. Listen, there are some of us who we look at the whole situation. This man couldn't get a job. His wife was trying to keep his manhood intact, and she went and got somebody to offer him a position. See, that don't mean she
Lie
slept
about it
with the
though.
dude, even though it was her ex. She got him to do this favor for her. It blew up because of him, but okay, there's a reason. Now, is it a lie? Yes. I'm not saying that it's not a lie, but there are times when that's called a white lie, where there was no ill intent, and that's what a white lie is. No ill intent. It's just something you do, and I understand what y'all saying to a degree. I'm just saying the idea that y'all making it seem like she's so bad, she must have been sleeping with him, or it don't matter if she was sleeping with him, right? And that's all I'm saying. But I said
Hey,
I'll point
no,
to
okay. So here's the deal. I'm gonna tell you from like, as if I'm your man from this perspective right here, and I'll give it to any of the other dudes after this. I would never put you in a position to be ran up on by another chick and her be able to tell you some shit about me you don't know.
Facts.
yeah,
As your
y'all
man,
say
I
facts.
have that much
Y'all
respect
say
for you
facts.
to not
Yeah.
let some chick run up on you, ever be able to run up on you
Mm-hmm.
and tell you some shit about me that you don't know.
Okay. Well, that sounds good.
Hey, check
But
us
you might
out.
have an ex who might have some things to say
Yeah, but
that,
hey,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
bet you that shit would predate you.
and it may right.
I
And her
bet you
dating him
it
was
predates you.
predated him.
It's not some last
That's
week yesterday shit. And it's damn
right.
sure not some shit because I had to call in a favor. It's some shit that predates. She gonna have to tell you some shit from way long ago. Ain't none of that contact or nothing. If there's any
And,
contact and she can run up and
right.
tell you about it, you
Mhm.
already know. She can't. You will never be the last to know
That
about some
being her
shit
ex
with me and another
predates her.
chick.
That's what make it right. The idea that
I mean,
the
that's my
relationship
ex. I can't help what the fuck happened before I
right,
got
and
with
that
you.
was her ex. But what I'm saying, like, if let's say it wasn't her ex, would it? Would y'all feel like? What I'm not understanding is the idea that he was her ex is why he beat her ass, or is the idea that he helped him get a job through his wife without him knowing? Don't you think
Like I
it's
said,
because
no. The issue is
that
that
he
she
knew that
lied.
he slept together?
That's
No,
like
he
I
didn't
said.
beat
The
him.
fact that
Because she
she
lied.
lied about
That's
it.
not why he beat that man up, but not because she lied.
Nah, that's what pops in his brain. If her ex is gonna run up
No,
on me, tell me something I
no.
don't know, and she felt the need to lie about it, the first thing he's thinking is she's fucking this nigga.
And that's the reason why he's an
Exactly.
But
idiot.
if it
I,
wasn't an
I
ex, he
feel,
wouldn't be thinking that he
but
fucking his nigga.
Nah, if she didn't feel the need to lie about it, it wouldn't have been that big of a deal. If it wasn't that big of a deal, she would have just told me the truth.
Yes,
If it
because
was
she
a
knew
if it was something small, why didn't she just tell me the truth
right.
about it?
it was a big
And
deal.
Because he wouldn't have took the
for my
job.
woman to
Oh,
lie
yeah,
to
that's
me, it must be really big.
Yes,
He
it is
wouldn't have
big.
taken the job. That's why.
so it is
Yeah.
so for me, right, Ronald? For me, where this all began, where it all started from, Ronald. This is why I told you that I will walk away. Because if you're willing to lie to me like that and held on to that lie for so long, you're not the person I thought you were. That's the only reason why I got with you, because I thought I can trust you and you could be honest with me. You have to be,
Right.
you have to also be honest with the person. You also have to trust the person who I am, period. And you got to know those triggers.
She
But
did
You got
trust.
to know those
check this
triggers
out
that
though. Hey, check this out. Just think about the ex-boyfriend, right? I'm putting my reputation on the line also by hiring your man who's an ex-con to come work. Did you guys think about that?
Yeah, that's why that motherfucker fucked up his
why he did
reputation
it for?
by getting fired
Why
on
he,
the first day. He was like,
why he
"Fuck
did
your
it? You know what I'm
reputation, and I'm a beat your ass, and you'll never be able to refer anybody again. I'm gonna beat your ass in front of all the employees." And yeah, this nigga went off the deep end. But that's the situation that woman put her
Oh
man
man,
in to be
And
She
I'm
surprised.
that's very Ronald. The woman
and
get blamed for everything. It don't matter.
that's
She
It's
shouldn't have
crazy.
put her man. She
so
could have
Ronald.
avoided that by just being honest with him.
okay. Yeah.
So guess what, Ronald? I agree with you. He shouldn't have fought him. But guess what? He should have left her ass. He should have
She
left
would
her
have,
ass. I
apparently,
would
it would have been
I
better
would
for
If
her
and that would be stupid
to
I
too.
get a
would have
job.
That would be stupid. She looked
nah.
out for, like I said, at the end of the day, she looked out for her husband to get him a job, right? If
Well,
she was sleeping,
she
if
could
she
go
was,
back to the boyfriend at that point.
she didn't sleep with the boyfriend to get him a job. She asked a favor.
It's still a violation, though. It's still a
Oh,
violation.
it's still
No,
violation.
the violation was
Like
how he
for
acted
instance,
foolishly
like
at
like like
his job
like
and her job.
for instance, those strippers didn't penetrate P Diddy, but he did put their jizzle on his nipples.
Oh
It's still a
Lord, bro, this ain't a good
Oh
analogy,
Lord,
bro.
Maybe it happened.
I can't rock with you
yeah,
with
I
this
win.
analogy, bro. I'm
I win.
sorry. Yeah, dog, you
That's
got
what you
you
call
you
a
win.
checkmate.
Hey, yeah, and I was about to say,
Wait, partner, whoa. Pause, man. Hell nah, nigga. Hell nah.
yeah, if we gotta end it with that one, bro, I'll take the L. That's it. I'm not. I can't. You got
Yeah,
it.
we gotta send y'all the night. We gotta send y'all the nightish anyway. Y'all getting a little
Yeah,
too
listen to the
strange.
married folks. We know what we're doing.
Don't listen to them, y'all. Don't. As a matter of fact, I got a perfect clip for this shit. Don't listen to this nigga, man. This nigga don't got no
Don't
sense.
listen to this nigga. Don't listen to this nigga. This nigga ain't got no sense.
Don't listen to him. Nor bomb. Don't listen to the two of them. They're gonna lead y'all astray. I think the married people is the people that walk in the house and lock the door behind them. You know what I'm saying? They're like, nah, fuck y'all. Y'all never gonna figure this shit out. You know what I'm saying? We need more married people. This is what I
Can
think.
you imagine how many lies, and I'm not, this not pertaining to you, Ronald or Bomb Cherry, but can you imagine how many lies are circulating into that marriage and into that household that's not
Yeah.
being told? The second lies, the third lies that are being lived within that same household, but they okay with it because they content where they're at. And
No, I can't imagine. I can't imagine all these from that one little. First of all, movie, right? That most people not gonna be in, right? But from that, I'm supposed to sit around and imagine all the other lies. What that drives me crazy. That's why some of y'all never gonna be in a relationship because you're overthinking everything. Because one little thing turns into, oh shit, she must be sleeping with him. Oh shit, she must be doing this and all the lies. Oh my God, it's probably millions of lies in it. That's what y'all doing, and that's crazy.
Bomb. That's why. Nah, believe it or not, though, and I get it. It's a movie, it's satire, but then you can even think about it like a movie like a Mr. or Mrs. Smith. Those are microcosms for real relationships. Like I get it. In that movie, they were assassins, but it was really just a microcosm for when secrets come out in relationships. When they found out about each other, both of them had the same reactions. How could I be so stupid? Whatever. He accidentally fires a bullet. Whatever. Oh, you shot me. No, that was an accident. Whatever. Now all of a sudden they want to delete each other. It's over. Then they make up and all of this shit. It's all microcosms for shit that does happen in real relationships. You know, because
Great
that's the
comparison,
first thing that
man.
people think about all of the time. When somebody lies to you about one thing and they've been lying, you think about like, damn, what else did you lie about? You know what I'm saying? That's gonna pop in somebody's head. How can I be so stupid? What else is there? Shit. You know. So people start to that's gonna trigger shit in people's brains. You know
But
when
he
they
was in a
realize that.
movie with what, Mr. and Mrs. Smith.
I'm just using that as an example, but there are a lot of movies that have satire and shit like that that you can that you can use for just microcosms in relationships. I'm just saying, when secrets and shit come out, and that's an exaggeration. Most people aren't going to be trained hitmen and assassins and shit. But at the same time, when secrets come out, you find out your significant other living a whole double life. You're like, how the fuck could I be so stupid? I go to sleep next to this person, I wake up next to this person, and they somebody totally different.
But how
They
many
can shed
people
their
live in
skin
double
right in front of
lives?
me. People
Yeah, but
find
most
out like that all of the time. People wake up
no,
next to somebody they don't recognize all of the fucking time that they've been
yeah,
with
but
for years.
what? No,
Yeah.
that's
That's why a lot
weird.
of marriages and
No,
relationships, long-term ones, end and end badly.
yeah, because people change. That's what you're talking about. Not
And
that they
secrets come
live
out.
in
People
double
been
lives.
a lot of
No,
a lot of times when a relationship ends, that shit been over. The one person that checked out a while ago, or they've been somebody different for a while.
no, listen, that's some shit that y'all saying, and I've heard that saying, but that's not true.
Like
Right?
I said,
You can see me change. My husband saw me change, and as I'm watching him change, and you could become. He's so changed, and I'm so changed in opposite direction that now we no longer it fits. It don't fit no more. But it don't mean that it was
Y'all
live.
didn't change mates though. Y'all didn't
No,
change mates.
no, I agree. I agree with that. That's different. When you're evolving, that's one thing, and it's another thing for
Yeah,
somebody to
you
be
can
living
evolve.
a totally different fucking life, and they're
Right.
just acting when they're around you or
I got
whatever.
another question.
You know, they're just
If I
acting.
was
They're distorting reality. They don't really live like this, but when they're around you, you know.
if I was in the Navy SEALs, should I be telling my wife the mission before it happened, the classified mission I'm about to go on?
I don't think you're supposed to do that, are you?
Right, exactly. You're not
Don't do
supposed
that
to.
at all.
Yeah.
So yeah, there are times that you're gonna keep secrets from that significant other, even when it comes to your job and stuff.
This nigga, don't let him get away with this shit, bro.
He's
This
not.
man gonna
Hey,
use the Navy SEAL. Y'all
I
gonna
mean,
let
look,
him just get
I
away.
understand that, but when there's secrets that can affect you, you know what I'm saying? When there's secrets that can affect you, or they can snowball on top of you,
It
like
does
real
affect
shit.
you.
God.
It does affect.
This
It does
man,
affect you.
this man
You don't need
compare
Nah,
national
that's my job.
security. This man
You already
compare national security to some ex-boyfriend shit.
nah,
Y'all gonna
you
just
already
let
know.
him.
You already know. Every time I go on a mission, there's a chance I might not come back, and they will inform you
No,
of my demise. Like that is
So,
what it is. So
but,
that's
but
how
there's
it
but
is.
other things.
you
There's other
understand.
secrets
You
that they keep,
understand
right?
that they
Secrets
supposed to
that
be.
might directly affect not only
But
his
it's one
family
thing if I say
but
I'm
his
going
the
out
whole
for a
U.S.
mission.
Right.
Now, if I say I'm going out for a SEAL Team 6 mission or some shit, but I'm really going to see my chick across that water, you know, is that okay?
But
That's
that's not
not.
okay. But if he says he's going
Yeah.
to a mission in Utah and his ass is in over
Yeah,
there in
but
Iran blowing some shit up, is that okay?
But she would know. She would know he has to keep those things top secret. She would still have an idea on what's going on, just like people who have doctor patient confidentiality.
No,
Those
he wouldn't
doctors'
know.
wives, those doctors' wives or husbands know that they can't discuss the actual patient's information. Attorneys, attorney-client privileges.
That's talking
Those
about
wives
other people's
or
shit.
husbands know.
Your
No,
example
they
is
In other
wrong.
words, he's saying they signed up for that shit from the jump,
up
bro.
for it.
Man,
They
they
know
let
all that.
they Bomb and Ron up here deflecting and conflating, and it's okay. It's
Y'all the ones
okay.
who want to blame the woman for everything, even
I'm not.
innocent.
I'm blaming that woman for lying.
Yeah, well,
All right, it's not
Exactly.
always a
we
woman's fault
already
to get
gave.
the
We
dude.
already we
It's
did.
not always a woman's
We
fault when a dude
conceded
just
a
goes
long.
off the deep
Ronald
end.
and I conceded a long time ago that lying is not necessarily a great thing, but there are times when
You want me to tell you what I
like
can say,
lies
Mom?
and huh?
Bomb, what I can say is I don't believe you would have went there and told your husband that your brother-in-law did it. I think you would have told him, hey, I got this ex-boyfriend. He got this. I think you would have been honest. I don't think you
No,
would have been
no,
deceitful.
Bomb
no,
wouldn't have had to
no.
get her husband no goddamn job, and that's what.
Right, and that's true. But I wouldn't have told my husband that my ex gave him a job. My husband is a man like the rest of you, and so
So you would have
But
even done it.
you also,
Right?
hey,
would you have taken some steps to tighten that shit up if you knew that under no circumstances can your husband know that your ex got him that job? You would do something to tighten that shit up. Like make sure
only
under no
after
circumstances can this motherfucker come and run up on your husband and just
that
tell him something that he don't know.
only after this movie, in this example, would I then have to sit and now I would be like, well, I got to think of everything. But in real life, when she went, like if I had to get my husband a job because he's a man, he's falling on hard time, and he really don't want me to get the job, right? Because some of you men at this certain, my man is the same type of men most men. All men aren't, right? So he don't, he don't want to look weak in front of me, his family, or nobody. But if I had to get him a job, I'd be like, hey, Chris called, and Chris said they're hiring here, and he got a hookup, right? But Chris is my best friend. But maybe it was me who had a hookup, and and I just gave the credit to Chris. Yes, and I would have done that because my husband is the same type of men most of y'all are, where y'all have this pride in you. And but now, would he be fighting and shit like that? No. And would I have kept it a secret? Yes, eventually I probably would have.
Nah, you would have made sure it stayed a secret. And that's my point.
But I
If you're
can't
not
make
gonna
sure it's
take
still
me,
secret.
the hell you can't. You're gonna have to
No,
tighten that shit up, or that's a
no,
secret
there's
you
no
can't
way.
even have.
There's no way to keep secrets.
If you've already come to
People
the
tell,
conclusion,
people rat you out.
hold up, Bomb. If you've already come to the conclusion that if your man knew about this shit, it would be a dent to his manhood as a man. You would go through every necessary step possible to make sure he never knows that shit. I'm assuming.
Yeah, no.
You wouldn't just let it
I
just
wouldn't be
creep
able
up
to.
on his ass one day on lunch break.
I just wanted to get the job, and then maybe when I get caught, I'll be like, "Yeah, B." Hopefully it was no big deal because he realized he got a job. We doing good in the family, everything cool, and then he'll forgive me, and he might feel a certain way if he find out.
You can't let me give better advice to the ladies than you. All right, the ladies, here's the deal. If y'all are gonna keep a secret, make sure that shit stays kept. Okay, you want to
There's
run a
no way.
motherfucker off? That's the easiest way to do it. Let that motherfucker
There's no
find
way
out
to
you
do it.
lied.
You
Let
want me
him
to tell
find
them
out
to
you
do
lied.
something they can't do?
Let
That's
him
what
find out you lied. Trust me. Even
And
if
what's
he
gonna
don't
happen?
leave, he'll check out. You can't
My
be
husband,
trusted.
my husband had caught me in the lie before. Like I would be lying if I was acting like I was this perfect wife, did everything right and all that. I'm not that type of person. Has he caught me in the lie before? Yes. Okay. And it little lies that I felt I needed to say, right? And I caught him in lies before. Why we acting like we got to be this perfect and everything got to be thought out completely? That's not reality.
There's levels to it though, Bomb. And we're not gonna act like there's not levels to it. They got certain lies that your husband can't come to you with and you just totally accept. And they got lies that you don't mind that he tells you, and vice
Yeah, that's
versa.
true. No, I agree with that.
There's levels to it.
He tell me he got some children out there I ain't know nothing about. All hell breaking loose. And if I told him his children wasn't really his, they were for somebody else. He ain't,
Exactly.
they
So
ain't
let's
gonna
not,
be.
yeah.
Those are lies.
There's lies out there that
That
sacrifice.
bullshit that we talking about, y'all. That's a little small white lie that she did, not
Yeah.
knowing that it would affect him.
Now she could end up with her ex-boyfriend back again, who put her
Now,
under.
now that's being too sensitive again.
Hey, no, I'm just saying if your man's supposed to be your one and only, is there really an excuse for the absence of thought?
Facts.
What?
Yeah.
Say it again.
Is there really an excuse for the absence of thought when it comes to your one and only husband?
Absent of thought?
Oh my God. Okay.
I'm not understanding.
It's
Yeah.
just like you said, she wasn't thinking, and I get it. That's where a lot of people fuck up. They just don't think. When we be like, "Well, what was I thinking? What was she thinking? What was he thinking?" Most people just weren't thinking at all.
No,
That's
she
why
was
they did dumb shit.
She was
So
thinking.
you just
Yeah.
said she didn't think it through.
No,
She didn't think that shit
all
through.
the way through because there's no possibility. Just like you telling the
Man,
women,
what she did was she put a Band-Aid on a bullet wound instead of removing the bullet and stitching that motherfucker up properly.
Yeah, how? So
Okay.
even if she get a brother,
You
even if she got her
just
brother
seal
to
that
lie,
motherfucker.
later on in a couple of years, the brother might tell the truth. How's she going to prevent
Like I
things
said, if
from
you're
coming
gonna
out?
hide skeletons in your closet, don't let your man stumble upon them damn bodies, man. I'm telling you, it ain't gonna end well for you. It's
In
not.
this situation, the person who really wasn't thinking was the man, because he has a track record of not thinking. That's the reason why he was in jail. That's the reason he can't find a job. That's the reason why he punched that guy at the job.
Actually,
That's the
Auntie,
reason
I
why
can't
he went
remember
to
the
his
reason why he was in
ex-wife,
jail.
Hey,
job and
I don't
embarrassed
remember the
her.
reason why he was
I
actually.
can't either. I think he was probably serving or something, but don't quote me. And I would agree with you. The dude wasn't thinking, but neither was she. So in his case, I'm not saying his not thinking is justified, but it is human nature for people's IQ to drop when they're angry. So he's
Isn't it
unlikely
worse
to
if
make
he
it.
didn't have? Isn't it
No, I'm
worse
just
if he
saying
didn't?
he's
Wait, isn't
unlikely
it
to
worse?
make.
Isn't it worse if he didn't go to jail and he can't find a job? At least we giving him a little leeway by saying, okay, he messed up in early on, and now he better. But now we finding out he go to jail and the nigga can't get a
Hey,
jail.
that's why I said I can know that you're like the coolest chick ever and you don't ever lose your head, but I'm still not going to put you in a situation where a chick can run up on you and tell you some shit about me that you don't already know without me being right there. Bullshit, because I know people's IQ drops when they're angry and you might just snap on this bitch. Okay? So I'm not going to
And
put you in that situation
the thing
because
is,
you're my woman. I'm just saying that shit hypothetically, but I mean, if you're my woman, I wouldn't even put you
Why we
in that
calling women
situation.
bitches? What's going on? Like we be having a.
I wouldn't,
Huh?
but bomb, I wouldn't put myself in a situation to where, okay, let's say if the guy did come up to me and said something to that point, I'm not gonna fight the dude. I'm gonna hear him out, say what he got to say. I'm gonna leave that. Then when I get home, she gonna realize it's over with. That is my recourse. It's not to fight him. It's not to be at the house yelling at a situation that I'm ready to end.
You'll
I'm
divorce your
ready
wife
to end
over
it.
that.
Move
That is
on.
so stupid, man.
I would.
Yeah,
Oh, I
that's,
would, most
he
definitely.
was already wanting
Yo,
a divorce, so that's why.
yo,
Other than
why?
that,
And that's yo,
And she just gave me an
yo.
excuse to, and a good one too. She's a liar.
No, that is stupid.
Yeah.
Your wife,
I
your
can't
That's
wife
trust.
got you a
stupid.
job.
I got a wife I don't trust. What the fuck you mean that's stupid?
She don't.
no,
She
you
don't
got a
trust.
wife who really don't
That's
trust you. That's
that's
why
Yeah,
just
she
she.
don't
the
And
trust you.
that's
even more reason to get rid of her. What the fuck? I don't
that's
trust her,
just
and she don't
that's
trust
the
me.
exactly. That's just
She
the
don't.
one lie that I caught. That's the one lie that I caught. I didn't
Oh
catch the other
man,
ones
So let
because
me
y'all
ask
so
y'all
she
this:
lost,
must have
man.
Do
finessed
y'all?
this one.
So is anybody up here have never told a lie?
No, I'm talking.
Oh, okay. So that's the end of what you
I'm
just
not
said.
talking about the
You don't
white lies,
trust her because she told a lie.
like,
One lie,
like.
now
Uh,
she's just a
I'm not
liar.
talking about the lies that when she asks me where you going and I tell her I'm going to the park, but I'm actually going to the mall to go get her something. I'm not talking about those lies. I'm talking about the lies that can destroy a relationship. A
See, the
lie like
example you gave, the example you gave though is exactly what she did. She told a
Exactly.
lie on his behalf, and
That
you
lie
just
wasn't to
told a lie
destroy
on
the
your wife
relationship.
Yeah,
on
you
her
ain't gonna
behalf.
tell a lie on my
Wow.
behalf to me, unless you surprising me with a party or something.
See,
Fuck up out of here, man.
difference
Or a
is
job,
You
or a
lied to
job.
me on my.
Your
So I'm
pride
supposed
in
to
your
sit here
job.
and let
is
you tell me that you did me a favor by lying to me. Yeah, that type of
exactly
manipulation
the
will
difference.
get your ass
Is
curved
for me.
It
real
was a
quick.
favor.
For instance, the type of lie I just gave Bomb the example of, she's going to find out when I tell her, yeah, I didn't go to the park. I actually went to the mall to go get you something. The lie that she told, she's never going to tell him that, hey, I went to my ex-boyfriend. I'm the one who got you that job. She would have
Okay.
died with that lie. I wouldn't have died with the lie about going
What's
to
wrong
the
with dying with
mall
that
to get
lie?
her
What's
something.
wrong with her
Would you feel
dying
better
with
if she tells you 5 years later?
Better not.
First of all, if I
Like
find
I
out
said,
5 years later,
if you got a secret that
definitely
you
over.
know needs to be kept from me, you better keep it.
There you
Like
go.
you better keep it.
Hey, Manosphere,
For
what's your
real.
answer?
I agree.
So you'll
Oh
feel
yeah, you better keep. Oh, if I
Hey,
found out 5
if
years
you
later,
knew
it's
I
over.
needed, I better not know. You better make sure I do not know.
so
So you
Manosphere, you saying
can't
you
then
rather
be
keep that
mad.
lie forever, right?
If I
No,
if I find
if
Right.
I find out,
Right.
if I find out
it's
about it,
over.
not only are you a liar, but you're sloppy too. Goodbye.
Hey, Manosphere, I didn't hear
You knew
your
damn.
answer.
Your only concern was supposed to be to not let me find out, and you fucked that up, man. What I want with this chick?
Lord
Manosphere,
have
so you
mercy.
said that you
You know
rather
what
she
I'm
keep that
saying?
lie forever,
Like, what
right?
the fuck? Come on, bomb. You losing?
Hold on,
No,
let me
you
finish.
losing. You not so much losing, but Manosphere lost.
I'm gonna
Like
hold you. I'd rather her be sloppy though. That way, you know what I'm saying, it's easy for
Nah,
me to
nah,
find out.
nah. I have no problem with her being sloppy. But just like you said, if she's sloppy, it's easy for you to find out and then ghost.
Exactly.
Goodbye. But I'm just saying, as far as she's concerned, I better not find out. She better, bro. I better
Okay.
not.
And guess what? Guess what? I'm gonna end it without even arguing with her. I'm not. I'm just gonna end and say, hey, yeah, this ain't gonna work.
Because
it's
you
not
telling me
marriage. They're talking
your
about y'all
goal was
talking
to
about
You know,
y'all talking
if
about
your
friendship.
only concern was to keep it a secret and you couldn't even do that. Like you're a sloppy fuck up and
Ronald,
you're a liar. Like what do
Ronald,
I
when you
want
love
with this chick?
Ronald, when you love someone, right? Is it that simple to just be like, I caught it in a lie, I'm gone?
Yeah, and especially a lie where you got to hook up to get a job because you can
Right.
find one on your own. So
Yeah,
that's a
just
good
so
look. That's a good thing. But
yeah,
y'all
they
use it.
ready to
Y'all
just walk out. They like, oh, it's just that simple. I'm
y'all
gone. It's
lost.
easy to
It
say
has
this
nothing to
shit.
do with the job. It has everything to do with the lie, and that's what
Yeah,
y'all.
they gonna keep saying that.
Because
They
the
gonna keep
lie
Yeah,
is
saying
they
that.
about
keep
the
They,
y'all keep making it about the job.
they
Come
gonna
on.
keep
It is
saying
about
that.
the
because
job
it
because
is. That's what you
The
gotta
job
realize.
is just a surface level shit. The job is just on the surface for a
but it's
deeper
everything that the
underlying
city
shit. You
need.
know what
It
I'm
was
saying?
something that was stressing
I
them
don't want
out.
to say nothing
DJ,
I'm
DJ,
talking
What up, Giz?
this
about
this sounds
it's
like
about the job.
you think
this
about it.
sounds like
You
a episode of Soul Food, the
That's
actually
what
TV
it was.
show.
That's what we're talking
That's
Yeah,
about.
what it was.
it
That's
is.
what
It
it was.
was.
It wasn't the show, it was the movie.
Oh, okay. Um,
so bomb. You
it
actually
wasn't really about their lives where he got the job from. She got the job
Yeah, but she
from
lied
her
about it, and
ex.
that's what made him go off the deep end because he got surprised on that day in the
He said he
cafeteria.
didn't care about that lie. He cared about that. That was
Had he
that
not
man
had he not
coming
been
embarrassed
surprised, he
him.
probably
He was
wouldn't have
with
beat
his
the shit
wife.
out of that
That's what
dude.
that was. Y'all know that wasn't about no
bomb. You
goddamn lie.
already
Hey,
bomb. You already agreed to it, bomb. You already agreed when
No,
you
I
said
Well,
didn't.
that. If you
that dude did come and rubbed it in his face
Let me
though.
tell you why I believe
That's
that you
right.
agreed, Bomb. Bomb,
I
let me
agree
tell
to
you
it.
why I felt like you agreed to what me and Auntie saying. When you said if he lied about some kids outside of the relationship and then you found out, then it would be over. It's just that you wouldn't do it for that reason, but you would do it for another lie. You still did it for a lie. You
What?
still would have ended the relationship with a lie. So you said if
You
you found
telling
your
me
husband,
children versus a man or woman having children and lying about it? Like somebody telling
I'm
you,
not
baby
saying that
daddy,
they're
you
at the same degree. I'm not
no,
saying that
they're not.
they're at the
Oh,
same degree. What
okay.
I'm not saying that whatsoever. What I'm saying is that a lie still ended the relationship.
Yes,
Whether
only because
what
y'all decided to end the relationship.
some people
Many
have a high
will
some
end
people have a
relationship.
higher tolerance level and some people have a lower tolerance level. I'm one of the guys on the spectrum of a lower tolerance level.
Yes,
So
and yet,
see,
yes, no, and you also said that one little lie, then you start thinking that there's how many other lies was told,
nah,
and so that means that
that
something's wrong,
wasn't
right?
little. That wasn't little though. That wasn't little.
That
That
was a
wasn't
little
little.
lie. Yes, she
So
didn't.
you
Did not do the lie to harm him, not even to save herself. She did the lie hoping to benefit both for
okay.
her and him for with the job.
Hey, but bomb. That's why he snapped though, because she lied. Right. This is how the optics look. Now, had she told him that off rip, they would have been able to likely get
No,
past that.
even
Hold on,
if he
hold on.
had
But
look,
the issue is,
even if she had told him and that hey, my ex worked there, he helped get the job. When that man walked up to him to embarrass him like that, I think he still would have whipped that man's ass. That man got
but it would have been under different circumstances. The
oh yeah,
circumstances.
so that means he still would have
he
did
wouldn't
it.
have taken the job in the first
Let
place.
me finish though.
Yeah.
But here he's whooping his ass because he snaps because my wife is lying to me
No,
about dealing with her ex.
y'all the
You know,
only one saying that,
so
but
he
even Big
no,
Biz
so
didn't
I'm
say
just
that.
saying his brain right there is all of a sudden going to the extreme. And the reason
And
why it's going to
I
the
recall
extreme is because it's able to go to the extreme because of so many holes that are now being filled in by his imagination
what's
because
crazy
his
about
wife chose to leave the motherfuckers unplugged in the first place. Or just plugged with the wrong shit. Now
Exactly.
all
That's
she
what
is
I'm
doing,
saying.
Yeah, no,
It starts with them little. It starts with that shit, and then it starts. It starts. It grows paranoia. It grows paranoia. I'm kind of
yeah.
sleepy, so I'm saying
that's only if
slurring.
you're still in the
But it
mind.
make nigga. It makes
Sorry
people
about that.
paranoid. Bro. That shit is some wild shit. Y'all be careful.
I
Y'all
done been
married
cheated
people.
on before, and
in the
I ain't
movie,
never been
in the movie,
paranoid.
in
You
that
get
actual
cheated
movie,
on,
in that
they
actual
lie
movie,
on you, and you
he did
go to
not
the next.
believe
Y'all paranoid as
in
shit.
that movie.
God
He did not
damn.
in that movie. He
Somebody
did not believe that his wife actually slept with him. He felt disrespected. He never said he felt like his wife slept with him. He felt
Exactly.
disrespected. That's what I'm trying to say, Bob. It wasn't that he thought that he was cheating. He's like, nah, I didn't know this. You told me it was my brother-in-law who got your job, not your ex. He never thought that they was fucking. He knew they was fucking in the past, but you got your ex from the past to get me a job, and you told me it was my brother-in-law. That's a
You lying?
violation.
Yeah, you lying to me.
But
So
Even
y'all
worse.
the
lying
ones
to
who,
me so
not
you
you
can
per se, but
keep
other people
your
said, oh,
man.
they might be fucking. They still, that's what y'all put on the table.
No, Buddy violated him by stepping to him in the first place.
Yeah.
You don't know.
I
You know my
mean,
wife.
But hey, at the same time, his wife set that shit up too. She already painted the nigga out as a
Facts.
nigga that need a job and everything else. So he walked up on that man and sunned him. You
yeah,
know, he
yeah,
walked up
yeah.
on him and sunned
And the
him.
point
Now
that he said that
I don't
he could get away with it is
and
almost
Yeah, I'm
yeah,
gonna
hey,
let my
hey,
dog
he
out real
could
quick.
have did something to
yeah,
him.
that's all good.
Yeah.
Yeah, he picked the wrong nigga to do that shit to, but at the same time, like I say, wifey set you up with that shit, man. Like for real, she
They
painted
blame,
you
they
out to
want to
be a
blame the
sucker
woman
that
on
needed
that.
a
Yeah.
job. Like this dude is in a position of power over you. Now, granted, keep in mind the boyfriend, not the ex or whatever. The way he just walked up on him, it was like maybe he thought the dude knew, or maybe he knew a little bit and didn't. He just sunned the
Wait,
dude, bro.
before I go outside, Ant, you know what? That's one thing I forgot to say, bro. She give the ex the drop on her man's. He know
Basically,
this man whole business. He can't get a. That is crazy. The
Yeah, that's
boyfriend ain't
wild,
even
bro.
got the drop on the ex. That is wild to me.
yeah,
That's
that's
why
It's
not
not.
with a
that's not
smile
cool.
and with a
That's
cigar in his
It
almost
was
hand.
it a lie?
unforgivable. It's
Nah,
unforgivable on
yeah,
that
you
part.
over here, you over here talking to your ex about my financial situation, getting favors from this nigga, and you lying to
Yeah,
me about it.
no,
Like,
Lord have mercy.
that there's a problem.
The
Like right
problem is
there.
the fact
If
that he
that's
couldn't get a
all he
goddamn
knows,
job. That's
hey,
the problem.
Bomb,
So
that's
that,
all he knows right there at that point in time. And I
okay,
agree that
so
he goes on.
yeah,
I agree with Ron on that. He goes off the deep end and
But
he goes too
Ron,
far.
did you
You know
notice
what
a
I'm saying?
pattern, Ron? Ron, did you notice that pattern? She dealt with two different guys that don't have self-control. One that got
who
a
has
job, one that doesn't.
that,
He
Now
didn't
that's
have
a
that
fact.
doesn't make no
self-control.
sense
He
what you're
should have
saying.
never.
Now
Think
he's
about it.
blaming the woman.
Yes,
No,
I
no,
know.
no, no.
Because you don't know what were they children when she
Think
dealt with
about
the
it.
first one, and not
But think
many
about it
years
though.
later.
Why did the ex-boyfriend go in there and do that chump shit? He had no self-control.
Yeah,
He did
it's
He
also
that
a
had
movie,
because he
man.
wanted to throw
You got to
salt in
put
the
drama in a
game.
movie.
Shit, too.
right.
I'm
That's a
not
bad
gonna lie,
thing.
bro. I would do that shit if I felt like if I still wanted to fuck with this chick and I knew her dude just wasn't shit. You know, yeah, I wouldn't give a fuck for real. Now
And
And
what
then
she
you would
that's
be
kind
putting
of
yourself in
that's
danger,
me
right?
back in the day. You know what I'm saying? But nah, for real, niggas don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? They will sun
they
you
don't
in
care.
front of your chick.
They don't
You know what I'm
care.
saying? For real, especially if
That,
they think they're in a
oh,
position of power over you and they want your chick.
that's
Yeah.
true.
Facts.
Niggas will
And then
do
if
that
you get
shit.
your ass beat,
That's a
then
fact.
that's on him,
Yeah.
not
No, for real. He picked the wrong nigga to do that shit to that day. No, for real
And
shit.
you know what's
You
crazy
know?
too? You know what's crazy? You got a lot of females out there that actually do that to their man. Yeah, I have countless women speak to me about how they man don't make no money, and I be sitting here like, God, dog, are you diabolical? You be like, oh, I wish my man made the type of money you made, and oh man, if only my man had half of what you have, and man, my man don't make no money whatsoever. I gotta work 16. I hear this shit all the damn time. And I
yeah,
be like,
okay.
shit is diabolical
How's
out here.
that not her fault?
Like,
That's his fault. He not making no
no,
goddamn
I'm not
money.
saying it's her fault. I'm
No,
not saying
no, she need to keep inside stuff inside.
No, apparently it's
And
not
inside
inside
the
like that. She's
household,
not rocking
why
with him
she
like
feels
that.
so comfortable sharing that outside of the house?
Because she's
yeah,
not rocking with him like that.
why should I know that your man broke, that your man don't work? Why are
Yeah.
you going around the
Because she's
job site
desperate.
letting me know
Because
that?
you like her
She's
girlfriend.
desperate.
You like her girlfriend.
No. What I'm saying
Hey,
is
I don't expect tigers to
I
change
don't
their stripes, dog.
I don't understand how y'all
I'm not
justify
gonna get
that.
with I'm not gonna get with a broke, worthless chick that can't cook, doesn't clean. You know what I'm saying? And then as soon as I get with her, I expect her to cook, clean, and just all of a sudden add some damn value. Like you didn't
nah,
add any
that shit
yesterday.
don't
Why the
happen.
fuck would you add some today? Just because I married you? Like this dude
Exactly.
he was a felon that couldn't get a job, and she married him anyway, for better for worse. So
You
him
shouldn't have
not
done that.
having a job at some point, that's it. That's either your husband or you're done with this motherfucker. But you don't just manipulate or try to alter reality and lie to try to change shit. That's bullshit.
I could understand what you're saying. Like that's why we said from the beginning, you got to vent these people as best as possible, so you don't get in that situation.
Yeah,
And you
that's why
should,
they
like I said
girlfriend.
before, you should
No,
not have to lie.
I agree with what you're saying. Like, yo, she shouldn't have got with a dude that couldn't get a job in the first place. And sometimes people make
I
mistakes.
agree with
Sometimes you
that
get with
too.
somebody thinking they got potential or whatever. Hey, they just down on their luck right now. We gonna get through it. But hey, a year go by, 2 years go by, you realize that person ain't got that ambition. Like they're never gonna get up.
Yeah,
So hey, you
she
gotta you
got
gotta make a move. You realize you made a mistake. It don't have to get any worse. I get that. So I don't blame people for exiting right there. But lying and trying to distort reality and shit, that's only gonna lead to bad shit. Like
Yeah.
rarely does any good
I
come from
agree.
that type of shit.
She also loves him.
Now, no,
So
I agree.
Right.
Hey,
Love
listen,
don't mean
it's
nothing to them,
totally
you know, because
different.
they gonna leave her.
Yeah,
Yeah.
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 No,
I
no,
know.
no, no.
No, I mean
My
when you making an effort to figure
thing
something out
is,
and the other person is just they just not moving or they're moving in the other direction, yeah, you gotta make a move. But I mean, just lying. I just don't see how is there any good that's gonna come of that shit.
there's a
none
job.
whatsoever. For me, no. For me, at the end of the day, if
Wait
I
a
ain't got
minute.
no
Is
job,
that
if I
is
don't have a
that
job, I'm not trying to be in no relationship. If
hey
I
is
don't have a job, I refuse to
that the
even think about
wildest
a relationship.
wake
I
up
got to get the
show?
paperwork.
God. I think the wildest great is that him?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
Sharon.
Sharon.
Hey, Sharon. How you
We
been?
miss you, Sharon. Come back, man.
We miss you, baby. We miss you.
At the end of the day, something good came out of it. He got a job. So you can't be tripping.
Nah, he lost it in like 3 or 4 hours.
I know it's his fault.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't his fault.
It's his fault.
Come on, Ron, man.
No, I mean,
So
look, no, I would
what
agree
would
there.
Jesus do?
Nah, at that
Would
point,
you allow
nah,
Jesus to give you a job that way?
hey, Giz. At that point, Ron, I gotta agree with Ron right there. It is his fault because he had a job, and it's his fault he lost the motherfucker. But
Well,
he
I don't want
clearly
a
didn't
job
want
like
the job.
that.
Hey, like your reaction is something. I agree with you there. He just didn't want the job. Once he found out the circumstances in which he had it, he clearly didn't want it anymore. You know what I'm saying? So that's why he kind of threw it away. But you can't blame anybody for that part but yourself. But just as far as him being surprised and being put in that situation, yeah, his woman's got to eat that. That's why she was apologizing like a motherfucker, even in that movie.
Facts. Like for me, like I said, I'm not going to put myself in a relationship situation if I only got the bread to actually maintain it. I'm not going to say I'm not going to fix a car with no tools. It ain't going to happen. I feel like I don't have the tools to actually produce a healthy relationship if I don't have a job.
Yeah, man.
That
So
ain't my whatsoever.
you got to keep on venting.
I think that dude like had some like carpentry talents or something like that, and then he and they always got some character arc that
Yeah.
things are working out. So sometimes it'd be like that. Motherfucker can't find a job because that's not what he's supposed to do. He's supposed to have his own carpentry business or landscaping business or detailing business because that's his passion or some shit like that. But it'll seem like that some people got the talent, people got the passion, but they don't have the ambition, they don't have the motivation. They just don't have it, or you don't have what it is that you need to be able to give to be able to mix it. Because some people are horrible with money, and other people aren't able to manage your money for you. So shit don't work. So sometimes you don't realize that
And if
until
you
after you
got,
with somebody for a while.
and if you do have that talent, no one's telling you not to be in a relationship, but to go with the process of actually getting married and not have nothing to fall on. That's when it can become problematic.
I don't know, man. I think, like I said before, we always complain, that these women don't stick besides men. All they care about is money, and in this situation, we talking about leaving the woman, all because she tried to hook the man up.
No, because
So
she
I don't know.
lied. Not
Yeah,
because
I
she tried
understand.
to hook
That's
him up.
why-
If she tried to hook him up and if she was just honest about it, at that point, I would be hot at the dude for even tripping because you can't find a job. She tried to find you a job. She let you know all of the situation. Look, I called my ex. I sweet talked him a little bit, but I ain't fucking with him like that. You want this job or not? You know what I'm saying? You
Roger
want this
that.
job or not? Because you can start tomorrow if you want to. You know?
Would
Yeah,
you
I can
take it?
vibe with that,
Or
Auntie.
nah, I mean, would I take it? No.
I wouldn't take
I
it.
would.
That's the reason
I
why
wouldn't
she
take it.
lied.
I wouldn't
Let's prove
take it.
our
But
point
listen,
again.
listen, I wouldn't take it. But I would rather her be that honest with me
Yeah, but I
than
mean,
to
if she's honest like
full
that,
narrative.
yeah, if she's honest like that, you know, like what the fuck can I say? You know what I'm saying? Her
Hey, and
intentions are good, and she actually left the decision up to me as a man, just like Doc was saying. He's like, yo, I'm a man. You're not gonna take that from me as a man. So she left the decision up. It's still up to me whether or not I take the job or not, and I at least have all of the facts and all of the information to make my
hey,
own decision.
Auntie. So if you was looking for like 2 years, you couldn't get a job. Nobody wanted to hire you because of your criminal record. You telling me you're not going to take that job after your bills paying up? You can't feed your kids. You still not going to take
Bro,
that job?
to be honest, hell, at that point, there's no job that's for me. I've been looking for one for 2 years, bro. 2 fucking years, bro.
Yeah.
Like there's no. I don't want that job. I like a job isn't for me. I couldn't find one in 2 years, bro. A job just isn't for me.
So what you gonna do if
Entrepreneurship.
you know
I've
you gotta feed
already.
your
I'm
family?
gonna have to make my own money, bro. There's no job. I'm not
You gotta
settling for
Right.
create a
a job.
job.
2 years,
Entrepreneurship. Right.
like two
What? You
years, bro.
gonna sell
That's like
drugs?
telling me I'm gonna dig in the desert for 2 years looking for gold. Like get the fuck out of here. Hell no.
So
Eventually, I'm gonna stop digging.
what's the solution? Sell drugs to go back to jail?
Whatever that I'm
Why
gonna
it
make a
gotta be
living, bro. I'm a
illegal?
man.
It just
It
gotta be
doesn't have
some
to. I'm,
sort of
I'm gonna
hustle.
figure some. I'm gonna figure
What
something
hustle you
else
talking
out.
about?
Hey,
But filling
Ron,
out
this ain't
job
cut grass.
applications is not for me. For 2 years, what woman is gonna respect me? Who I couldn't even look in the mirror and respect myself if I can't get a job in two
In
years and my
2
dumb ass
years.
is still trying to get a job.
Yeah,
He
I
could
mean
have
I
got
could
a job from a family friend. He could have literally got a job from one of those family members, from one of those family members' friends, or one of the family members. He could have got a job.
that guy was a family friend.
Ex-boyfriend.
Nah,
Not
where he was fucking up,
ex-boyfriend.
he did get a job. If you remember in that movie, he did, but he lied about being a you know what I'm saying, having the F. And then they found out. So if he was just honest off rip, maybe he wouldn't have to worry about that stuff. Like you got to ask yourself why either number one you can't get a job or number two you can't keep a job. Maybe you're unemployable.
Oh, okay.
You know?
So in the movie,
So
the husband and wife are lying.
nah, she's straight.
And
She
different.
does hair and
She
shit.
was a hairdresser or something like that. She was a
Yeah.
hairdresser, but she was lying to the husband
Yeah.
about how she got us him the job. He was lying to try to get a job
Yeah. So both of them
because
lied.
he had the felony.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like this dude is, I mean, he might just be unemployable, or in some cases, you know how it is, bro. You got to know somebody. Like that's in 2 years. I didn't realize that by now. I'm not gonna keep filling out job applications and the same shit keep happening, bro.
And she knew somebody.
She knew
Exactly.
somebody.
He knew somebody who she knew somebody, and they got him a job.
Okay.
And he
All I'm saying that the nigga should at least had a chance to know before, so he could choose whether he want to be in that situation or not. Some niggas choose their pride, but that is their own prerogative. That's their own right as a man, bro. Them
Which
niggas.
doctor?
Mm.
When you married, you can't move like you're single, man. Because his pride is affecting the rest of the family. You understand?
Come on, Ron. I don't want to hear that. If the roles was reversed, and it was you was doing this to the female, she wouldn't accept that either. She wouldn't.
And at the same time, he didn't even have the chance to swallow his pride. That's what Doc is saying. It's like at least give me the option to swallow my pride or stand on it. But she didn't even give me the option. She just fucking lied.
But when we keep on asking you the question, would you take the job or not? You keep on saying no. And
I
that's
wouldn't take the
why
job either.
why
But
she
you know what? Wait a
Exactly. And they
minute.
don't
Wait a
give you the
minute.
excuse to lie.
And look at this. I won't take the job.
Manipulate my decision.
Wait a minute. Let me. This is my answer that I would give. Right? If she told me beforehand, I'll probably take the job. You know what I'm saying? Because no, it's just like if I gotta pay the. Let's say I'm low on rent. You know what I'm saying? I might not want to hit the landlord and tell him I might let my girl tell him because he might, you know what I mean, type shit. You know what I'm saying? And then no, but that means she do because that is like I'm sending her on the mission and shit like that. That means she giving it up to the landlord. She call him on the phone or some shit. You know what I'm saying? That means that let's say she's like, yeah, my ex got a job. I was like, you know what, put me on real quick. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know what I mean? Because you knowing beforehand, but if I know after that it was a lie, I'm not rocking with that shit. Because what else y'all
Instead of
got
y'all,
going on that I
yeah,
don't know?
instead of y'all secret, this is our secret. You
Right,
understand?
bro.
Like now me and you got the
Whole different
secret, and it's
dynamic.
cool.
That's a
But
whole
that's the
different
difference.
dynamic.
You at least, like, if I'm gonna swallow my pride or stand on it, that's the decision that's up to me, not her. And she ain't got no right to try to manipulate
She
me
little boy that man, bro.
into doing what the fuck she thinks is right. Nah, if I choose to stand on my pride as a man, you gotta let me do that.
Right.
Like, for real. You know, you don't manipulate the facts so that I do what you think
That's
I
some
should. Get the fuck
bullshit,
out
y'all.
of here.
Listen, the
That's
men who think like
manipulative.
this will you will be in a fucked up family dynamics, right? They put their pride over this idea of being this big man over feeding their family. That's true. She got
That
that
pride,
stand on being a man. He's
that
being a
pride
man
is what
is
makes that
taking care of
man.
your family. That's
Pride
the
is what you
number
feel.
one thing about being a man.
Hey,
Swallow your
just like you
ego
said,
and feed your family.
just like you said, but I should have the option to do that. I shouldn't be lied to.
What you
You
mean
know what I'm
option? It should
saying?
be what
Manipulated.
it
Nah, you
is.
lying to me
It should be
because
what
you
it
don't even
is.
want me to have the option to swallow my pride. You just telling me that my brother-in-law did some shit because you knew I would have to swallow my pride if I knew how I really got this job.
Right, she knew that you wouldn't. That's
So
why
that's
she
it.
lied to him. She lied to him because she knew his ego was large.
But you
Now,
just said that you just said that that's the makeup of a fucking man to be
yes,
able to swallow his pride for the
no,
sake of
no,
his
no, no,
family.
no,
So if
no,
that's
no.
the man that she
No,
got
that's not
and
what I
he's not
said.
capable of
No, that's
swallowing
not
his
what I
fucking
said.
pride, then she
I
doesn't
didn't say what
respect
you
him as
just
a
said. I
goddamn
said,
man.
why are you lying on me? I did not say what you just said. I
So
did
what
not
did you
say a
say about
makeup
a
of a
man that
man is to
swallow?
swallow his pride. What I said, the makeup of a man is to take care of his family.
Okay,
Okay,
there
I
you
didn't
go.
say he had to swallow his pride. So she made sure because she knew he wasn't the type to swallow his pride, and he's a prideful man, right? Like I said, my husband is. So she told the little white lie in order for it to keep that pride intact. She don't want him going to
So
work feeling bad
I got a
about,
question
oh,
for
my
you,
girl
Bomb.
had to get me the job, right? Or
Bomb, I got a question. I got a question for
How'd
you,
that
Bomb.
work out for
Do
her?
you believe your
it's
husband
a
would have
fucking
responded
movie.
the
What you
same
mean how it
way?
worked out for? It's a movie.
Would
Hey,
your
her ass
Bomb? Would
crying
you
her eyes
believe
out, saying, "I'm sorry."
based on the movie? Based on the movie, do you believe your husband would have reacted the same way as Lim did, the one who fought the guy when he found that situation out? You think he would
Hell
have took
no,
the job?
my husband is smart. He wouldn't fight on none of that.
But he wouldn't take the job. You think he'd take the job or not take the job?
No, I think my husband would have taken the job. He wouldn't have
No.
liked it. He wouldn't have liked the fact, like if I would have told him I hit up an ex to get you a job, he would feel some sort of way about that shit. Y'all know y'all would. Not everybody.
He'll still take it though. He'll
Yes,
still take it
because
after
a
knowing.
man, he gotta take care of his family. And yeah, so he would have took it. But he wouldn't have liked it. It would have eaten him through and through, right? So I wouldn't tell him. I would just hook him up so he could still walk with his head high and go and work that goddamn job to take care of his family. That is what I'm saying.
Yes.
The little white lie is. She didn't do it to harm him. She did it to help her and him.
A wise man looks at the bigger picture, and that's the bigger picture that he has a job right now. Even if he
Nah,
wants to be there
the bigger
temporarily
picture is his
and
wife
move
is a
on.
liar. That's the
No,
bigger
no, the
picture. If
bigger
she
picture is
lied
he has a
about
job
that,
now.
she'll
He
lie
can
about
provide for his
anything.
family.
And death do us part is a long ass time, and I'll be damned if I got to spend it with a lying ass chick I don't trust. That's
She lied to
capable of
her.
looking me
She
dead
She
in
lied
the
to
eye
her.
and lying, and then
Yeah.
trying to tell me that she did me a favor by doing it. Man,
She
fuck
did
up
do a
out of here,
favor.
man. Hell nah.
She
Exit
ain't doing
stage
nobody
left,
no
bro.
favor. You know what? She did do me a favor. I got the chance to exit the stage a whole lot earlier.
Good Lord.
She did. Hey, I'll be
You
real.
got a
She did
chance
it.
to have a job. We know that she
She
did him
did
a
it. Hey,
favor.
she did him a favor by
She did, but
getting
he
him a
didn't
job.
like
I'll
that.
agree with you. She didn't do him a favor by lying to him. No, she didn't.
So now you unemployed. You move out the house now. Where you gonna live now? You ain't got no job. You left your wife now. So what you gonna do now?
I mean, who would it matter to?
No, he said that he gonna leave his wife over that
Whoever,
lie. So
whoever cared about how a man ends up back on his feet. That's my
Yeah.
job to care about how I ends up back
so
on
where you
my
gonna
feet.
live?
I'm not worrying
You,
about. No, that's the thing. That's the thing, though. I would figure that out. See, I'm
you
not
haven't
in that.
figured out. So you haven't figured out anything for a while.
So I have to.
They're advocating for women to marry homosexuals that if they, yeah real shit, they just they
I'm a
have no
figure.
place to they have no place to live if they leave their wives.
You have clearly
Like
showed
real
you can't
shit.
figure it out.
What the fuck kind of man has no place to live if he leaves his wife?
Yeah,
A
that's
man that don't have a
crazy.
job.
Like for me, I'm not in that predicament. I'm not in that predicament where I gotta find somebody to help me get a job. I'm well off to the
Okay,
point
that's
where
good.
if no, I'm well off to the point where even if I was married and I was to get a divorce, I don't have the common divorce where all my money's going to be gone. No, both parties will be able to get them a house and be well off. Versus
good.
one
We're
of
talking
us
about this situation.
struggling.
We're not talking
I
about the
don't have that
situation
issue.
you in right
But
now.
but no, because you threw me in the mix, so that's why the reason why I gave that part. But
And that's
if
good.
I was in the same situation, to where I didn't have a job, I would be roughing it. I would be living in my car. I would be taking a shower at Planet Fitness. I get me over $10 membership. I would be roughing it until I built myself up to be something respectable. I'm not going to sit there and be on someone's couch and them feeling sorry for me. That
So
doesn't
that
build me whatsoever.
But
so that's
hey,
more
even
respectable to
as
you
a
leaving your
man,
wife
man, you still gotta
and
have
living in your
some kind
car.
of connects where you can call a motherfucker or surf on the couch or just get with you another chick. Just like she was able to call in a favor from a fucking dude, you should be able to call in a favor from a chick. If you that fucked up as a man that you ain't got no connects around town, your network is your net worth. That's why you fucked up. It ain't because you got felonies. It's fucked up because you ain't got no net worth. You ain't got no net worth. You ain't got no homies. You ain't got no connections. You ain't got shit. You know what I'm saying? You're less than a man, like real shit.
So your
At
solution
the
is
end
to
of the
leave
day,
your wife and go
I
bump with
can
another
be,
chick.
hey, because I can be jobless, but with just the contacts I have in my phone, I will always be able to make a fucking living.
Good lord.
That's a
Like real
fact.
shit. The
And
fuck out of here, man.
I got too many skills for me to be broke.
Exactly, bro. All I have to do is put the word out that I'm available. Services on deck. Like, get the fuck out of here, bro. Somebody's about to pay me to bring them in some more money. Like that is what it is. So I have that connect. Now, if a man lets himself go so low that his woman has to call her ex to give him some money, I'm gonna be real. You're less than a man, bro. You shouldn't even have a woman. Like you got the wagon before the
Not,
horse. And
just
to be honest, that is an indictment on a woman because why the fuck would you choose a piece of shit nigga like that? At some point, you got to be accountable for choosing a motherfucker that ain't got his priorities straight.
Just because a man don't have money doesn't
Now, I'm
mean he
not talking
don't.
about money.
It's
I
lit.
could be
That's what
broke.
you just
A
said.
man can be broke. Broke is temporary. So everybody is broke at some point in their fucking life. Now you got to have a network. You got to be able to move out and about around in the world. You know what I'm saying? And I get it. He's got a wife and he's possibly starting up a family and he just got out of jail. So you want to keep illegal activity to a minimum. But you're supposed to be able to have some homies you can call something. You were in the fucking joint. Motherfuckers are supposed to be making deals in the joint and shit like that. So you call somebody and somebody can call in a favor when you get out and all of that shit, man. You should be doing something. Getting stock tips, all of that shit. The hell? The hell are you doing? Oh, I know what the old boy in that movie was
If you
doing.
ain't got
He
no
was
money.
nah, he was up in his he
Stock
was up in
tips.
his damn wife all day and all night, focused on that damn chick. That's why he ain't have no damn network. He ain't have
that's a
shit
big
going
fact.
for itself. That's
That
how.
what the
So
movie was?
when nah, yeah, that's what it was. Remember they was talking about they was all in the bathroom on Sunday. They didn't say hey, they always together and
Yeah.
shit. This motherfucker ain't out in the world doing nothing. So to go to what Chocolate Earth was saying up here earlier, see, I'm gonna circle it back. What she was saying up here earlier when she come with that laundry list. Oh, I like to be touched and I like to do this. No, you nigga need to get out and get some goddamn money. Ain't got no time for that fuck shit. You know what I'm
Facts.
saying? He need to go
Facts.
out here and sharpen his weapons out in the world. That's what makes him a man. Not playing touchy feely and grab ass with your ass all of the time. Motherfucker will do that shit to
Facts.
decompress after a motherfucker done went out here and killed the food.
I don't
You
even
know?
feel comfortable being all hugged up with no money in my pocket.
Like real
Nah,
shit. This hustling shit is a sport,
that-
dog, and all the men are players.
nah.
And if you ain't playing, you losing.
Mm.
Like y'all gotta see it like that. It ain't all about how y'all feel.
Yeah,
Nah, you're right. I see what you're saying. You're definitely right on that.
You know.
I
So
don't see
that's
how.
what I
Can't be
mean. Like,
hugged up with no broke person. I
See,
mean, homeless
I
and
don't
hugged up
I don't see
outside.
how a man could be in the house broken, just hugged up all day. It is. I do not feel comfortable that way. I have to have something before I can sit down and relax. I just can't sit there and be relaxing if I ain't got nothing to show for myself. That ain't gonna happen.
nah, but this chick was,
No
was
more.
cool with that. She know this nigga just got out the joint. You know what I'm saying? She put that thing on him over and over again all day, and this motherfucker don't want to do shit in his spare time but be up in her. That's why he ain't got shit going. Real shit. You supposed to be out in the world, meeting people, doing shit. You know, actually linking up with your brother-in-law, so that way she ain't gotta lie to you about it. Real shit. Whoever his homies are, make them your homies. Get some shit popping.
She tried that. Y'all didn't like it. She
No,
tried to
no,
make
he
her
was
ex
supposed to do that.
only.
Can't a woman make your connects for you? You're a man. You gotta be able to have that game, just like Ism was saying, and be able to sell yourself in an arena of men. You know what I'm saying? You can get used if you're useful. Like, make yourself useful out there. Are you useful to the group of motherfuckers? You ain't got no connects. I get it. You was in the joint. All of your boys are in the joint too. They locked up or in jail and shit like that. So you need a new network. You got some square folks that
Imagine,
you know what I'm saying, like brother-in-laws and shit from your wife. Hang out with them.
Really
You know?
imagine what he did in the joint. He didn't make himself productive at
That's what I'm
all. He
saying.
didn't
All
learn.
he did was get out and jump up in a chick and then start filling out applications.
What he did was he seen him a duck. He seen him a duck. He was like, okay, she got her job. I'm gonna go ahead and lay up on her couch, and that would never happen. Life of a homosexual.
For real talk. We're thinking it just been in a pen for years.
Hey, witch doctor.
Yo, what up? What up?
Hey, I thought you was only gonna be on for 20 minutes, man. What's up with
Man,
that?
fuck y'all, man.
Nah, this is a cool conversation.
My bad.
This nigga auntie, what you call the strongest coffee? That's what this nigga is
Nah,
on.
I'm
I
on
swear to God.
Bustelo Espresso every morning. Every
Espresso.
morning.
Every morning.
Hey, but I'm about to run, man. Y'all have a good day.
All right, bro.
Nah,
All right.
I know.
All right,
Reese
Ron.
just say you don't like women. I love women. I enjoy women's company, but I also know women don't like broke niggas. But at the same time, women will get with a nigga that got his shit straight and then want him to do all types of shit that leads to him being a broke nigga and then get mad when the nigga broke. It's like, what do you think a nigga that sit up under you all day is going to do but go broke?
He's gonna go. He's definitely going broke.
Come
Definitely
on.
ain't making as much
Let's
money.
keep these marriages together.
Yeah,
I'll
what I
talk to
will
y'all
say,
later.
okay, bye. What I
All
will
right.
say about Auntie is he gonna make sure he got some money and he gonna make sure that his woman is good, okay? So ladies, don't give him too.
How you know he make sure his woman is good, Bomb? Wait. I'm
Well, I'm
missing
just
something.
that's all I'm saying. I ain't saying nothing negative. I'm saying
Fucking with
positive. I'm
you. I'm
saying
fucking
something
with
positive. But he good.
Now I'm just saying. I mean, y'all don't like broke niggas. Who the fuck? And to be honest, your nigga shouldn't even like himself when he broke. He should be annoying as fuck to be around.
Facts.
He's broke. You shouldn't even want that nigga
Facts.
around you broke. You know what I'm saying? Like, for real. That nigga should be a total asshole. You know?
I agree. I am not. I don't see how someone can actually be comfortable with not enough money to pay their bills. It would aggravate the
Bro,
hell out of me. I would
that's
be.
the most stressful shit
Yeah.
in life. Like, how could you
Yeah.
even function? Like, you know what I'm saying? That is wild.
Because, I
They'd
mean,
be
this
like, "Yo, you
common
comfortable
sense
with
will
the
tell
club?"
you,
Like,
dog.
"Nah,
Like,
I'm good."
you a convicted felon, right? So you know it's pretty tough to get any job where you got to fill out an application and you don't know somebody. You know? And
Right.
the shit's gonna come back. Like, it's gonna come back when they do a background check. You know?
Facts.
So come on. You know, you got to start looking at other options, or you gonna have to know somebody. Like, so you're gonna have to go out in the world and make moves. But this motherfucker just
Auntie,
go
if
to the
he
bar
really
and get
wanted
drunk.
to make money, Auntie, if he really wanted to make money and not be up underneath that girl, he could have went around the neighborhood and did some landscaping work for the neighbors in the damn neighborhood. If he was doing that bad, he could have been out there fixing people lawns, shortcutting the linemen, I mean, like, hey, I do it for half of the price. He could have made money. He didn't want to. He wanted to be up under that girl, breaking her back loose. That's what he wanted.
Look, Sugar Bum just said in Arena of Men, where the fuck else do you think we get the money from? We can't get it from y'all. Okay? Y'all ain't trying to come off of the fucking dollar and give it to niggas. Fuck out of here. We got to get it from other niggas. The fuck? Where do you think the money just come out the sky? Like, damn. You know? Think you niggas pull a rabbit out the hat for real? You know? Every dime we gotta compete with other men to get it. You know?
Ain't nothing like being the one that ain't got it.
Now that's just what it is. Even if you own your own business, you gotta be a better hustler than the competitor up the road. Or on the other side of the algorithm, like that. That's what it is.
But I'm about to go get some rest, y'all. Let me see if Nightish is still live, bro. I was supposed to bin send everybody to Nightish. All right, everybody, Nightish is live. Let me see who's over there. Just Nightish rocking out. Keels is over there. It's a little bit of crazy shit. This stream is gonna redirect y'all to Nightish.
Hell nah, I'm gone. I don't do no nutty shit. I'll see y'all later, bye, everybody.
All right, fellas, y'all enjoy the rest of y'all day. This nigga Ant on the coffee. That means he's not gonna sleep.
Nah, I gotta work though. I might.
What you grind on?
Well, I got called an asshole already, so my mission's accomplished early. First thing before 9 a.m. Real shit, bro.
Go ahead and grind out, Auntie.
Real. I usually don't get that till at least like 10:30, 11 a.m., bro. So I'm on pace, yo. It's a short week. You know what I'm saying? It's just a salute.
These niggas are narcissists. Run! Run for your life! They're trying to take your light. It's fuel. They're vampires.
Real bad man.